Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Smoke Conduit Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A green-haired boy shook a spray paint can and taped up his stencils to a billboard. He prepared himself to tag the sign as he did many times prior. He smiled as his art piece began to come together. He threw his cigarette to the floor and stomped it out. This kind of thing required his full attention. The boy was adorned in a black beanie, a denim vest, with a forest green hoodie underneath, black jeans, and red high tops. Comfy stuff he could wear that could also get a little dirty and no one would care. Not like anyone had anything to say to the boy anyways. He was a bit of a rebel or outcast. The boy's name was Izuku Midoriya. In this quirked world, he was one of the many few quirk users who were outcasts within society. He was bullied for years for his quirk. The name of the boy's quirk was Verbatim. It allowed him to use and retain other people's quirks as his own, granted they were severely weaker than the original. He was labeled as a copycat and tormented in his early years for it. He had been bullied and attacked for having such a quirk. And not only that, laws were in place that stopped him from using his quirk as it became seen as theft. The boy soon began to isolate himself, rarely speaking to people and even taking up habits such as spray painting and smoking cigarettes. His lungs beat med, it's not like he cared. He already had ingested enough smoke from some blonde BSTRD that was his #1 tormentor. Explosions honestly caused the boy stress. But in this hero-filled society it was like common ground to see or hear an explosion. Despite all the odds against him, the boy had an ambition, a dream to become a pro-hero like those he'd admired for years. All Might, who was his biggest idol, was someone he aspired to be. Someone he always wanted to be like. He was the #1 hero in Japan, and many looked up to him as his feats as a hero were nearly unheard of for other people. It really seemed like he could do it all. Hence why the boy was tagging an All Might billboard at that very moment. The boy was spraying over it with his own mural. It looked as if he was making All Might into two falcons fighting for dominance. One red and one blue. They were fighting for what justice they believed in. It was quite symbolic of society. He had just gotten out of school and spotted this billboard. Of course he just had to tag it. The boy rolled up the sleeves to his hoodie, revealing a tattoo he had received at a party one year. It happened too quickly for him to remember, but it was something he cherished deeply. It held special meaning to him. If art is a crime, then just dash, the boy said, beginning to talk to himself before hearing a loud thud behind him. He quickly whipped around to see All Might himself standing behind him and smoking. The two locked eyes, and Izuku was bewildered. Was he here to stop him, or was it something else? Why was All Might even here in Shizuoka? All Might began to speak before a cloud of smoke consumed him, and suddenly the smoke began to pool off the side of the building. That was odd. The man that was left was scrawny and looked sickly. Surely this couldn't be All Might, could it? The All Might? Izuku questioned, baffled at the fact his lifelong hero secretly looked like this. The man coughed up blood and cleared his throat roughly. He looked horrible. Yeah, he said, looking at Izuku's mural behind him. So you're the guy painting over all my billboards. Izuku flinched, but nodded sheepishly. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just such a huge fan, and I can't really help myself. All Might chuckled. Well, how's about this? I won't expose your identity, and you won't expose me as I am. He offered. The deal was acceptable as that way they both got what they wanted. Oh yeah, of course. Though, could I get an autograph? He questioned, pulling out a notebook from his backpack and handing it to the blonde-haired man. The man quickly signed the boy's notebook and handed it back before waving to the boy. He walked off, but Izuku had one more question on his mind. All Might had begun to descend the stairs off of the roof, and Izuku ran to catch up with him. Wait, All Might. Can someone like me who has a copy quirk become a hero? He asked, standing at the top of the staircase All Might had started to descend from. Someone who doesn't have a quirk of his own? All Might turned and smiled at the boy. He gave a thumbs up. You can become a hero through much effort. All you have to do is give it your all. Izuku smirked and pumped his fist. He could do it, he could really become a hero. All Might soon disappeared, smiling at new generation's ambitions. There would definitely be a grand generation of heroes after him. Alright, time to get this villain to the police. All Might thought, reaching for the bottle that held the smoke villain. He soon realized that the bottle had burst open. The villain had escaped. All Might then began to rush down the stairs. He needed to find the villain and fast. Sheet. Izuku had parkoured his way down the building he was on and began his walk back home. He smiled as he was finally able to defy the odds. His idol had told him he too could become a hero. Take that, explosion boy. Izuku noticed up ahead that there was a huge cloud of smoke on the route he took home. That's odd, he thought as he wandered straight through the smoke. It was lucky that he memorized the path that led to his home. He wasn't going to let a little fog stop him. Besides, it's not the first time the guy has ingested smoke. The boy heard a nearby explosion and rushed to the scene. Perhaps he'd get to see some heroes in action. However, what he saw in that smoke cloud was an image that would haunt him for years. Izuku's childhood friend was being suffocated by the smoke. It looked as though the villain was trying to insert themselves into the boy's orifices forcefully. The boy started to go limp and Izuku knew instinctively that he needed to act. Quit struggling, kid. I just need to borrow your body for a while. The woman shouted, binding the boy in a cloud of smoke as she tried to insert her smoke form into the boy. Izuku and the blonde, named Katsuki Bakugo, locked eyes, and it was then that Izuku saw pure fear in the boy's eyes. Something he had never seen before in the boy. Without even thinking, Izuku ran into the struggle and tackled the villain to the ground. He had unconsciously activated his quirk as the smoke began to revolve around the boy. It was being absorbed by him. I won't let you kill Kaken. A green-haired boy shook a spray paint can and taped up his stencils to a billboard. He prepared himself to tag the sign as he did many times prior. He smiled as his art piece began to come together. He threw his cigarette to the floor and stomped it out. This kind of thing required his full attention. The boy was adorned in a black beanie, a denim vest, with a forest green hoodie underneath, black jeans, and red high tops. Comfy stuff he could wear that could also get a little dirty and no one would care. Not like anyone had anything to say to the boy anyways. He was a bit of a rebel or outcast. The boy's name was Izuku Midoriya. In this quirked world, he was one of the many few quirk users who were outcasts within society. He was bullied for years for his quirk. The name of the boy's quirk was Verbatim. It allowed him to use and retain other people's quirks as his own. Granted, they were severely weaker than the original. He was labeled as a copycat and tormented in his early years for it. He had been bullied and attacked for having such a quirk, and not only that, laws were in place that stopped him from using his quirk as it became seen as theft. The boy soon began to isolate himself, rarely speaking to people and even taking up habits such as spray painting and smoking cigarettes. His lungs beat med, it's not like he cared. He already had ingested enough smoke from some blonde BSTRD that was his #1 tormentor. Explosions honestly caused the boy stress, but in this hero-filled society it was like common ground to see or hear an explosion. Despite all the odds against him, the boy had an ambition, a dream to become a pro-hero like those he'd admired for years. All Might, who was his biggest idol, was someone he aspired to be. Someone he always wanted to be like. He was the #1 hero in Japan, and many looked up to him as his feats as a hero were nearly unheard of for other people. It really seemed like he could do it all. Hence why the boy was tagging an All Might billboard at that very moment. The boy was spraying over it with his own mural. It looked as if he was making All Might into two falcons fighting for dominance. One red and one blue. They were fighting for what justice they believed in. It was quite symbolic of society. He had just gotten out of school and spotted this billboard. Of course he just had to tag it. The boy rolled up the sleeves to his hoodie, revealing a tattoo he had received at a party one year. It happened too quickly for him to remember, but it was something he cherished deeply. It held special meaning to him. If art is a crime, then just dash, the boy said, beginning to talk to himself before hearing a loud thud behind him. He quickly whipped around to see All Might himself standing behind him and smoking. The two locked eyes, and Izuku was bewildered. Was he here to stop him, or was it something else? Why was All Might even here in Shizuoka? All Might began to speak before a cloud of smoke consumed him, and suddenly the smoke began to pool off the side of the building. That was odd. The man that was left was scrawny and looked sickly. Surely this couldn't be All Might, could it? The All Might? Izuku questioned, baffled at the fact his lifelong hero secretly looked like this. The man coughed up blood and cleared his throat roughly. He looked horrible. Yeah, he said, looking at Izuku's mural behind him. So you're the guy painting over all my billboards. Izuku flinched, but nodded sheepishly. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just such a huge fan, and I can't really help myself. All Might chuckled. Well, how's about this? I won't expose your identity, and you won't expose me as I am. He offered. The deal was acceptable as that way they both got what they wanted. Oh yeah, of course. Though, could I get an autograph? He questioned, pulling out a notebook from his backpack and handing it to the blonde-haired man. The man quickly signed the boy's notebook and handed it back before waving to the boy. He walked off, but Izuku had one more question on his mind. All Might had begun to descend the stairs off of the roof, and Izuku ran to catch up with him. Wait, All Might. Can someone like me who has a copy quirk become a hero? He asked, standing at the top of the staircase All Might had started to descend from. Someone who doesn't have a quirk of his own? All Might turned and smiled at the boy. He gave a thumbs up. You can become a hero through much effort. All you have to do is give it your all. Izuku smirked and pumped his fist. He could do it, he could really become a hero. All Might soon disappeared, smiling at new generation's ambitions. There would definitely be a grand generation of heroes after him. All right, time to get this villain to the police. All Might thought, reaching for the bottle that held the smoke villain. He soon realized that the bottle had burst open. The villain had escaped. All Might then began to rush down the stairs. He needed to find the villain and fast. Sheet. Izuku had parkoured his way down the building he was on and began his walk back home. He smiled as he was finally able to defy the odds. His idol had told him he too could become a hero. Take that, explosion boy. Izuku noticed up ahead that there was a huge cloud of smoke on the route he took home. That's odd, he thought as he wandered straight through the smoke. It was lucky that he memorized the path that led to his home. He wasn't going to let a little fog stop him. Besides, it's not the first time the guy has ingested smoke. The boy heard a nearby explosion and rushed to the scene. Perhaps he'd get to see some heroes in action. However, what he saw in that smoke cloud was an image that would haunt him for years. Izuku's childhood friend was being suffocated by the smoke. It looked as though the villain was trying to insert themselves into the boy's orifices forcefully. The boy started to go limp, and Izuku knew instinctively that he needed to act. Quit struggling, kid. I just need to borrow your body for a while. The woman shouted, binding the boy in a cloud of smoke as she tried to insert her smoke form into the boy. Izuku and the blonde, named Katsuki Bakugu, locked eyes, and it was then that Izuku saw pure fear in the boy's eyes. Something he had never seen before in the boy. Without even thinking, Izuku ran into the struggle and tackled the villain to the ground. He had unconsciously activated his quirk as the smoke began to revolve around the boy. It was being absorbed by him. I won't let you kill Kaken. He shouted out as flashes of the villain's life began to rush into the boy's mind. Don't get the satisfaction. Soon both of them collapsed, Izuku looking throughout the villain's life as if it were a monologue. He began to see visions of the villain's life, peering through everything they've experienced in their life. Kumo Kamuri was a petty criminal who had been in jail multiple times, always achieving escape and mothering a daughter under unknown circumstances. She was unstoppable with her quirk and committed even more crimes until her criminal acts caught up with her. She was taken to jail, separated from her daughter. The restraints she was forced to wear to keep her from using her powers made it impossible for her to feed, dress, or even clean herself, effectively stripping her of all of her dignity. When she was being transported into military custody, she smuggled in a paper clip which she used to initiate her escape. Before she had come to encounter All Might and was trapped once again. Until Izuku Midoriya discovered All Might. In that big puff of smoke when he transformed back to his skinny form, she made an escape. She must have hid in that smoke from All Might's transformation. Izuku and Kamuri soon woke and rose to their feet. Kamuri stared at the boy in awe. She had seen him while she was unconscious. What the hell? I saw you digging around in my brain. The woman shouted at Izuku, crawling away from him. He simply looked at her dazed and confused. Me? I thought that was you. He shouted in response. He brought himself to his feet and got into a boxer stance. It was your basic UFC fighting style, but it would have to do. It was the style he learned to defend himself against the gang members he would constantly have run-ins with. Izuku was never around a good group of people aside from his very kind mother. Those gang members were the ones that had gotten the kid his tattoo, against Izuku's better judgment of course. His form was shaky, be it by fear or hitting the ground as hard as he did when he fainted. He definitely was feeling the brunt of his quirk. He wasn't at his best, and yet he persevered. Just stay away from me, kid. I don't want to hurt anyone. The woman shouted, making a dash away from Izuku. Izuku had taken a step forward only to dash forward as smoke and nearly fell to the ground. What the hell? He shouted in pure fear. Was this his quirk? He had taken the villain's quirk. Was he a villain now? His hands had emanated with smoke and the boy stared at his newfound ability. He had smoke conduction now, and it left him feeling like he could breathe normally again. Those cigarettes must not affect him now. There was no time for that, however. He needed to stop that villain from attacking anyone else. Izuku smoke dashed through the clouded street, searching for the villain. He eventually found her hiding inside of a shop. She had been taking a few bucks from the cash register. She must have needed the money to make an escape to another country if she were going to flee the scene. You need to get out of here. I'm just trying to get away from Dash, the woman stated, before pausing abruptly and staring at a tall figure behind Izuku. Izuku gave a confused glance to the woman before turning around and seeing All Might standing there. Good job finding the villain, kid. I saw what had happened back there. All Might said, taking a step towards the villain. Kamuri blasted the two people before her by shooting a cinder missile at their feet. The bomb exploded on impact, and All Might rushed to cover the boy with his body and protect him. All Might and the boy were blasted outside of the store, and the woman dashed past them, going back to finding a place to hide. Quit following me, she shouted as she vanished in the smoke surrounding them. Her voice echoed, and Izuku couldn't tell if that was from him hitting his head or her just being able to do that. No. She's getting away. Izuku thought as he dashed after them. All Might got up and ran with Izuku as the two of them searched for the villain. He eventually got a hold of the boy. He was still dazed after that explosion. In fact, both of the men there were, but All Might had limited time. He needed to get this boy to safety and capture the villain. Kid, it's too dangerous for you to be here. You have to find somewhere safe to hide. All Might stated, pointing the boy in a direction outside of this smoke cloud. Izuku shook his head. I need to help you, All Might. That villain, I have their quirk. He exclaimed. I might be able to help. Wait, that's it. Izuku stated before raising his arm into the sky. All Might looked at the boy, confused. What the hell was he up to? He needed to get out of here ASAP. It wasn't safe for a young kid like him. Kid, what are you Dash? All Might stated before the smoke around them began to be absorbed by the boy's raised hand. The kid was clearing the area of the smoke. All Might could now see where he was going and attack the villain without any casualties. This kid. All Might thought as he scanned their perimeter, finding the villain making a dash for a nearby air vent. They must have been heading for the rooftops. Izuku quickly copied their move from before and collected the smoke he had absorbed into his palm. He held the makeshift bomb in his hand and threw it at the vent. He had effectively destroyed it and knocked the villain to the ground, though the explosive was considerably weaker than the woman's initial attack. All Might then rushed to the villain and administered a quick chop to her neck, incapacitating her and saving the day. He wasn't the hero of today. That goes to the young green-haired kid. His problem-solving skills, and being able to copy that woman's power like that. He just might have what it takes. The number one here was here for a purpose, and it seemed that he had found what he was looking for in a young boy named Izuku Midoriya. Perhaps All Might should pay a visit to this boy later. I guess I have a smoke quirk now, the boy said, lighting a cigarette that he had put into his mouth. The quirk actually made him invulnerable to the damage of smoke, so now he could go at it as much as he wanted. He sighed and blew out a puff of smoke. Maybe with this he could be a hero? No, the quirk was way too weak in his hands. He didn't have the same amount of power as the woman from before. Though maybe with training he could get somewhere, and save people like he had today. Even after going on and playing hero though, and saving lives along with All Might, and even saving his childhood bully, he was scolded for his actions. Treated as if he was a vigilante. Izuku sighed and adjusted his beanie. He had fled the scene before his blonde friend had woken up, as he didn't need to deal with his rage. Though this is just how things were going to be for the boy. An endless cycle of being shunned like this. Figured, you gonna keep ignoring me? A deep voice called, drawing the boy's attention back to reality. He swiveled around to see All Might in his skinny form staring at him expectantly. All Might? What are you doing here? Are you here to scold me too? Izuku questioned, throwing his cigarette to the ground and stepping on it. What did the number one need with him? I have a proposition for you. One that might change your life. He stated, holding a hand out to the boy. Izuku quirked a brow at the man. What was he talking about? All Might then began to explain his quirk, and how he wanted to pass it on to Izuku. All Might had a quirk by the name of One for All that can be transferred to other users, and caused a massive power-up in his quirks. Are you serious? You, All Might, are giving me your quirk? Izuku shouted in confusion. He had to process this for a moment. Quirks could be passed down? What the actual hell? I know it's a lot to take in at first, but I deem you worthy to inherit my power. I want you to carry on my legacy. That is, if you're willing. All Might questioned. Izuku grinned and took the number one's hand, shaking it with a firm grip. I'm more than willing. You just offered to make my dream come true, Izuku said, before releasing the man's hand. How could I turn you down? All Might smiled. That was just the answer I was looking for. Your enthusiasm shows great promise. Will train you to be the perfect holder of my quirk. I will train you so that you can become the next number one. Think you're up to the task, my boy? Izuku nodded and pulled out a new cigarette, lighting it with the heat from his smoke quirk. Of course, though it probably won't be easy to put up with my habit here. I think it just comes with the smoke quirk. However, I'll do my very best to live up to your expectations. The boy then exhaled a puff of smoke. Just don't think you can control me. I'm a bit of a free-spirited person, you know? All Might chuckled and hummed in response. The two then discussed details of meeting up for training before the UA entrance exam and exchanged contact info. That gives me an idea of an art piece. All Might passes on the mantle to the next generation of heroes. I might have to do that tomorrow. Izuku thought as he entered his home. His mother was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone out for groceries. He had to extinguish his cigarettes before he got close to his home. He didn't need to get caught again. His mother had actually become aware of his habits after finding out about his tattoo. She was obviously less than pleased, but was more just worried for her son as she knew of his standing in society. He was outcast by everyone, even his father, and she was of no help. Or at least that was how she felt. Izuku saw his mother as the best thing in his life, as she was always there for him, no matter what was happening. She was the only one not to leave him. The boy entered his room and plopped his bag down on the ground. He exhaled and walked out to his balcony and activated the smoke quirk in his hand. He would make this quirk more powerful in due time. Perhaps with training he could master it. Create new moves. He'd have to wait until tomorrow. Hello everyone, this is Micromanaged with a new fanfic. This is a MHAxInfamous Second Son story, which I hope you guys will enjoy. Yes, it will include Izujirou. I've included a character to replicate the smoke conduit from Second Son, Hank. Their pasts are similar, but they will be counted as two different people. I'm unsure of if I want to add conduits as a thing, but I might later on. Anyways, again, I hope you guys enjoy this new fanfic and I'll see you all later on. Please leave reviews and tell me what you think of it so far. So, how many quirks have you obtained in your lifetime? I'm sure you must have plenty in your arsenal. All Might questioned as the two of them walked down to the trash-filled beach. Municipal Beach. It used to be quite the tourist attraction until companies started dumping their garbage here illegally. Now the coastline was filled with huge piles of garbage and old appliances. Just the smoke quirk. Laws are in place that stopped me from copying other people's quirks. Plus I got bullied for it a lot. Izuku responded as he exhaled a puff of smoke from his cigarette. All Might's sweat dropped. That meant they only had smoke to work with. Well, you seem plenty fit on your own. Luckily I was able to create a workout regimen with your body type in mind. It even includes your eating and sleep habits. You might even be able to knock out the training in a few months' time, which gives us more time to perfect that smoke quirk of yours, and, could you stop blowing smoke in my face? All Might explained, before getting cut off by Izuku blowing out a puff of smoke in the man's face. Izuku chuckled and apologized before looking over the paper that held his workout regimen. It was well formulated, and might even make him more agile than he is now. The boy did have a good figure. He obtained it through the constant cardio he'd have to go through from running away from thugs, and parkouring around the rooftops of Shizuoka. If anything, him having such a good figure was something he was proud of. Alright, let's see here. Push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice. Perfect. Oh, and there's even some calisthenics. The boy thought while skimming over the plan. All Might noticed the small smirk that appeared on the boy's face. Leave it to the number one to know how to work out. I'll do my best, sir, he exclaimed, amazement laced in his voice. All Might smiled and pointed off into the sunrise. By the end of this month, I believe you can clear this coast, young Midoriya. And when you finish you will be the perfect vessel for one for all. All Might then turned and pointed to Izuku. This is your last chance to back out if you're unsure, so I'll ask you again. Do you think you're up to the task to inherit my quirk, my boy? Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. I won't let you down, he exclaimed. All Might smiled at the boy's determination. All Might then pointed to the piles of garbage. Good. Now get lifting, he stated, causing Izuku's face to pale. Was he serious right now? The boy peered over to the mountainous heaps of garbage that laid before him. He turned back over to All Might and gave him a look of questioning. Was he really serious about this? Some of these things weighed nearly as much as All Might, and he expected him, Izuku Midoriya, to lift up all of these appliances and do what with them? Carry them elsewhere? Where was he supposed to put all of this stuff? Izuku's face turned to one of fear of what's to come. Maybe he had misheard the hero? Right? See, could you repeat that? Izuku laid, sprawled out in the sand. He was gasping for air, and his arms were hurting from lifting all that garbage to and fro. He admired All Might, but goddamn was he an intense personal trainer. I guess I'm not as tough as I thought, the boy said in between breaths. Then a large shadowy figure loomed over him. It was All Might in his muscle form. It may be tough, but you did good today, kid. You'll be making steady progress in no time, he encouraged, causing the greenette to chuckle. This guy was the epitome of hard work and dedication. You've got it, sir, he said, raising a shaky fist into the air. Now could you help me up? I can't get up on my own. All Might yanked the boy up to his feet with ease, and Izuku had trouble regaining his balance. He was able to stand eventually, and soon pulled out his phone as he noticed that the sun was setting. Well, I better get going. It's gonna be getting late soon, and I have a date with a billboard nearby, Izuku stated, walking towards the stairs of the beach. All Might nodded and waved the boy off, returning to his skinny form. Izuku walked home to have a quick shower and to change back into his streetwear. It was more like the outfit he wore when he went out as his persona. Due to the boy's signature signs of spray painting All Might billboards, he had gathered a bit of a following on the internet. So, every time he tagged a billboard or an empty wall, he would take a photo and post it online. He became known as the Might, and he even began creating time-lapse videos of his work. Luckily, he kept himself masked by his protective respirator from the fumes of the spray paint, but people can get deep into investigation. Honestly, Izuku had no idea how no one had figured out his identity by now, but he was glad he could hide himself freely and do his art without getting caught. And it allowed him to have a bit of a following as well. It made him pretty happy. The boy stood at the edge of a rooftop, another building a few feet in front of him. It wasn't within jumping distance, however, it was within smoke dash distance. The boy took a few steps back and prepared himself for this. Izuku then ran and leaped off the roof, smoke dashing from rooftop to rooftop, smiling as the realization set in that his getaways would be a lot easier from now on. The boy eventually made it to his desired rooftop. It was a small music store with a billboard that had advertised a deal for a special purple bass, signed by the lead singer for Deep Dope. It was a popular rock band if Izuku's memory served right. He had actually wanted to check out their music a few days ago, but he had to focus on his task at hand. Alright, let's see. The boy thought, pulling cardboard and a box cutter out of his backpack. The bag was full of the stuff, as well as a huge arsenal of spray cans. Keep in mind it was a large cargo backpack. Luckily it was night, and not many people were around at the moment, so no one could hear him ruffling around in his bag. He began to cut his stencil out of the cardboard. It was going to be his signature battling falcons with all might looming over them. This was all planned to fit onto the bass guitar on the billboard, and it was coming together quite well. Unluckily for him, there was a certain someone who noticed a figure on top of the music store. It was a purple-haired girl who had returned to the gym after exercising for some time. She had been training to become a hero after being in cram school to prepare for the entrance exam's written test. On her walk back home, she noticed a tall, dark figure on top of one of her favorite music stores. It had a collection of CDs and instruments that she enjoyed perusing from time to time, and it seemed there was either a maintenance man on the roof, or it was some thug. Unfortunately for her it was neither, as her favorite artist online began taping up a stencil to the billboard. It was the Might. She couldn't believe her eyes. She just got front row seats to see him in action. The girl looked around the side of the building and found a ladder up to the rooftop. She wasn't going to miss this opportunity to talk to him, maybe even be the first person to see his face. When the girl reached the rooftop, the boy was already gone, and the billboard had already been tagged. Had he heard her? She then turned back around to the ladder to see words in smoke floating before her. "Don't follow your idols," it read, leaving the girl completely shocked. He knew she was there, and even was able to finish his art in time before she even got the chance to see him. How was he this good at escaping? Did he have a quirk related to smoke? Izuku sighed in relief from a rooftop a few ways away from the girl. She had nearly caught him, and that wouldn't have been a good look for him. Luckily for him, he was still able to get a photo of his art for his page online. The boy smiled as he watched the girl climb back down the ladder. She was cute, but he couldn't risk her finding out about him. It wouldn't be a good look for him online, nor for him trying to be a hero. He couldn't get caught, but when has he ever? The boy Smoke dashed away back to his apartment. Unluckily for him, however, his mother was home. He entered his home to see his short mother standing before him, arms crossed. She was not happy. "Izuku, I'm sure you know what time it is?" she questioned, as her son removed his shoes. He sighed and nodded. He needed an excuse. Luckily, he had a good alibi. "Mom, you know I have to train to get into you," he stated, standing before her. She still gave her son an angry look, but she couldn't hold it for long as her naturally worried expression appeared once again. She really was too motherly. "I know, but try to come home a bit earlier next time, okay? I was really worried about you, Izuku," she pleaded. She had always begged her son to be safe and to come home at a reasonable time, and he usually listened, but he couldn't help himself sometimes. He'd always have the urge to sneak out and be reckless. "I will, Mom. Don't worry," he said, giving his mother a short hug. "Now what's for dinner? I'm starving." Inko sighed. He never changed, nor would he ever. For the next 3 months, Izuku began to do muscle training by lifting the heavy appliances and other garbage off of the beach. His body began to grow in ways he would never expect it to. First up, his build changed. All that intense lifting and dieting caused the boy to grow more defined muscles. He only noticed after stepping out of the shower one day, but he seemed to have rippling muscles. Next is that he grew a few inches taller, and while it was nothing major, it did help that he was now taller than his childhood bully, Katsuki Bakugo. Even if only by 2 inches. Finally, Izuku's smoke quirk seemed to have strengthened along with his body, as he could now output more smoke than before. His smoke dash could now traverse longer distances, and he could fire smaller smoke shots out of his hands, though they were still quite weak. Izuku stood at the top of a nearby gazebo at the beach, his shirt off, and he was dripping in sweat. All Might had arrived to witness the spectacle of the boy's transformation. The man looked around the coastline of the beach, and all of the trash had been cleared. He then looked back to Izuku, and his excitement burst forth. "Oh my goodness!" the man exclaimed in pure awe, transforming into his muscle form. How did the boy manage to complete all of this in such a short amount of time? Izuku pulled out a cigarette and popped it into his mouth, lighting it with his smoke quirk. He inhaled and blew out a puff of smoke, before turning to All Might. The boy smiled at the man. It was a smile of gratitude for all the man has done for him. Hard work and dedication pays off, right? He questioned, jumping down from the gazebo. He then made his way over to All Might, who patted him on the back for his efforts. The boy had done good, and it was now that All Might had casted aside any doubts that the boy could do it. He was perfect for this. "Indeed it does, my boy. But now that you've completed this, I think it's time I bestow unto you one for all." All Might stated, turning the boy so that the two of them were locked eye to eye. All Might's expression was purely serious, and Izuku went to stomp out his cigarette. He needed to get serious as well. "It's time for your reward for all of this hard work," the man stated, plucking a strand of hair from his head. Izuku quirked a brow but continued to listen to what the man had to say. "This was something I was once told. Something you receive because you're lucky, and something you are given because you are recognized are different in essence." The man quotes. Izuku nods, allowing the man to continue. Eat this." Izuku froze, and looked up at the man as he held out a strand of his hair. He looked back up at the man, and then down to the hair in his hand. He scowled. "You must be out of your mind," he exclaimed, pushing the man's hand away. "Is this some sick FTSH?" All Might's sweat dropped and shook his head. No. You need my DNA to obtain the quirk, and this is the least gross option. It doesn't matter as long as it's DNA, but I don't think you'd want to ingest my blood or something." Izuku sighed and took the hair from the mane. He gulped before plugging his nose and swallowing the man's hair, gagging as he did so. This was so gross. The boy groaned. He then turned to All Might and glared at him. The man simply reverted to his skinnier form and scratched the back of his head. "How long until it takes effect?" "It should be nearly instant. Try shooting some smoke out of your hand," All Might instructed, pointing off at the ocean. Izuku held a hand out, and braced himself as he fired out one of his smoke shots. The smoke shot out of the boy's hand, knocking the boy back into his mentor's chest. The two of them looked onward as the blast flew straight into the water, causing it to splash up into the air. Izuku and All Might stared in amazement at the increase of power from Izuku's smoke. "W.O." Izuku exclaimed, peering down at his hand. His smoke seemed much more volatile, and was now emanating a brighter cinder orange. "That's amazing." The boy's excitement was a surprise to All Might as he began firing off smoke shots into the water repeatedly. It seemed he was getting used to it. "It surely is, my boy. But now for the next few months we'll be practicing perfecting that quirk of yours. Maybe even get you some new moves in the process. How's that sound?" All Might questioned, as Izuku made his way back over to the man. He nodded as his eyes were filled with determination. "Let's do this." Chapter 3, The Exam. A bright light shone into a green-haired boy's room, waking him from his slumber. It had been 7 months since that fateful day of Izuku's receival of One for All. He had trained his butt off and gained a better control of his smoke quirk. He had become a lot stronger with using it. The boy groaned as he sat up from his position. It was the day of the entrance exam. The day he had been training for months. The boy's room was filled with the smell of a fireplace, something his mother complained about recently. Izuku had begun to smell like smoked wood, and while not unpleasant, it wasn't always a desired smell from people. Oh well, SCKS for them. Izuku stood from his bed and headed for the shower. He had no time to waste. Izuku stepped outside of his room to see her already in the kitchen, preparing her son a good breakfast so that he can have a good start to the day. He had a big exam ahead of him, and he had to make sure to start the day right so he could give it his all. After his shower, the boy dressed himself in his usual comfy clothes before sitting at the dining room table, his mother joining him soon after. She smiled at her son who had begun devouring his meal. He was going to take a step towards his dream. She couldn't be prouder. The two ate in a comfortable silence, before it was time for Izuku to go. He sat down at the entrance of their apartment and began to put on his red high tops. "Izuku, before you go," Inko called, grabbing her son's attention. The short woman stood behind him as he turned his head to face her. "Give it you all. You can do it." Izuku smirked and gave his mother a thumbs up before running out of the door. He now had his mother's faith with him, along with all mights. He couldn't let them down. Izuku blew out a puff of smoke as he walked onto the campus of UA. There were loads of other kids staring at him and whispering amongst themselves. He sighed and glared at them. There wasn't any time for this. Shouldn't these people be focusing on themselves? They have an exam to take, for Christ's sake. Izuku then noticed a girl trip in front of him and instinctively reached out to catch her. He was successful in this task as he gripped onto her arm and pulled her back up to her feet. She should be more careful, yet the girl looked oddly familiar. The girl had onyx eyes and dark purple hair. She was definitely quite short and petite, yet her rocker look really appealed to Izuku. She had jacks dangling from her earlobes, meaning she had a mutant quirk. She looked badass and yet beautiful. She's a cute girl, he had to admit. Would be bad luck if you fell, right? Be more careful next time, Izuku advised as he released the girl from his grip. She scratched the back of her head and nodded. Such a hot guy was talking to her. Holy crap, he's hot, she thought as she watched Izuku stomp out his cigarette. She had stared at the boy, which caused him to give her a questioning expression and wave his hand in front of her face. She quickly snapped back into reality. "Oh, sorry. Thanks for saving me back there," she said, blushing as she just stared at the guy for like a solid 2 minutes. He must think she's a creep now. Right. Well, I'll be seeing you. He trailed off, implying that she give him her name. The girl looked at him confused for a second before understanding what he was asking for. "Oh, I'm Izujirou. Nice to meet you," she stated, bowing slightly as she introduced herself. She didn't know why she did, but this guy emanated an energy of pure power and superiority. It was honestly really frightening, yet intriguing at the same time. "Jirou, good luck on your exam. I hope you pass, you're really cute," Izuku stated, waving to her as he walked off. The girl waved in return shyly as he made his way off. He was a really nice guy, but she could tell there was a lot to him. Wait, did he just call me cute? Izuku sighed as he sat in this lecture. Beside him sat Katsuki Bakugu. The two of them were sitting in the same position with their feet up on the desk. What's with this DMN copycat? The two of them thought simultaneously while glaring at one another. Then a tall blue-haired kid with glasses shot up with his hands raised. "Sir, excuse my interruption, but these two are being very disrespectful. They have their feet on the desk. And you." He then pointed his entire hand to Izuku, causing the boy to roll his eyes. "Here we go. You were smoking earlier. That is very damaging to your lungs and those around you. Please refrain from smoking in this prestigious school," he scolded, causing Izuku to sigh and stand up. He scowled at the boy as smoke began to emanate from his body. "It's a part of my quirk. Right off 4 eyes," he started, threatening the boy with his gaze alone, before sitting down. Ida was going to say more, but the boy's piercing gaze made him shut his mouth real quick. Present Mike then cleared his throat to gather the students' attention once more, continuing his instructions of the exam. Kyuka, who was witness to the scene, could have sworn that that smoke quirk was familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It's like she had seen it before. They then took the written test and headed for the field to take the physical part of the test. As the students gathered outside, Izuku lit a cigarette with his hand, looking around at his competition. There were an abundance of students, but Izuku was able to spot that Jirou girl from earlier. He was going to walk over to say hello, but again, 4 eyes appeared once again. Izuku sighed and glared as the boy stood over him. What was his deal? Does he have a KNK for bothering people? Don't distract others from focusing on their exam. He instructed. Izuku sighed and blew out a puff of smoke into the boy's face, causing him to cough violently. Izuku then walked straight into the testing ground ahead of everyone else. His smoke dashed away from everyone, and the students began hearing metal clanging and destruction. He's got the right idea. In a real fight, you shouldn't wait for a buzzer. Get going, young listeners. Present Mike informed, causing all of the students to begin rushing into the testing grounds. Izuku had already amassed 5 points, and counting. He began firing cinder missiles around at the nearby 3-pointers, soon gathering a total of 40 villain points. At least he was keeping up with the others. Maybe even excelling among the group of students. Alright, what's next? The boy thought, smoke dashing through a vent and appearing on the roof of a building. He peered onward and noticed the giant 0-pointer in the distance. Bingo! He exclaimed, smoke dashing onto the next roof. He made his way over to the area that the 0-pointer loomed over and noticed it rolling towards a crowd of students. He watched as all of them ran off, but he began to hear a faint cry for help. He scanned the area to see the Jirou girl from before trapped beneath the rubble. Izuku leapt off the building, slowly gliding down to break his fall. A trick he learned he could do using smoke propulsion. He then sprinted over to Jirou. Jirou, you're gonna be fine. I'll get you out of here, he stated, attempting to lift the rubble. It was no use, he was strong but not that strong. He could try and shoot it, but the blast would probably injure her and he couldn't risk that. Jirou had gotten trapped in the rubble as the robot began rolling its way through buildings, knocking rubble onto her leg as she tried to run from it. Unfortunately for her, her earphones were out of commission as well as they were squashed beneath a rock, becoming immobile. Izuku had hated to use this quirk, but at this point he had no choice. It was way too weak on its own and only became weaker when he used it, but perhaps with the power-up from One for All he could lift the rock. The boy took a few steps back and held his hand out. He closed his eyes and began to focus. Jirou gazed at him in confusion before feeling the rocks begin to be lifted off of her. Did this guy have 2 quirks or something? Izuku was definitely beginning to strain himself as his brain pulsed with a headache. The 0-pointer was fast approaching and they had not time left. Luckily, Jirou was able to crawl her way out of the rubble. Thank you, the girl said, flopping onto the concrete beneath her. Izuku exhaled as he dropped the rubble. He had used his mother's quirk. It was so weak before that he never even bothered to have used it, though now it definitely did save this girl's life. He guessed the rubble was small enough to be gravitated towards him and off of the girl. The specifics weren't important right now. He had a 0-pointer to take out. He never counted his mother's quirk as one he could use effectively anyways. It was too weak. It also gave him a splitting headache. Izuku looked over to Jirou. She couldn't walk in her state, so the only option was to take that thing out. Luckily, the boy had something in store for this. Izuku cracked his neck and sprinted towards the robot without a second thought. As soon as he reached the robot's wheels, he blasted off into the sky, disappearing into 3 separate tufts of smoke before reforming in the sky. He smirked and began charging his smoke into his hands as he began falling towards the massive robot. Unknown to him, he had unconsciously activated One for All, which made the impact that much stronger. Orbital drop. Izuku shouted, slamming into the robot with his fully charged smoke and dispersing into smoke himself to stop the impact from damaging him. The robot had been indented at the top of its head at the impact and began to explode from the inside out as the heat and smoke began to cause the electronics inside of the robot to malfunction. Izuku reappeared at the foot of the robot and was brought to one knee due to exhaustion. Kyuka had hopped over to the boy on one foot and caught him before he hit the ground. He glanced up at her. He was panting in exhaustion as that really took a lot out of the boy. He could only do that move once, and it was because of the after effects. Izuku spat out his cigarette onto the concrete and slammed it with his hand, before turning back to her. It'd be bad luck if you fell, right? She questioned, chuckling at the usage of Izuku's words. Izuku smirked, before slumping in the girl's arms. He was too tired to hold himself up. The buzzer signaling the end of the test then went off, and all students exhaled as it was now over. Kyuka looked onward as a petite woman made her way over to her. If she remembered correctly, it was the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. "Let me see you and the boy, dearie," the woman stated, instructing the girl to put the boy down on his back. Recovery Girl made her way over to Izuku and reached a hand out to him. Izuku swatted Recovery Girl away and pointed to Jirou. "She's injured, not me," he stated, bringing himself to his feet. Jirou stared at the boy in amazement. She could tell this guy was going to be a great hero someday. He had power and heroics on lockdown. Though his morals probably needed a bit of work. He was a smoker. "What's your name?" Jirou questioned as Recovery Girl finished healing her up. She was lucky nothing was broken, but her Jax definitely needed that healing kiss. "Izuku Midoriya," the boy said, removing his beanie and running a hand through his hair. The girl noticed that his hair was really cute and curly, but that beanie did a pretty good job of hiding it. Jirou rose to her feet and held a hand out to the boy. He took it and was yanked to his feet, but Jirou didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she shook it. "Thanks for saving me, Midoriya." Izuku stood at his desk and stared at the letter laid upon it. He paced in front of it, as if he was fearful he had failed the exam. He went out of his way to save Jirou, but would the 40 villain points be enough? "Arg!" he screamed in frustration, grabbing the envelope and ripping it open. His rough display left a small disc to fall out of the envelope and onto his desk. Suddenly a hologram projection appeared before the boy, and there stood All Might? What was he doing there? And why was he wearing that ridiculous suit? "Hello, young Midoriya. You must be surprised to see me here. I'm here to inform you of some things, so get comfortable as it is quite a lot." All Might's voice boomed over the video feed. Izuku sat down in his desk chair as he stared at the projection intensely. "First things first, I'm going to be a teacher at UA. I want to help mold the heroes of the future, and my first step towards that was with you, my boy," he stated, before pulling out a remote and pressing a button on it. Suddenly a small screen was shown on the video. It was the leaderboards of the entrance exam. "Congratulations, young Midoriya. You have excelled and scored in first place for the entrance exam. You saved that young girl's life and managed to take out the 0-pointer, both feats that prove that you are a hero. You had scored 60 hero points, making your total score 100 points. All Might congratulated, before pressing the same button as before and making the leaderboard go away. "Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia." Izuku couldn't believe his ears. He made first place? The boy became overjoyed and began to smile wider than ever before. "Take that, you shitty hothead," he screamed, causing his mother to smile, despite the fact her son was cursing up a storm. Her son had finally made his dream come true. He was on his way to be a hero. This was a new kind of excitement for Izuku. He had usually lived his life with nothing more than despair as he was shunned and treated horribly for the entirety of his life. But look at him now. "Look at me now," Izuku said, leaning back in his desk chair. He smirked and grabbed his bag from beside his desk. It was full of his art supplies, and he needed some way to get rid of all of this energy. He ran over to his sliding door that led to the balcony before leaping off of the guardrail and smoke dashing to a nearby building. He gripped onto the edge of the roof and climbed his way up. The boy dashed around the rooftops, searching for the perfect area to spray paint. Eventually he had found himself at Municipal Beach, staring at the wall that elevated the parking lot from the beach. The boy taped up some stencils of his latest piece and pulled out a few cans of paint, shaking them as he made his way over to the stencil. The boy had painted a big smoke cloud and used graffiti letters to spell out the word, smoked, with a cigarette on the ground creating the cloud. The boy then pulled out a cigarette as his painting had been finished. He smiled and stared at it as the sun began to set behind him. The boy then heard someone call his moniker. You're the mite. It was Jirou. She was running towards him really fast. Was she a fan of his? God damn it, his cover might be blown at this point. The boy strapped his backpack on, but allowed the girl to reach him. She stopped right in front of him and began to pant. Did she live around here? How did he not notice her before if she was from Shizuoka? I'm a huge fan of yours, she stated, standing up straight. Of course she was a fan. Can I get your autograph? I love your art a lot. It seemed she couldn't recognize him because of his respirator. That was really lucky actually, but perhaps he could use this to get to know more about the girl. He nodded, agreeing to her request, though being cautious not to speak so she can't recognize his voice. The boy reached into his backpack and pulled out some spare markers that he had, as well as a spiral notebook. He wrote down his moniker, along with a cheesy heart next to it, and ripped out the paper, handing it to the girl. Oh, thanks so much, she said, looking at his signature. Wait, was that a heart? Was he flirting with her? She looked up to peer at his face, but before she could get the chance he had disappeared. The girl looked around the area, but the mite was nowhere to be found. She then spotted an empty cigarette box on the ground near the boy's painting he had just finished. It was the same brand that she saw Izuku smoking? Was Midoriya the mite? No, he couldn't be. Could he? The girl questioned, looking up at the painting. She pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of it. With her interrupting, he might not have gotten the chance to take a picture and post it online. She'd just have to send it to his Instagram or something. At least she got his autograph. Let's see. There it is. Izuku thought, as he found the large door labeled with his class's name. The boy slammed the sliding door open, and was met with Bakugo getting berated by that four-eyed JRK from his entrance exam. Heh, he said, pointing and laughing at the two of them bickering. Unfortunately for him, Ida noticed him next and began to dash over. God damn it, why couldn't he catch a break? You're the boy from the exam. You saved that girl's life. As if you knew there was more to the dash, he began to shout, before Izuku groaned in annoyance and covered his ears. It was too early for this. Listen, I don't care what you have to say right now. He started adjusting his beanie. It might have been against the dress code, but it's not like they could stop him. What's your name? It's Tenya Ida. Nice to meet you, he introduced, holding a hand out for a handshake. Izuku shook the boy's hand, crushing his hand with his grip without knowing, which caused the boy to wince in pain. Oh, sorry. Nice to meet you, Ida. I'm Izuku Midori dash, he started before being interrupted by a voice from behind him. Oh, Midoriya. You got in, that's great. It was Kyukajiro, the girl he had saved during the exam. She smiled up at him. Did he get taller since the last time she had seen him? He actually hadn't grown at all. Kyuko was just thinking about when he was crouched down on the ground during the entrance exam. Yeah, it's good to see you got in as well, Jirou. I was really hoping a cute girl like you wouldn't be casted aside by the school, Izuku stated, causing the girl to blush. She jacked him in the neck with her jacks and caused the boy to be brought to one knee as it hurt a lot. You're really gonna make me lose all respect for you, she said, before bursting out laughing as he began to play dead like a dog. That hurts, you know? I'm dead now. You've killed me, he exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart dramatically. Kyuka continued to laugh at the boy's idiotic display until a voice was heard from behind them. If you two are going to flirt, then get out. We've got business to take care of, a gruff voice said from behind them. The group turned around to see someone who resembled a homeless man in a yellow sleeping bag. Yet he was also oddly familiar to Izuku. The man then unzipped his sleeping bag and stood before them. He stood at 6 feet and towered over the group before him. The students soon rushed to their seats. Izuku was seated behind Kyuka. The man walked into the classroom and reached into his sleeping bag. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Change into your gym uniforms and meet me outside. Be quick about it and don't waste my time, he instructed, pulling out the UA gym uniform. It seemed as though the man was getting right into the lessons and completely disregarded the orientation. Not like Izuku even wanted to participate in that anyways. The class headed to the changing rooms, and as soon as the boy had removed his shirt, everyone had gotten a look at the boy's scars. He sighed as he felt the eyes on him and pulled out his pack of cigarettes, pocketing them into his gym uniform. It was like people had never seen scars before. "Quit staring," the boy said, turning to the other guys in the class. The guys in the class soon went back to what they were doing, but Bakugo glared at the boy even harder. Midoriya then put his gym uniform's jacket on and closed his locker, as the guys in the class watched him pop a cigarette into his mouth and walk out. Bakugo scowled at the boy. This demon copycat's got no chance here. As soon as the boy stepped out of the locker room, he lit his cigarette and was met face to face with the girls of the class, and Aizawa all staring at him with a cigarette in his mouth. Aizawa yawned, seemingly like he didn't care, but the girls all began to whisper amongst themselves. Aside from Kyuka, of course, as she had already been aware of his habit. "Midoriya, why is there a cigarette in your mouth?" Aizawa questioned, as the boy made his way over to the group. Izuku shrugged and blew out a puff of smoke to the side. "Helps my quirk," he stated, inhaling the smoke from the cigarette and feeling a boost of power in his smoke. The boy then showed his hand as it began to emanate smoke from his fingertips. Aizawa nodded as the rest of the boys soon made their way out of the locker room. As soon as all of the students had met up outside, Aizawa cleared his throat, grabbing the attention of the students. "Today we'll be doing a quirk assessment test. It'll be like all of the sporting events you went through in middle school," the man explained, causing a few of the students to grow confused. "Weren't they supposed to have orientation? Sir, aren't we supposed to have orientation today?" A brunette girl questioned, raising her hand up. The man scowled at her, causing her to shrink in fear. "We're not going to be wasting our time with such nonsense. You're in the hero course, and right from the get-go you should be expecting things to be serious. Being a hero is no easy feat," he explained, before turning to the green-haired smoker. He pointed at the boy, which grabbed both the boys' and the other students' attention. All eyes were on him. "Izuku Midoriya, you scored highest on the entrance exam. What was your highest distance for the softball throw?" the man questioned. Izuku pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and blew out a puff of smoke before responding. 68 meter, I think," he answered, quirking a brow. What could his teacher be getting at? What was this whole quirk assessment about? He popped his cigarette back into his mouth and inhaled the smoke. This was going to be a day, wasn't it? "All right, now try it with your quirk," the man instructed, handing the boy a ball and indicating he should step up to the marked area. "Do what you need to, just don't step outside the circle." The boy flicked his cigarette into the sand of the training ground and walked over to the circle. He stretched his arms a few times and sighed. Was this really necessary? The boy winded his arm back and activated his quirk. He threw the ball with all of his might, using the propulsion from his quirk to launch the ball quite a few ways away, even causing wind to blast back to the rest of the students. Smoke had consumed the area quite a bit, and the display left Bakugo frozen. In fact, the whole class was in awe at the raw power he displayed. 801.9 meters. Aizawa read off of the device. The class was in awe, but one boy in particular was furious. That shitty Deku stole the villain who attacked him's quirk. "Shitty Deku, how'd you get that villain's quirk?" Bakugo exclaimed, charging the boy before being bound up in a tough cloth. The boy looked behind him to see their homeroom teacher with his hair floating up into the air, and his eyes were glowing red. He was holding the boy back with a cloth, and Bakugo seemingly couldn't use his quirk. So it was Eraserhead. Izuku mumbled to himself as he just stood still and witnessed the display, completely unfazed by Bakugo's charge. Aizawa glared at the blonde. How dare he try to attack another student? No, how dare he give Aizawa dry eye? "Act right, or I'll make you regret giving me dry eye," Aizawa threatened, releasing the boy from his bindings. Bakugo simply glared at Izuku and walked back to the rest of the students. Izuku sighed and pulled out his pack of cigarettes to grab a new one. Kyuka stared at the pack and noticed that it was in fact the same brand she saw the mite smoking before. It's probably just a coincidence, but not something she could simply dispel. It was suspicious how they smoke specifically the same brand. And if memory serves her right, the mite had a smoke quirk too. It couldn't be Midoriya, it has to just be a coincidence, right? So what are you thinking about? She heard Midoriya's voice in front of her. She gazed up to see the boy looking down at her and smirking. "You seem to be spacing out a bit. Are you perhaps enchanted by me?" The girl blushed and socked the boy in his arm, which he completely tanked. How is he so tough? Or is Jirou just weak? No, Midoriya was just really used to getting hit. "No way in hell," she shouted in response, pointing her jacks at him threateningly, which actually made the boy flinch. "Anyways, have you ever heard of the Might?" "Yeah, isn't he that artist spray painting the billboards in Shizuoka?" Izuku questioned, trying to keep up his secret identity. The girl nodded and then pointed to Izuku's pocket. "I noticed you smoke the same pack of cigarettes as him," the girl stated, causing the boy to freeze up in nervousness. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and turned towards the girl. Is that so? Maybe we do have a bit in common," the boy said, walking off. "We've got more events coming. Let's go." Kyuka looked at the boy as her suspicions rose. She could hear his heartbeat spike in that conversation, which only meant one thing. He was hiding something. "So you think this is supposed to be fun?" Aizawa questioned, as a few of his students began to make comments about how this event was going to be awesome. "Well, how about this? The person in last place gets expelled." The students paled. A few of them even began to complain, which was quickly silenced with a simple glare from the man. It was now time for them to get serious. Izuku breezed through the tests, gaining pretty good scores all across the board. However, many of the other students definitely outshined him. You could only do so much with a quirk based around smoke cinders. Aside from that, in all of the tests Izuku could feel Bakugo's eyes on him constantly. The boy was definitely harboring some sort of inner rage against Izuku. But when was he not? "All right, gather round. It's time for the results," Aizawa instructed, before pressing a button on a remote. A holographic screen then appeared before the students with the results on the assessment. In first place was Momo Yaoyorozu, a girl who could seemingly create just about anything as long as she had knowledge of the object down to the molecular level. She was also pretty well endowed, not like Midoriya noticed though, as he was too occupied spacing out and staring up at the clouds. Second was ironically, that same boy. He had spaced out for quite some time, during all of the tests, but was able to place a close second to the girl in first. He was pretty athletic, so it made plenty of sense. In third was a dual-haired boy named Shuto Todoroki, who was the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. The boy had grabbed Izuku's attention as he had a very prominent scar on his left eye. Izuku knew it was a burn scar as he had a few himself from Bakugo, though it must have been mistreated, because it was severely discolored. In fourth was none other than Tenya Ida. He smiled as knew he would pass just fine. The boy had a quirk that made his agility and speed something to rival people with normal speed quirks. In fifth, much to his discretion, was Katsuki Bakugo. He simply continued to scowl and glare at Midoriya, as he was well aware he wouldn't be expelled. He was a gifted kid and definitely one of the best there was. That was just the top 5. And you may question, where exactly did Kyuka place in all of this? Right in 17th place. The girl was happy she wasn't in last, but aside from that her score was exceptionally low. She definitely had some work to do. "Hey, good job, Jirou. Looks like the midget's getting expelled," Izuku stated, pointing a finger at a grape-haired boy. That did elicit a bit of a chuckle from the girl. Izuku was good at lightening the mood as he held a playful demeanor at times. "Yeah, SCKS for him. Still, I really need to work on that stuff. I thought my training would have helped, but it seems like I'm still lacking," the girl stated, slumping slightly. She felt a hand pat her on the back, and looked up to Izuku, who gave the girl a small smile. "That determination is the first step to it, you know? You're already doing great," he encouraged, stomping out his cigarette as Aizawa cleared his throat to get the students' attention once more. "Oh yeah, me expelling one of you was a logical ruse to make you determined to do your best," the man informed, smiling sadistically. A few of the students who placed low all let out a breath of relief at their teacher's words. Seriously, that guy scared them to their core. "Anyways, there's papers you need to fill out back in the classroom on your desks. Class dismissed." Izuku was about to walk off with the rest of the class before being held back by a tug on his sleeve. It was Jirou holding onto his sleeve, and she had a bit of a serious look on her face. Did she need something from him? I'm gonna cut to the chase. Are you the mite? The girl questioned, staring into the boy's eyes. She would make sure to listen for his heartbeat just in case he ever tried to lie. Izuku's face began to pale. What the hell was he supposed to say? She seems to have figured it out, but maybe he'll be able to throw her off. But how in the hell was he going to throw her off? You're joking, right? He questioned, attempting to make the notion seem like it was something to laugh at. Kyuka scowled at the boy. He was trying to dodge the question. If he wasn't going to give her a straight answer, she was going to have to force it out of him. If it's so laughable, you must be able to give me a straight answer, right? She pressed on, intensifying her glare towards the boy. Izuku gulped and looked around to see if anyone was going to help him out. Of course, all of the other students had already left. We're gonna be late, he shouted before smoke dashing away from the girl and sprinting for the locker rooms. Kyuka's eyes bulged out of her head as she watched the boy disappear from her eyes. God damn it. Get back here. Midoriya. The girl shouted, but luckily for Midoriya, she wouldn't dare chase him into the locker room. The girl huffed in frustration but went to go change back into her uniform as well. She would get an answer out of him eventually. The day would progress with a more light-hearted introduction to the other classes, unlike Aizawa's who just threw them straight into training right off the bat. Soon the final bell would ring, and Izuku would promptly pack his things up and head out for the day, but as he reached the gates of the school he was stopped by a voice calling out to him. Midoriya! Wait up! It was Jirou. Midoriya turned to see her running over to catch up to him. The boy sighed and blew out a puff of smoke before she reached him. I need an answer. An answer to what? Your declaration of love? That's so cute. Midoriya teased, smirking as the girl's face turned a bright red. She glared at him and punched him in the chest. He really needed to cut that out. No, Mon. She then lowered her voice, so that normal people couldn't hear into their conversation. Are you the mite? I won't tell anyone if you are, I just want to know. Why does she have to persist so much? He glanced down to see such hope in her eyes, hope that she'd be right about this. He blew out a puff of smoke and scratched the back of his neck. The DMN puppy eyes. Come with me, he said, walking off towards the station. The girl scowled but followed him nonetheless. Izuku Midoriya was one who enjoyed his privacy, and the fact that Jirou was so determined to figure all of this out, he decided it might as well be for the best to tell her so he can continue to have his privacy. She had nothing to gain from telling anyone who he was anyways, and it's not like he couldn't shut her down if she told people. Perhaps since she looks up to the mite so much he could use that to get closer to her anyways. She was a cute girl, definitely his type. As the two of them reached the train station, Jirou had begun to grow impatient. Midoriya took notice of this and placed a hand on top of her head, earning a confused look from the girl as she swatted his hand away. You live in Shizuoka too, right? We ride the same train, he said, trying to hint at the answer to her question. The girl's eyes went wide as she began to realize what he was implying. So he knew it was her, and still gave her his autograph. The train had arrived soon after, and as the two of them found a spot to sit down, Midoriya finally thought it was an appropriate time to tell her. The train hardly had any passengers on it, so they were essentially alone together. It was now that someone would actually know who he was. So, I'm sure you're already well aware by now, but yeah. It's me, he stated, looking out the train window. The sun was setting and the glow of the horizon was beginning to accent the boy's face. His green eyes had begun to shimmer in the light, and a small scar on his jaw was more visible. Jirou had never really looked at the boy this closely. He had such a boy-like face that the girl hadn't really taken in the fact that he was actually quite handsome. Midoriya hadn't really noticed the girl staring as he began to space out at the sight of the sunset, but Jirou began to admire the boy in silence. Here in front of her was the mite. Someone who made such great art with such a powerful message. Someone who got into UA with such a powerful quirk. Someone who had saved her twice, and actually seemed to want to be her friend. He was kind-hearted, but also seemed to enjoy having fun and being free. The mite really was an amazing person, but she knew deep down that he had his secrets. He had his reasons for the messages behind his art, reasons for his secrecy. The girl was then greeted by the smell of a fireplace. It had seemed that Midoriya's natural aroma had wafted over to the girl. It was actually quite the pleasant aroma, though she didn't know where it was coming from. Finally, Midoriya gazed back at the girl, and she had a small smile on her face. The mystery of the mite was solved, but a new mystery would have been found, something to solve in Izuku Midoriya. Who was he? Jirou was determined to figure it out. And that's Chapter 4. Jirou has now figured out the secret to the mite's identity, but in doing so she's found a new mystery to solve. There isn't much about this chapter aside from the quirk assessment, and I do apologize for that, but I do have stuff planned for the next chapter with the battle training. I do hope you guys have enjoyed this chapter though, and I hope to see you all in the next one. Please leave any comments for me if you have any. Izuku sat outside on the roof of Ua. His lunch sat right beside him as he finished off his cigarette. The boy had escaped the rest of his class as he felt as though he needed some alone time. After telling Jirou his secret, she had been making more and more of an effort to be around him. He honestly enjoyed the attention and kindness from the girl. But right now he had a lot on his mind. He was questioning a lot of things, such as if he made the right decision. Was it right to tell her about his identity so soon? They haven't even known each other for more than a day or two. But much to his discretion, she had kept true to her word. She hadn't told anyone about his identity, and they had even begun to grow closer to one another. They were good friends now, which was something he had never had before. It was oddly nice. They had exchanged contact information and texted all last night, and, speaking of which, his phone had just gone off with a text from the girl. He pulled out his phone to read the notification, and it was her asking where he was. He smiled. She was trying to find him. He texted a quick response, "Somewhere I can smoke," and began to eat his lunch. Soon enough the girl had appeared from the roof entrance and made her way over to the boy. "Why out here?" she questioned, taking a seat next to the boy. The girl was honestly confused on why he was up here by himself. He took a large helping of his katsudon before answering. "I like the view. Plus I can smoke out here without getting in trouble," he answered, shrugging. "Why were you so persistent in finding me today? You head over heels for me already." The girl blushed and glared at the boy. Honestly, sometimes his teasing was too much to bear sometimes. She quickly whipped the boy with her jack, eliciting a grunt of pain from the boy. He really needed to stop with his flirting. "Shut up. Is it so wrong for me to want to hang out with a friend?" she exclaimed, attempting to hit the boy on the head. He shielded himself with his arm and chuckled at her attempts at harming him. He knew she wasn't seriously trying to hurt him, but it was cute to see her get flustered like this. Plus he just enjoyed causing mischief. "Oh, so I'm a friend now? Can't I be more?" he questioned with a playful tone. The girl glared at him once more and jacked him in his neck, causing him to spasm on the ground in pain. He was lucky that he finished his food, as he probably would have spilled it everywhere. "Shut it, mophead. So we have heroics class today, right?" Izuku asked as him and Jirou made their way back to the classroom. Jirou nodded as he held open the door for her. They then stepped inside, before a certain pink-skinned girl rushed her way over to the two of them. "Oh my gosh. Are you two dating?" she questioned, frantically. She had gotten way too close to Izuku and made him uncomfortable. Luckily Jirou was quick to push the girl back a couple paces before things got too out of hand. Did she have any idea what personal space was? "First off, I don't even know who you are," Izuku stated before turning to the purplet beside him. She quirked a brow at him before he spoke. "And I don't know, are we?" "We are most certainly not," she growled, blushing as she jacked the boy in his neck once again. This time though, he was lucky as she hadn't begun pumping vibrations through him. "Quit your delusions." "Well, there's your answer," he mumbled, turning back to the pink-skinned girl. Jirou had simply stomped back to her seat and watched on as the two conversed. Jirou's heart really couldn't take all of this guy's teasing, though she had to admit it was nice to get attention from him. He was really sweet when he wasn't trying to mess with her. "She's at Tsundere then." "Oh, and I'm Mina Ishido," she said, while getting glared at by Jirou. She did not just call her a Tsundere. Izuku snickered and pointed at her teasingly, only causing her scowl to deepen. That prick, she thought as she glared at him. She was not a tsundere. Yes, she was. She was totally a tsundere, and that was a fact. Proven, in fact, by Izuku Midoriya. I'm sure you already know, but I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you'd be right, she really is a dash, Izuku started before being cut off. All Might had blasted his way through the door and knocked Izuku into the wall opposite of the entrance. Luckily for him, he turned into smoke before impacting with the wall, but that definitely did startle him. All Might seriously needed to watch where he was entering from. Sorry, young man, he stated, as Izuku reformed himself in front of his desk. He adjusted his beanie and sat down, waving off his mentor's concerns. Right, well today you all will be participating in, All Might said, before activating the hero costume shelves to come out. Battle training. So suit up, rookies. The class shouted in excitement as they piled forth. The entire class had tried to grab their suits and hurry out to the training field, aside from Izuku. He lazily made his way over after everyone was done. The class made their ways out to the training grounds one by one. Soon enough it was only Izuku left who was taking his sweet time. The boy lazily waltzed his way onto the field, surprising everyone at his attire. The boy's face was covered in a matte black respirator mask. The respiration canisters contained an insignia of a cloud of smoke on it, indicating that smoke was held inside of it. He wore a dark black armor jacket, with the armor plating on his chest being dark green, and the ones on his arm being a white color. He wore black cargo pants to go along with it, with a red utility belt containing replacement respirators and first aid. His pants had knee pads to help with kick impacts. Finally, his traditional red high tops. They were something he couldn't go without. It appeared that there were tiny vent holes in his costume so that he could let out smoke from his body if necessary. All in all, it was a very fitting costume made for the utility of his quirk. Jiraiya took in the boy's appearance and nodded approvingly. He looked really good in his hero costume. She might even say he looked really badass. Izuku joined the rest of the class, and All Might cleared his throat to get the students' attention. You all look amazing. Now let's get down to it, All Might stated. He then began to explain the rules and premise of the exercise. Izuku hadn't really been paying attention until he said that they'd draw lots to decide the teams. He wasn't quite sure of getting pinned up against someone randomly, but he'd severely hope he was pinned against Bakugo. Revenge sounded real nice right about now. So what's the plan? Jiraiya questioned from beside him, as her and Izuku snuck around to the side of the building. The two had luckily got paired together for this exercise, and it was as Izuku had secretly hoped, against Bakugo and Mina. Well, knowing Bakugo, he's going to be gunning straight for me. So I need you to listen in and tell me where he's located. You'll most likely hear him stomping or screaming, he'd state, putting his respirator mask back over his mouth. Jiraiya nodded and inserted her jacks into the wall, tuning in for any sort of loud noises or subtle squeaks. Unfortunately for her, not only could the three on the field hear him, but also those in the spectators' room. Where are you, shitty DKU? Kyuka flinched at the boy's loud roar and unjacked herself from the wall, glaring at Midoriya for not warning her about that. The boy simply chuckled before he stopped in front of an air vent. Bingo! Alright, once I get in I'll fill the building with smoke. Use your good hearing to check corners, and under no circumstances try to help me if I'm pinned against Bakugo. Go for the bomb if I am unable. He'd instruct sternly. He wouldn't want her to be pinned against Bakugo under any circumstances in fear of her getting hurt by the boy's overwhelming power. He could admit that, as he's been under the brunt of Bakugo's attacks more times than he could count, and he'd never want Jiraiya to be the one to suffer through that. He peered up at the top of the building, then back at the vent before nodding to a window nearby that Jiraiya could enter from. Regroup in front of the bomb room if we can, okay? Be safe, he said as he watched her preemptively start climbing the window. He grabbed her arm tightly and caused her to look down at him. I mean it, please be safe. I don't want you getting hurt. Call me on the comms if you need it. The girl blushed and nodded at the boy's concerns. She hopped through the window as Izuku's smoke dashed through the air vent. He made his way through the vent and arrived in an empty room of the building. "Alright, let's do this," he thought as smoke began to shoot out of the vent holes of his suit. All inside of the building, a deep smoky fog began to fill the area. Everyone was now sitting ducks, waiting for Izuku to strike. Confined spaces like this really were his strong suit. He had named this move Smoke Screen, and it was going to help ensure victory. The boy made his way through the smoke, eventually finding the door outside. He could hear cluttering nearby, probably from Mina running around the bomb room angrily. Bakugo seriously abandoned her like this? Suddenly a loud boom was heard, and the building shook violently, bringing Izuku Midoriya to his knee. It was either Bakugo's baby rage, or he found Jirou. And then his calm went on. "Midoriya, he found me." Jirou had found herself in a corridor soon after climbing through the window. And of course, as planned, smoke began to fill the area, blocking anyone aside from Jirou to know what the hell was going on. She could hear Bakugo scream nearby. "Not again!" He'd shout, panic beginning to set in his voice. What the hell could he be panicking about? Had he fought Izuku before? No, Izuku would have told her if that was the case, so it must be something else. The girl listened as Bakugo's footsteps began to get farther and farther away, meaning she was in the clear to head for the stairs. The girl hugged the wall for guidance as she made her way through the halls aimlessly. It was already really difficult to find anything. Suddenly she heard loud footsteps rushing towards her, before a hole was blasted through the wall beside her, causing the girl to fall back on her feet. It seemed as though Bakugo was blasting holes in the walls of the building so that the smoke would vent out into the surrounding area. The blonde slowly turned to the girl, and his eyes widened. The girl quickly brought herself to her feet before activating her comm unit. She had to stick to the plan and call for backup. "Midoriya, he found me," she'd inform as Bakugo began to near his way towards her. The girl had backed away as far as she could before she bumped into a wall behind her. "Sheet!" she exclaimed as the boy began to slowly make his way towards her. He had a sadistic smile on his face and began to create small sparks in his hands. "Where's Deku ears?" he questioned, staring right into the girl's eyes. Fear struck her as she realized what was about to happen to her. "Midoriya, where were you?" The boy winded his right arm back and swung it right to her face. An explosion was primed and ready to strike her, but as his gauntlet arm got closer to her face, Izuku Midoriya came smoke dashing through the corridor and stomped the boy's arm to the ground, shattering his gauntlet and covering them in the boy's highly explosive sweat. "I'm right here, sheet for brains," he exclaimed as Bakugo was brought to the ground. Izuku then saw a spark as the smoke from his dash was going to ignite the two of them. He pivoted and fired off a smoke shot to knock Jirou out of the way. Suddenly, as he fired off the shot from his hand, the two boys present were captured in a massive explosion, and Kyuka was blasted back a few extra feet. Kyuka slowly brought herself to her feet as the smoke from the explosion had begun to clear. Izuku was on one knee with his hero costume nearly blown to smithereens. Bakugo, however, was no different, and the two boys glared at one another, panting and too in pain to move. "Jirou, go for the bomb," Izuku instructed. The girl was about to protest but saw the boys glare on her. She needed to listen. It didn't matter if he was going to be okay or not. They had Recovery Girl for a reason. Bakugo would have went after her if his body wasn't screaming at him to stay put. "Got it," she exclaimed before rushing off. The two boys continued to glare at one another. Izuku had started to get his breathing together, but Bakugo had trouble breathing due to the smoke. This fight was causing the boy to slip up as he was having flashbacks from the smoke villain incident. "Why do we do this, Kaken?" Izuku questioned, looking down at the ground. For as long as Izuku and Bakugo had known each other, the two of them had always been at each other's throats. Perhaps now in this moment he could get a clear answer from the blonde. "Because you pisses me off." Bakugo coughed out, continuing to glare at the boy as he choked on the smoke. Izuku raised his hand and pulled the smoke around them into himself. It suddenly seemed as though he was revitalized as he was now able to bring himself to his feet. "Should have expected that. For what it's worth, I'm not angry," Izuku admitted, as the buzzer had gone off indicating the hero team won. He smiled before holding a hand out to the blonde. Let's go. A memory flashed in Bakugo's mind. Izuku had done something like this before when they were children. He held his hand out to help the boy time and time again, and all he did was push him away. But that was because he was better than him. He was better than some DMN copycat idiot, someone who didn't have his own quirk. Bakugo slapped the boy's hand away and stood shakily before making his way over to the stretcher bots. The two of them needed to be treated for their burns, but Izuku was the only one who could walk properly. He shook his head as he watched Bakugo flop onto the stretcher. He just wouldn't change up his attitude. Izuku made his way outside of the building slowly, and Jirou was soon able to catch up to him. She looked panicked, but was lucky enough to have been able to win her fight with Mina due to her accidentally melting a hole through the spot she was standing on. Midoriya, are you okay? You have no idea how worried I was, she exclaimed as she rushed over to help the boy make his way to the nurse's office. She wrapped one of his arms over her shoulders and helped prop him up as they walked, and Izuku smiled. It's nice to see you worried about me. I never doubted you could do it. Not even for a second. He muttered tiredly as the two walked through the hall. All Might stood there waiting for the two of them, and lifted the boy off of Jirou's shoulders. You both did great, young Jirou. Leave young Midoriya to the stretcher bots, he instructed as two of the bots had arrived. She placed the boy onto the stretcher and watched as he was wheeled off. She was worried for him, but knew Recovery Girl would have him in top shape in no time. It was the fact that Bakugo was also there that worried her. The day went on as normal, and Izuku still hadn't come back even as the day came to an end. Jirou had begun to grow worried, but the boy soon arrived with his blazer draped over his shoulders. His entire upper half was wrapped in bandages, all the way up to his neck, but other than that he appeared to be fine. The boy scanned the room, before his eyes fell on Jirou. She was standing by his desk and gathering his things for him, but he had arrived before she could finish. Bakugo was actually right behind him as well, and shoved the boy aside so he could get into the classroom. Out of the way, Deku, he stated, walking to his desk. Izuku shot the boy a glare before making his way over to Jirou. Were you gonna bring me my things? That's sweet of you, he said, holding a hand to his heart in order to tease the girl. She blushed and handed him his bag. Yeah, just take it and let's get out of here, she stated, refraining from harming the boy more than he already had. She then remembered the boy's words before he was taken to Recovery Girl. So you really never doubted me? The boy smiled at her, though it wasn't a smile of mischief this time. Of course, you're a hero for a reason, and you're someone I trust. Jirou's face went red, and her jacks wriggled in embarrassment. The fact he could say such nice things like that is why she stuck by him. He was a really nice guy, and to top it all off he was heroic as all hell. Thanks, she said with a small smile. She was appreciative that he had referred to her as a hero, and it made her all giggly inside. Izuku then nodded for the door so that the two of them could head home. Let's get going, alright? I want you to fill me in with what I missed today, especially everyone's quirks, he exclaimed, his nerdy nature beginning to take over slightly. The girl laughed at his mutterings and grabbed his hand to snap him out of it. Izuku peered down at her girl's hand over his and actually blushed. Though just as quickly as it was there it was gone, but it didn't go unnoticed. Oh, did you just blush? She questioned, before Izuku snatched his hand from her grasp. He turned away and began to walk out of the room. She might have won just this once, but he wasn't going to let her know that. No idea what you're talking about. Izuku stomped out his cigarette as him and his class stood outside in their hero outfits. They were going to be headed for the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint, and Izuku was getting a bit of a bad feeling from this trip. Izuku would have been in his hero costume as well, but his costume was still being repaired after the battle training. Bakugo med, he really wished he didn't have to smoke like this today. He had actually wanted to quit his habit so that he'd be more appealing to a certain girl, but seems like he was going to have to rely on cigarettes once again. I can't believe I've got to go without my costume because of you, Izuku complained. Bakugo, who was standing right next to him, rolled his eyes and let out a tisk noise. The two boys were adorned in their UA gym uniforms and were waiting for a few more students to show up so they could take off on the bus. Not my fault your shitty costume can't handle my explosions. And don't talk to me like we're buddy-buddy, I'll kill you. Bakugo replied, scowling at the greenette who had used to be quite a few ways shorter than him. Now it appeared that Izuku matched Bakugo's height, or maybe he was an inch or two shorter. Yeah. Next time we fight though, it'll be a crushing defeat for you. Izuku stated, placing a hand onto the blonde's shoulder. Bakugo glared at Izuku, but the greenette only smirked before walking towards an approaching Kyukujiro. Hey Jirou. Looking good in that costume as always. Izuku complimented, smiling down at the girl. She blushed and attempted to sock the boy in the arm as hard as she could, only for him to vanish as smoke and reappear behind her with her wrists being grabbed by him. Careful, that would have hurt. Am I not allowed to compliment you now? Not with your kind of intentions. She stated through grit teeth, while secretly being happy for the compliment. She then struggled against the boy's grasp on her. Now let me go. We've got to get on the bus. Izuku chuckled and released her. Fine, fine. I've got this cool new piece of art that I want to show you anyways. I think you'll really like this one. Izuku, after becoming more comfortable with the girl, had begun to show her his WIP art. These sketches and murals to be were kept top secret from his fans, and the fact that he went out of his way to show her his ideas and explain the deeper messages really showed how much he had begun to trust the girl. Can't wait to see it. The girl stated, smiling brightly at the boy. Was it just him, or was it getting harder and harder not to blush around her? She's seriously way too cute. Oh, but what do you think we're gonna do when we get to our rescue training spot? Izuku shrugged, probably gonna be a whole bunch of easy training to be honest. Though I can't help but get the feeling something's gonna go wrong. The greenette then looked up into the sky as a gust of wind blew past them. His gut instinct was intensifying, this could really be a bad idea. Something's definitely gonna go wrong. The 1A students exited their bus to find themselves at a massive facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Izuku stepped off the bus with Jirou in tow, and stared at the large building before him. That eerie feeling telling him that something was going to go wrong multiplying tenfold. Something was not right. I don't trust this place. My gut is telling me not to go in there. He mumbled, before turning to the rest of his class worriedly. Jirou picked up on the spike in Izuku's heartbeat and tapped his shoulder, causing the boy to flinch in response. Hey, what's up? You look like you've seen a ghost. She questioned, as she stared at the boy with a worried expression. He seemed to be quite on edge, as if he could tell that a storm was brewing. Izuku stared back at Jirou for a while before responding. Something's just... like I get the feeling we're being watched, or something bad's about to happen. The boy admitted, after taking a moment to calm himself. There was such a suspenseful tenseness of the area, and it was scaring him. Jirou had never seen Izuku in a state like this, but surely he was just being paranoid, right? They were at UA for Christ's sake. There was no way that whatever Midoriya was worrying about would happen to them. Quit being so paranoid, man. I'm sure we'll be fine. Jirou stated, patting the boy on the back. Midoriya stared back at the girl. Her optimism did help the boy feel a tad better, but that feeling of danger never left. Now come on, we've got to join the class. Yeah, right. Let's go. Izuku replied, walking alongside Jirou as they made their way to their class being gathered around outside of the massive facility. Aizawa turned to the students before they entered. Behave yourselves. We've got the pro hero 13 here with us today. She'll be the one instructing you guys on your rescue training. The teacher stated, before opening the doors to the facility. There stood 13 all on her own, and waiting patiently for the students. Ah, there you guys are. 13 said, excitedly while walking over to meet with the students. Hello students. I am 13, and I'll be instructing you today along with Eraserhead. Aizawa looked around before scowling. All Might was absent. 13, where's All Might? He's supposed to be here, isn't he? He was too tired after thwarting villains all morning. He said he should be here at the end though when he's recovered. 13 informed, turning to face the man. Aizawa sighed, and his scowl deepened. That guy was the pinnacle of irrationality. That guy. He thought, before turning to the rest of the students. He was going to begin the lesson before a purple mist begun to form in the middle of the UV. People had begun to step out of it, a whole army of what appeared to be villains. Izuku paled. Those are he'd start, before being cut off by his homeroom teacher, who put on his goggles and readied his capture tool. Villains. Everybody get back and call for help if you can. The man instructed, dashing down the stairs to meet the villains before they could reach the students. The man had begun attacking the villains left and right, taking down a large portion of the army before any of the students could fathom what was happening. 1A was under attack, and the students needed to get out of there and fast. 13 quickly turned to the students. Everyone! To the exit, we need to call for the other pros. The entirety of the class ran for the main exit, but suddenly that same purple mist from before appeared before them, attempting to cut them off. Not so fast, young heroes. A voice was heard, before glowing yellow eyes appeared in the mist. It was a villain. We can't have you ruining our plans. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill all Mig Dash. Before the man could finish, Izuku had shot a cinder missile right at him, narrowly missing the man's weak point. Shut your trap. We don't have time for the likes of you. Izuku, along with Bakugo and Kirishima, rushed the villain, much to the horror of 13. Unfortunately for the trio, they would be swiftly cut off by the man creating a vortex before them. Tokoyami had attempted to use Dark Shadow to grab Izuku before he was warped away, but was unfortunately caught as well. A distressed Mina Ashido had begun to throw blobs of acid at the man, much to his annoyance, before she too was warped away along with them. 13 watched in horror as 9 of her supervised students were warped away right before her very eyes. These students included Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Izujirou Kirishima, Minoru Mineta, Tsuyu Azui, Kyukujiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Denki Kaminari, Mina Ashido, and Shuto Todoroki. Everyone get back. 13 instructed as she began to use her quirk, Black Hole, to try to stop the villain before he could do more damage than he had already done. Everyone. Please hold out for as long as you can. Izuku found himself falling down straight onto a simulated road, with rain pelting down on him. Where the hell was he, and where was that purple mist a-hole? Wait. Izuku, though, making a big realization. Where's Jirou? Is she okay? The boy grunted as he brought himself to his feet. He looked around the area to find that he was completely alone, and being pelted with rain. He must be in the hurricane rescue simulator. Midoriya? He heard a feminine voice speak, but 2 pairs of footsteps behind him. He turned to face the voice and realized that it was Mina Ashido and Fumikage Tokoyami, 2 of his classmates. You guys? Thank God you're all right. The Greenette exclaimed, before making his way over to them. We need to find a way out of here. Tokoyami nodded. Yes, unfortunately there was a single villain guarding the exit. He appeared to have hot pink hair, but he's all on his own. They must place great faith in him if he's to face us on his own. Izuku nodded in agreement with Tokoyami's deduction. If this were a place where Izuku could better utilize his smoke quirk, perhaps they'd have a chance, but they had absolutely no idea what the man's quirk is. Oh man, what are we gonna do? What if he's crazy strong and we end up dead? Mina exclaimed, panicking. Izuku and Tokoyami stared down at her, both unsure of what to tell her. There was a very big probability that they could make one wrong move and be done for. First, let's scope out the scene. Can you take me to where you last saw him? I might be able to better devise a plan. Izuku requested, with Tokoyami and Mina nodding reluctantly. The trio made their way to the exit, sneaking across the surrounding buildings just in case there were more villains, or the pink-haired villain was on the move. Izuku took 1 step past a building before his foot was nearly shot with what appeared to be a bright laser beam. The Greenette held his hand out to stop the 2 behind him from proceeding into the line of sight of the villain. The tall pink-haired man stared down the Greenette before appearing right in front of him, a trail of pink light right behind him. Wasn't expecting only one, but that just makes this easier. His gruff voice spoke before attempting to grab the boy's head with his arm charged up with whatever energy he was exuding. Izuku grabbed the man's arm as it latched onto his face, and screamed out in pain as he felt himself being burned violently. Agake! The boy screeched as the pain intensified. Tokoyami and Mina watched in horror as Izuku was brutally attacked. But then suddenly the man's smirk changed to an expression of horror as Izuku had begun to retaliate by activating Verbatim. Soon both men were grunting in pain, before a small hiccup of energy separated the two men. Both had fallen unconscious. Visions of the man before him's life flooded the greenette's mind, as his classmates called out for him. Midoriya! Neon Rado grew up in Hokkaido as a normal, quirk child. This all changed, however, when his quirk awakened somewhere in his adolescence. His parents were killed in the activation, being disintegrated by his quirk, neon conduction, and he was to be sentenced to life in prison for manslaughter. To prevent this, Neon's brother Shiro ran away from the police with his little brother. However, as they moved from city to city, the pair grew desperate for some sort of comfort and solace. In the end, they came across a group of drag dealers and became addicted. Shiro was the first of the two to get clean and realized that the police's jurisdiction didn't go beyond Japan, and he made plans to sneak into America, encouraging his brother not to use his powers and thereby not attract any attention to them. One day, Shiro returned to Neon missing some teeth, a consequence of the gangs he was running with, and this prompted Neon to get clean. On the night the two were about to escape from Tokyo into foreign waters, they were ambushed by the Akurans while Neon was getting their money. While Neon was able to get away, Shiro was not so lucky and was captured. Neon made contact with Shiro's former employer Laiko Hashibara, who took advantage of his naivete to manipulate him into helping her win a gang war with the Akurans. When Shiro was finally found, Laiko took him prisoner and forced Neon to continue helping her, single-handedly handing her control of Seattle's drag trade and even securing her the police's favor. Unfortunately, Neon had become a dangerous liability, and Laiko attempted to kill him in a homemade gas chamber. Not only had she failed, but Neon's rage allowed him to break out of the trap, which led him to negotiate a new deal with her. Either she would hand over his brother, or he would pick apart her gang and her operation piece by piece. Left with no other choice, Laiko arranged a final confrontation with Neon at the Crocodile, where she stuck him with a drag-fueled needle, and in the resulting haze, he killed his brother, Shiro, leaving him emotionally distraught and defenseless as the police and pro-heroes took him away. It was only after the incident of escape with Kumo Komori that Neon was able to escape from prison and team up with the League of Villains. They vowed to take down drag dealers and heroes alike to fix this broken hero society. Midoriya! Wake up. Please man, don't leave us yet. A voice spoke. Izuku groaned before opening his eyes to see Mina's face looking down at him. He looked to the side to see Tokoyami having Dark Shadow restrain the pink-haired villain from before. Izuku remembered the burning from before and went to frantically feel his face while sitting up only to find that they were gone? He looked around at the ground for a nearby puddle and saw that his face was perfectly intact, aside from a bit of dirt smudged on his face. What's wrong, Midoriya? Tokoyami questioned, walking over with the unconscious villain. Izuku remembered the man's backstory and began to feel bad for him, but his actions weren't right. He was unfortunately strayed down the wrong path. It's nothing, but I think I might have that villain's abilities now. Izuku revealed, shocking his two classmates. Mina, being the more vocal about this, needed answers. What? How is something like that even possible? I thought your quirk had to do with smoke. Tokoyami nodded in agreement, though his expression was just as shocked as Mina's. Izuku sighed and looked down at his hand as it had begun to glow with a luminescent green aura. It seemed that now he had a second quirk, and it had to do with neon lights. He really should test this out later, but for now he'll have to just wing it and hope it works similarly to smoke. My quirk is actually called Verbatim. It lets me use and retain other people's quirks. The smoke one's the only one I have in my arsenal. At least until now. Izuku said, bringing his hand back down to his side. Regardless of that, we should get out of here. I'll have to figure things out later. Right? The exit's just over there. Let's hope the rest of the class is all right. Tokoyami noted, pointing to the exit. The trio exited their location and found themselves right in the center of the USJ. The sight before them was quite horrid. There laid their homeroom teacher, Shoyudaizawa. The man was battered and broken, his arm being held by a behemoth of a birdman with its brain exposed. The creature held onto their teacher with a vice-like grip as he laid unconscious. "Eraserhead!" Izuku exclaimed in pure shock as the creature held onto the man. He then saw the creature grip down onto Aizawa's arm, and heard cracking along with disheveled grunts of pain from his teacher. He watched on in horror as his teacher's arm began to twist in inhuman ways. Before Tokoyami or Mina could register what was happening, a trail of neon was left behind Izuku and he was at the forefront of the battle, latching onto the giant birdman from behind. The creature screeched and released Aizawa's arm to try and reach for Izuku, who dashed off of the creature before it could get a solid grip on him. "Tokoyami, get Eraserhead to safety," Izuku instructed, drawing the attention of a blue-haired man and that purple mist man from before. Izuku turned to the three villains before him and sized them up. This wasn't his first rodeo, but he needed to know what he was going to be up against. Tokoyami saw the standoff the villains were having with Izuku and quickly snatched up Aizawa with Dark Shadow. "Midoriya, be careful. We don't know what we're up against." Izuku nodded and glared down the blue-haired villain before him. "What do you call yourself, villain? Or something, 'cause that's real original." The blue-haired man began to scratch at his throat in annoyance. "For your information, my name's Tamura Shigaraki, brat." The man then turned to his tall birdman associate. "Nomu, take care of him. Maybe if we kill a couple kids, All Might will show up." Izuku flinched as the creature began to stomp towards him. His body wouldn't move away or try to flee. He looked down at his hands as they emanated that bright green neon light, and then back at this. No thing. He'll just have to learn as he goes, and face this thing head-on. Mina and Tokoyami were running to the exit, and he hoped to God someone had gone to call for help. For now, it was up to him to try and buy some time for everyone else. As the Nomu had reached him, Izuku ran. No, not away from Nomu, but around him, repeatedly. He was leaving a trail of neon behind him and gaining speed while circling around him. Eventually his physical appearance seemed all but non-existent as he dashed around the giant birdman. It seemed that he was figuring out his new abilities rather quickly, but then he began to run out of stamina and was forced to slow down. Nomu tried to take this chance to strike Izuku with a devastating blow, but Izuku was smarter than that. He wouldn't be so ignorant to think he'd run that fast forever. He slid underneath the creature's legs and leapt into the air before letting his newfound neon energy flow to his hands more freely. "You aren't getting anywhere near All Might," the boy shouted as he latched onto the creature's head and poured all of that neon energy he had stored up into the creature's brain. Nomu let out an ear-piercing screech and attempted to grab onto the boy, but each time he attempted to do so, Izuku would blast him with a stronger shockwave of neon to the brain. This fight was a sight to behold as neon flashes and sparks spewed from both Izuku and Nomu. The creature's head began to glow, but before Izuku could finish his attack, Nomu grabbed onto his shirt and flung Izuku into the nearby mountain area. Izuku crashed into the nearby mountain just as three of his other classmates came descending from the mountain rescue area. Jirou and Momo looked onward to see their green-haired classmate, Izuku Midoriya, slammed straight into a mountain. Luckily for him, both his new neon abilities and One for All really helped cushion the blow. "Midoriya!" Jirou screamed while releasing Kaminari from her grasp and running over to the greenette. Shigaraki saw the girl headed towards the greenette and let out a simple command to Nomu. "Kill her," he instructed. Nomu, who had seemingly regenerated from that assault by Izuku, let out a low growl and charged for Jirou. Izuku lifted his head to see the Nomu gunning straight for Jirou, and it was like the whole world froze. Izuku watched on as the villain charged straight for Jirou, and something in him snapped. Izuku rose from the rubble of his impact, adrenaline stopping whatever pain he was feeling, and let his neon energy flow to his hands. He stumbled as he tried to walk forward, and quickly realized he couldn't walk much farther. "No!" he thought as the Nomu got closer and closer to the girl. Nomu began to reach for the girl's face as she got closer to Izuku. He saw nothing but pure fear. "No!" he shouted as a massive pulse of energy exploded out of him, trapping Nomu in a massive bubble of some sort. Izuku was confused about what was happening as he stared at Nomu. Were his eyes deceiving him, or could he see Nomu's weak points? Both the students and villains stood in awe at the sight of what Izuku had just done. He had trapped Nomu in some kind of stasis bubble, leaving him completely out of commission. But what shocked them the most was that he hadn't been using smoke at all. It was some sort of strange neon light. Midoriya? What was that? Momo questioned from behind Jiraiya. Before he could respond, Shigaraki let out an annoyed grunt and began frantically scratching his neck and face. He cheated. He cheated. What was that, brat? He shouted, pointing a finger at Izuku. I'm going to make sure you rot. Shigaraki then began to rush the students, but as he neared them the doors to the USJ bursted open, causing everyone present to stop what they were doing. All Might had arrived on the scene, and he was not happy. Don't stress any longer, future heroes. Why? All Might questioned as his loud footsteps and booming voice was heard all across the UA. The blond man ripped off the tie to his suit, and his smile fell. Because I am here. Villains who had been incapacitated by Aizawa begun to rise from their unconscious states, only to be knocked back down by All Might in a flash. Izuku looked at his hero in awe. He was able to take down that entire fleet of villains in a moment's notice completely on his own. All Might. Izuku breathlessly called for the hero. Before him or anyone else could fathom what was happening, they were moved to the staircase leading away from the USJ central area. Izuku looked around to see Jiraiya, Momo and Kaminari beside him. All Might had moved the three future heroes away from danger, and as Izuku looked up to the stairs he could see Mina and Tokoyami taking Aizawa up the giant staircase. You did well buying time, young Midoriya. All Might commended before turning back to the villains. He took note of the creature that was stuck in the stasis bubble. It seemed to be quite the interesting villain. Kurojiri, free Nomu. Shigaraki stated, causing Kurojiri to warp over to the trapped creature and free it from the bubble. The creature fell to the ground with a loud thud before bringing itself to its feet. Come on you guys, let's leave this to All Might. Izuku instructed, picking Kaminari's stupefied self up and throwing him over his shoulder. The two girls nodded and they began their ascension up the staircase. And All Might, that thing's crazy strong. Please be careful. All Might gave a thumbs up to his pupil and charged Shigaraki. The blue-haired man flinched. Nomu! He called, causing Nomu to quickly dash in front of Shigaraki. Taking the brunt of All Might's attack. Carolina Smash. All Might said, declaring the name of his attack. Nomu then tried to use both of his arms to grab onto All Might, who quickly evaded the attempt. The students nearby watched as All Might went for a low blow and punched Nomu directly in its abdomen, but to no effect. Nomu was made to withstand all of your attacks, All Might. It has shock absorption. It's the perfect vessel to end the symbol of peace. Shigaraki declared while smirking sadistically. All Might swiftly slid behind the creature and gripped onto its waist. Thanks for telling me how to beat it. If that's all it takes, then this'll be a cinch. All Might declared as he hoisted the creature into the air and slammed it down on the ground behind him in a German suplex. As the smoke from the impact cleared, All Might was being held onto by the creature. He was trapped in the creature's vice grip, and Kurojiri had saved Nomu from getting injured by the impact by creating a warp gate right in the spot he was to collide with. All Might coughed out blood. So that's what you were aiming for? He'd declare as the creature had latched straight onto his wound from before. All Might let out a grunt of pain. He couldn't free himself from this creature's hold on him, and he was now realizing how big of a sticky situation he was now in. Jiraiya Yaoyorozu. Izuku called, placing Kaminari onto his own 2 feet. Take Kaminari and go. I'm about to do something really stupid. Jiraiya looked back at Izuku, and then saw the state All Might was in. Izuku, wait, Enodash, she called, but it was too late. Izuku had made a light-speed dash straight for the scene, and quickly reached the scene. Izuku's goal? Take down Kurojiri before All Might is pulled into the warp gate and cut into 2 pieces. The boy was able to reach Kurojiri, but before he could land a blow on him, Katsuki Bakuga himself arrived, and slammed an explosive-filled hand right onto his metal-coated neck. Out of the F-way, Deku! Bakugo exclaimed as the creature was brought down to the ground. Got you now, UFA Shadow Moblin. Kakin, the F-dash? Izuku exclaimed. To the greenette it appeared that Bakugo had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Never mind, we need to help All Me dash. Izuku cut himself off as he turned to All Might only to see that Todoroki Kid had covered that Nomu thing in ice. Izuku stood there bewildered as the next thing he knew Kirishima had attempted to swipe at Shigaraki. Never thought I'd say this, but boy am I happy to see you guys. He'd exclaim before turning to Shigaraki, who seemingly stood alone. All Might freed himself from Nomu and joined the students. It seems you underestimated my students here, villain. All Might exclaimed, as the hand-clad man began to scratch his face in annoyance once again. These stupid heroes and their stupid cheats. We've been cornered, it seems, because Kurogiri is trapped. Nomu, go kill that explosion boy over there. Shigaraki commanded, causing Nomu to rise from the vortex and completely shatter his right arm and leg from Todoroki's ice. The heroes present watched the creature regenerate its missing limbs in a moment's notice and begin to charge for Bakugo. Before anyone could register what was happening, All Might quickly moved Bakugo aside and took the blow from the Nomo for him. Izuku looked beside him to see Bakugo's confused face as he suddenly appeared right beside him. Bakugo, was that you, or? Izuku trailed off looking at his childhood friend in awe. Bakugo shook his head and looked over to where the Nomu now stood. No, you effing idiot. He answered as the smoke surrounding that attack cleared, and All Might stood a few feet away. Shigaraki snarled in annoyance, but was glad that their escape plan was freed. We had no choice but to save our ally there, you know? And not long ago one of your kids over there, I think that plain-looking one. He said, turning his attention towards the green-haired kid, Izuku Midoriya himself. He almost vaporized Nomu here. And who do you think inspired him to muster up such a touching act of violence? Hero? The hand-clad man extended both of his hands to his side. The symbol of peace? Give me a break. You're nothing more than a bludgeon of oppression yourself. Violence only breeds more violence, and once we kill you, that'll be made known to the world. All Might sighed. You're mad. You ought to keep your antisocial viewpoints to yourself. All Might then stood tall and pointed straight at Shigaraki. Besides, you just want to get your kicks in. Shigaraki chuckled ominously before glaring straight at the number one hero. You saw through me so quickly. It doesn't matter, we'll kick your butt either way. Both Bakugo and Izuku exclaimed before glaring down one another with the same accusation in mind. Quit copying me. Students, I need you all to escape and leave this to me. All Might instructed, holding a hand out in front of the students. Watch as a pro shows you how it's done. Izuku sighed at his mentor. How the hell could be so stupidly reckless? He was going to cut down how much time he had left by trying to fight that thing, and Shigaraki just said that Izuku almost vaporized it. Give him another attempt and he might just be able to do it. All Might, let me help. I might be able to dash. Before Izuku could finish his statement, All Might rushed the Nomu and the two began to trade a blitz barrage of blows. The wind pressure of the two's fight knocked back even Shigaraki, who had attempted to attack the students while they were distracted. You idiot, I told you that thing has shock absorption. Shigaraki exclaimed as he regained his footing after being blown away. All Might smirked as he continued to punch away, with blood coming pouring out of his mouth. It's shock absorption, not nullification. That means it's got to have a limit. All Might stated, continuing to punch away at the creature. Izuku watched his mentor as if he was mad. What kind of moron would put himself at risk like this? Oh wait, Izuku. A hero is someone who smashes through every obstacle life puts his way. Now listen closely as I teach you a thing or two about going above and beyond. All Might exclaimed as he winded back his fist to go for one more devastating blow straight to Nomu's abdomen. Go beyond. Plus Ultra Ea. The students stood in awe at what had just transpired. Izuku had no idea what All Might had just done, but was Izuku seriously going to top that kind of strength with enough training? Surely not, right? Seems I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday that would have taken only 5 mighty blows. All Might exclaimed, turning his attention back to the remaining villains. Now it takes more than 300. Now then, villain. We both want to put an end to this dance of ours quickly, don't we? All Might questioned, trying to keep his composure. He had just used the last bit of his strength and needed to keep up the act to keep the villains afraid of him. Izuku took note of All Might's state. He only had about a minute left and would probably need help very soon. Izuku watched Shigaraki begin to scratch at his neck once more in agitation as his plans were foiled. You use cheats? He exclaimed. You've gotten weaker? Bullshit. You're totally overpowered. You use cheats. All Might smiled, thinking his intimidation tactics were working. What's the matter? Where'd your bravado go? What happened to clearing the game? Try it if you can. He's bluffing. Izuku noted as he watched his mentor's shaky form. He looked down at his hands and noticed that he too was almost out of fuel for his neon. Wait. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his pack of cigarettes, grabbing one from the pack and popping it into his mouth. Now all he needed was a light. Bakugu, light me. Izuku called, gaining the blonde's attention. Bakugu growled in annoyance as he stared at the greenette indicating his cigarette. Ha! And why should I? This ain't the time for that, shitty nerd. Bakugu exclaimed, scowling at the greenette. Todoroki, who was witness to the scene, walked over and lit Izuku's cigarette. It's for your quirk, right? He stated, shocking both Izuku and Bakugu. Izuku nodded and inhaled the smoke, feeling an influx of power surge through him, as well as any pain he was feeling beginning to vanish. So that's how it works. I might be able to switch powers like that. Izuku thought, as he smoke-dashed into the battle once more. Izuku began to gather smoke into his hand and fired off a cinder missile straight at the villain's feet. I'm not going to let you villains waste my teacher's time any longer. You're too weak to beat him, come back another time and try again if you dare. He then glared directly at Shigaraki, staring straight into his eyes. Or would you rather I vaporize you? Shigaraki glared back at the boy before turning to Kurogiri. They need to escape before more heroes show up and they're caught. Let's get out of here, before the heroes show up. Kuro dash. Before Shigaraki could utter another word he was gunned down by pro-hero, Snipe. The pros have arrived and we're here to save the day. Thank you, young Midoriya. You've saved me once again. All Might exclaimed, reverting back to his skinny form as Izuku shielded them with a smoke screen. The villains were going to be thwarted, and All Might would continue on nearly uninjured. Just be more careful next time, old man. In the following events, All Might was to be transferred to Recovery Girl, and Izuku would head back to class with the rest of the uninjured students. As Izuku was brought back to the rest of the students, he was tackle-hugged suddenly by a black blur. He looked down to see that Kyukujiro herself had latched onto him with a tight embrace. J-Jiro, what? He questioned. He heard small sniffles escape from the girl as she hugged him. She must have been so scared he'd get hurt. Don't do that again. She mumbled as her face was buried in Izuku's chest. A couple of other students watched the scene unfold but said nothing, but one pink-skinned girl took notes. Izuku places a hand atop the girl's head and pats her gently. Sorry, but I couldn't just leave my idol like that, you know? And at least I'm here safe and sound, right? He said as the girl brought her face up to look Izuku in the eyes. She pouted, but nodded and looked away. Izuku chuckled. You look so cute when you pout. Now, under normal circumstances, Jirou would usually try to hurt the boy. But seeing as how everyone had just risked their lives, especially him, she'd cut him some slack and let him have this. She also kinda didn't mind him calling her cute like this. Fine, but you're making it up to me tomorrow. There was talk of a day off. She stated, blushing slightly at what she was insinuating. Izuku stared at her a bit cluelessly before the light bulb went off in his head. Did you just ask me on a date? Kyuka stared down at her phone with her heart beating out of her chest. She had really asked him out on a date. It was a bit unexpected of her to just jump into something like this, but perhaps the USJ incident had put her on an adrenaline high and boosted her confidence even if just a little. Though now she was seriously starting to regret it. She glanced up and down from their designated meeting spot to her phone, hoping to get some sort of indication that he was nearby. Was he standing her up, or just stupidly late? Granted, it was only like 10 minutes, but still. He should be here by now. So what are we looking at? A voice from behind her spoke, startling her enough to whip her jacks around behind her, attempting to attack her pursuer. Suddenly, she felt her jacks being caught by a familiar pair of hands, and she was swiveled around. She found herself being face to face with Izuku Midoriya, the person she had been waiting on for quite some time now. Watch where you're pointing these things, they could hurt somebody you know? Izuku said, whilst Kyuka stood in shock at how she didn't even hear the boy approaching. Was she that tuned out of her surroundings that she didn't even realize Izuku sneaking up on her? Hey Jirou, sorry for being late. Izuku stated, releasing the girl's jack with a small smirk gracing his lips. The purplet blushed at his confident smirk, and quickly whipped her head away with an audible humph. Oh come on, don't be like that. At least I'm here now, Violet. What did you just call me? Don't address me like I'm your G-girlfriend. Kyuka stated, her jacks coiling aimlessly in embarrassment. Izuku's smirk widens, his teasing having the effect that he wanted. She really needed to stop giving him so many ways to tease her. Oh, why not? You did ask me on a date after all, or would you rather me call you eggplant or something? Izuku teased, leaning closer to her face as she had turned away. The girl's blush deepened and she was now starting to regret this decision. He was seriously letting this whole date thing get to his head. Violet's fine. Let's just go, we met up super late and I have no idea what you have planned. Kyuka complains, pulling on the hem of her shirt. Izuku actually takes a look at what she's wearing, causing a bit of a small blush to form on his face. Kyuka was adorned in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, with a black leather jacket and choker to top it all off. It was fairly warm out, which made it more understandable for her to be wearing shorts, but he'd be lying if seeing her legs wasn't a treat. Not that he didn't take peeks at her on the daily in school. Izuku, however, was actually not wearing his usual casual clothes. Instead, he was adorned in an olive green button-up shirt with black jeans and his trademark red high tops. Nothing fancy, but at least his arms were on display as his sleeves were rolled up. He still was wearing that beanie though. Hey, you look really good by the way. Like really good. Izuku said, walking off in a random direction. He was unable to look her in the face and say it directly, but he did his best to keep the sincerity in his tone. He wasn't sure if she had styled her hair differently or something, but she really did look stunning. Maybe it was just seeing her in something other than the UA school uniform for once. Hey, wait up, prick. Kyuka shouts, jogging lightly to catch up to the boy's stride. She had completely overlooked his compliment and tunnel-visioned on the fact that he just started walking without even so much as a heads up. Sometimes in moments like these she really wonders what this green-haired BSTRD is thinking. What's going on in the mind of Izuku Midoriya? A question asked by many, but only one girl really let it fester in the back of her mind like now. Sometimes his gaze would turn distant and he'd stare off in a random direction as if he was thinking heavily about something, especially at certain locations in their little walk around the city. So what exactly are we doing out here? We've been walking for an hour. Kyuka questions, nudging her date with her elbow. Izuku smirks and points to a nearby theater showcasing a movie about an American whose quirk activates due to an explosive catalyst. Mainly sightseeing for a surprise. But let's go see a movie, I'll treat you to dinner right after. Izuku replies, a softer smile from his usual smirk appearing on his face. How's that sound, Violet? Once again, Kyuka's face erupted a deep red hue due to the new nickname he had for her. She wouldn't exactly say she hated it, quite the opposite in fact. It made her heart quicken its pace even if just a little and nearly brought a smile to her face, but she opted to force it back down so she wouldn't be teased. Please don't call me that. Let's just go see this movie. She mumbled softly as the couple entered the theater. Or rather, Kyuka did. Izuku stood outside of the cinema and stared up into the sky seemingly. He smirked, seeming to have come to deeper revelations about something he was pondering. He then locked eyes with Kyuka. The smile on his face was all too real, yet all too mischievous at the same time. Are you coming or not? That look on your face gives me the creeps. Kyuka said, glaring at the greenette. The boy simply pulled off his beanie and began to walk inside of the theater right beside her. She stared at his hair, noticing that it seemed a lot more well-kept than she had initially thought. But I'm not creepy. The two teens come out of the theater laughing. The movie was actually quite nice, but Kyuka had some tripes about the main character which made Izuku laugh at her antics. I'm telling you, you act just like that Delsin guy. You're both cocky pricks with dumb powers, she exclaimed, scowling at Izuku, who simply laughed at her complaints of his character. Don't laugh. I'm sorry, you just seriously had to connect it back to me and start complaining? You know you loved him, I saw your face. You were so invested, Izuku proclaimed, causing the girl's jacks to coil in embarrassment. She had been caught red-handed. Oh, shut up. He's definitely way cooler than you, grass for brains. Kyuka pointed out, smirking at the light-hearted insult at the boy's hair. Izuku rolls his eyes with a smile on his face and pokes her in the side, causing her to jump and glare at him. Quit it. You know I'm right. Yeah. You want to get some grub? It's starting to get dark and I want to show you the surprise after we eat, Izuku said, pointing to a nearby restaurant in the distance. Kyuka nodded in agreement and the two walked down the street towards the restaurant. There he goes mentioning that surprise again. Kyuka thought, staring at her green-haired friend. He had mentioned that he'd have a surprise for her multiple times on their walk, but when she asked about it he would only smile and ignore the question. He was acting a bit more ominous then. Usually it was a bit more enticing. Izuku was very enticing, and he knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to keep her interested, wanting to show her a bit more to who Izuku Midoriya was. And he thought of ways on how to exactly do that before eventually gaining an incredible idea, though it would definitely come with a huge risk. So about that surprise, I know you won't tell me what it is, but why does it have to be so late in the night? Kyuka questions as the duo enter the restaurant. Izuku looks a bit hesitant to answer, but before he can answer, a waiter walks up to the two of them and has them seated. Izuku notices the man gives Kyuka a small wink, causing him to scowl at the man. This guy, Izuku thought, silently wishing he could use his neon abilities to burn the waiter to a crisp. He couldn't exactly blame the guy though. Kyuka really did look stunning, but he still needed to learn to read the room. We came here together, dude, back off. Rya. Oh, for F's sakes. Izuku, Kyuka exclaims, kicking the boy underneath the table, causing him to hiss in pain. He quickly grabs the leg that she kicked and glared at her. What the hell, Jirou? Izuku exclaimed, his leg aching in pain from that kick. She really was blessed with powerful legs. The girl scowls and rolls her eyes. This guy will space out and not even realize he was doing it? You spaced out. I'm still waiting for an answer to my question, Kyuka stated, frustrated that it took him so long to wake up. Izuku's face fell into a more serious expression as he pondered the answer to her question. He couldn't say too much without revealing what it was, but perhaps he could curve the answer a little. Yes, sorry. Say, how well do you think you know me? Izuku said, answering her question with a question. Kyuka looked at him skeptically. She grew curious as to what exactly he had in mind when asking that question. That's quite the question, Kyuka exclaims through a sigh. She looks down and twirls her jack around her finger as she thinks about just what exactly she does know about the boy in front of her. Not much, to be honest. You don't really talk about yourself too much. I've only really picked up on your personality, and even then it always seems like there's more to know. You're a pretty mysterious guy, Midoriya. She then looked down at her jacks and tapped the ends together. But I guess that's why I find you so interesting, both because of your quirk and heroics, but also because you seem to have so much layered deep within you. Izuku's eyes widen. She was either really good at reading people, or Izuku was really bad at putting up a front. Kyuka quirked a brow as Izuku gave a genuine smile to her. For some reason her heart began to thump loudly in her ears. Was she having a heart attack? No, it didn't hurt, but there was definitely something wrong with her. I can't really say that you're wrong. There's a lot that I hide, but I guess that relates to my surprise. I want you to understand me a bit better, maybe even give you a new perspective of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku reveals, using his fingers to simulate quotation marks. He then scratches the back of his neck, a soft exhale escaping his nose. But I guess I want to do that because I feel like you're someone I can trust. That's honestly really rare to come across, but I also just want to know you better as well. What better way to do that than to show you who I am? That's the surprise, showing you what you're getting into. Kyuka blushes softly, her jacks wiggle slightly and she avoids Izuku's gaze. He was never usually this earnest with her, and hearing such nice things from his mouth was an oddity, yet it wasn't unwelcome. It made her feel warm inside to know that he put such trust in her, but it also made her all the more curious on what he had meant. Showing you what you're getting into? What could he want to share with her? Alright, have you two decided on what you'd like? The male voice of the waiter speaks, suddenly appearing before them. Izuku scowls slightly, earning a confused glance from Kyuka. Katsudon, and could you bring me a cola, please? Izuku replies, not even turning to glance at the man. He was polite, but the waiter rolled his eyes at Izuku's order and wrote it down begrudgingly. Smoke began to emanate from the boy's fingertips. Perhaps it was a signal of intense emotion? And for you, gorgeous? The waiter questions, his flirting being painfully obvious to both teens. Granted, he probably was only a year or two older than them, but it was seriously cringy to see his attempts at trying to get with Kyuka. Hell, Izuku could do way better if he tried hard enough. I've got a boyfriend, thanks. I'll have yakitori and some sweet tea. Kyuka replies, her blank face never leaving as she stares down the man and gestures to Izuku. The waiter takes the hint and walks off, leaving the two to continue their conversation. As Kyuka turns to Izuku, she realizes her mistake as he's now smirking smugly at her, causing blood to rush to her face. So, I'm boyfriend material now? Izuku questions, his smug tone causing Kyuka to both scowl and blush like crazy. Why did she have to say that? Shut it. Well, aside from that sheet waiter, I'd say it was a good place to eat. Izuku said, holding the door open for Kyuka. She was a bit upset that Izuku hadn't let her pay for her own meal, but the boy insisted that he paid this time around. His mom had raised him to be a gentleman after all. Yeah. Now, what's up with this surprise? Kyuka questions, checking her phone for the time. It was getting to be late and they should probably head back home soon. Izuku clicked his teeth and shook his head. She really shouldn't be so concerned over the time right now. Don't worry about the time. I've only got one question for you. Do you trust me? He questioned suddenly, walking so close to her they were nearly touching. Kyuka could smell the scent of a fireplace off of him. She was unsure if it was from his quirk or some kind of cologne. The girl's heart began to race. She was really concerned with how serious and mysterious Izuku had been today, but if she wanted to get to know him she had to trudge through these unknown waters. But that intense gaze he was giving to her, it made her feel as though she should be fearful of what's to come. Yes. Yeah, I trust you, she stated, stuttering as he was causing her to feel a bit nervous of what's to come. Izuku smiles and takes her hand in his. Good. You're going to want to hold on to something. Izuku warns, causing Kyuka to grow confused before she's suddenly shot into the sky, Izuku carrying her so that she doesn't suddenly plummet. He had used his smoke to propel them into the air and was now somehow floating? What the F dash? Midoriya, put me down. Kyuka screeched, flailing about in a panic, causing Izuku to both chuckle and struggle to keep a firm grip on her as her random flailing was gonna be signs of trouble. He needed to get her down on solid ground and fast. Alright. Just quit flailing. Izuku exclaimed, gliding them down with his smoke towards the roof of the theater that they were at not too long ago. Civilian onlookers choosing not to even bother questioning a couple of kids acting up, it seemed to be a regular occurrence in the city. As soon as the duo landed on the ground, Kyuka shot herself out of Izuku's grasp and stumbled to the ground, panting due to her panic and screaming. Once she regained her composure, she turned to glare at her green-haired assailant, only to find him staring up at a billboard on the roof of the theater. You prick? She shouts, using her jack to bring Izuku to his knees and wail in pain. She huffed in annoyance and took the chance to look at her surroundings. The moon was above them, shining down and illuminating both the rooftop and the billboard. Off the edge of the roof was a neon sign that read the name of the theater, and then there was Izuku, who was sprawled out on the roof writhing in pain. "Fing prick. I gave you a warning," he exclaimed, bringing himself to his feet. He rubbed his ears that still rang due to the vibrations. Seriously, it was like she ruptured his eardrum. Kyuka simply scowled at the boy and shook her head angrily. "You should have said what you were gonna do, grass for brains." Kyuka continued to berate. Izuku was going to reply, but decided to just let her be right. It wasn't worth their time, he had a surprise for her anyways. "Whatever," he said, making his way over to the edge of the roof. Kyuka watched as he began to absorb the neon light from the sign beneath his feet, his arm beginning to glow with a bright fluorescent neon green. It was that same ability from before, that neon light. "How are you even able to do that? What happened to the whole smoke thing?" Kyuka questioned, stepping towards him. Izuku shrugged, pausing before he gave an answer to admire his hand emanating the green light. "I guess I should start off with the fact that my quirk isn't just the smoke quirk. My quirk is called Verbatim. It lets me obtain and use any sort of quirks I see fit so long as they aren't mutant types," Izuku explained, staring up at the moon. Kyuka couldn't believe what she was hearing. He had a quirk that let him use and keep other people's quirks? That was seriously unheard of. Before UA, I had gotten the smoke quirk from a villain. Then during the USJ, I fought a villain with the neon quirk. Kyuka put a hand over her mouth in awe. He had stolen quirks from 2 separate villains? Then that would mean, yeah, I've built my heroics off of villainous quirks. I'm essentially one of the most vile heroes in training out there. Probably even a little worse than that grape-haired idiot in our class. I might as well be a villain in the eyes of the laws in place for heroes," Izuku revealed, looking down and causing his hair to drape over his eyes. He pulled out his beanie and fit it back atop his head, a sigh escaping his lips as he did so. He had these kinds of thoughts plaguing his mind for quite some time. He had been trying to ignore it and prove himself wrong so that he could be a hero, but then came another quirk. Another quirk from a villain, a quirk that had been used to probably kill many. He felt disgusted by that fact alone, disgusted by his own abilities. He couldn't be one of them. Kyuka watched as the boy grit his teeth, but he exhaled softly before turning to her with a pained smile. "But because of them, I saved you. So maybe I am doing something right? Izuku then turned to the billboard and held out his hand. He fired off a long stream of neon, causing Kyuka to flinch in both surprise and fear. When she looked back at the billboard, the image that remained was a neon mural of what appeared to be a boy on his knees staring at his glowing hands. It was sloppy, but the message would get across very easily. Honestly, Kyuka was more surprised that he had tagged the billboard with his powers alone. "Perhaps you wouldn't want to know about this side of me, but I felt I should have said something. I've been called a useless copycat nobody for years because of my quirk, but I don't need any sympathy," he said, letting his hand fall to his side. Kyuka watched as that pained smile on his face fell. A single tear fell from his eye. "I just need to tough it out. That's all I've ever done, and that's all I can do, Jirou." The two of them stood in silence, Kyuka staring at Izuku, whose eyes were covered by the hair that stuck out of his beanie. She hadn't realized all of these thoughts had plagued his mind so constantly, but she also was left speechless. He was a savior to many, but always went without thanks until that one fateful encounter with All Might. But in this moment, he didn't need to save anyone. He needed to be saved himself. "Kyuka," she corrected, taking steps towards the boy. Izuku's lone eyebrow raised in confusion at the correction. Why her given name? "At least when we're alone like this, call me Kyuka. I can't even possibly imagine what you've gone through in your life, but—" She wrapped her arms around the boy, her head only coming to his chest despite the fact he wasn't even that tall. Kyuka was just short. She embraced Izuku tightly, an act of comfort he didn't even realize he needed. "You'll never have to experience it again. And don't you dare compare yourself to those vile villains. You've taken those quirks and you'll make them your own so that you can excel as a hero. You've already proven yourself worthy enough to be a hero. Don't give up." A small chuckle followed by a sniffle came from Izuku. He embraced the girl in return as she finished her ramblings of Izuku as a hero. Thank you. I'm honored you think so highly of me, heh? Hyuga slapped his back in response to his light-hearted joke, earning another chuckle from the boy. You can call me Izuku anytime you want. We've already gotten this close after all, he said, rubbing the girl's back, causing her to get a shiver up her spine, as well as an increased heartbeat. All right, she said, releasing the boy from her embrace. The two separated and Hyuga looked up at Izuku's face, only to be completely surprised to see such a real smile on his face. It made her heart skip a beat. You know you can rely on me as well if you need it, Izuku said, locking eyes with the girl. A light tinge of pink appears on her cheeks and her ears coil in embarrassment, but she nods nonetheless. I seriously thought you'd be disgusted by me after I told you about Verbatim? Hyuga lightly slapped him and pouted, earning a chuckle from the boy. I would never. Besides, Verbatim sounds like a cool hero name. For some reason those words stuck with him. He hadn't really thought of any good hero names, but the fact that Hyuga thinks his copycat quirk would also double as a good hero name. Hell, he might be sold on the idea. Izuku nodded in agreement and gave the girl another genuine smile, before she backed away from Izuku and cleared her throat anxiously, the realization of the situation that they were in setting in. I don't mean to ruin the mood, but how do we get down? Don't concern yourselves with me, the dark-haired teacher of Class 1A instructed as he stalked his way to the front podium of the classroom. The man looked like a mummy, bandaged from head to toe and probably still healing from his injuries after the U.S. Tenya Ida had just asked if the teacher was faring well, to which the man only replied with his prior statement. It wasn't of any concern to the students how he was doing or not, though the concern was appreciated, it was irrational and unprofessional. The day came where the students would arrive back at school to continue their normal learning, and Izuku was already feeling completely exhausted by it. He sighed as the man slowly walked to the podium, preparing himself for another god-awful speech to introduce the class. UA's sports festival is fast approaching. Now you may be asking, why are we doing this right after the USJ? Well, that's exactly why we're doing it. To show those villains that they can't stop us from operating like normal, Izawa stated, his eyes peeking through the bandages over his face. Think about the benefits of the sports festival because you'll be scouted by pros the entire time. Just don't act like idiots, and you'll probably do fine. Most of you at least. The man then opted to leave the room and head back to the nurse's office to receive further treatment for his injuries. Izuku rolled his eyes at his teacher's excuse to take a nap in the nurse's office, but relented the free time to quickly swivel around in his seat and cross his arms over Hyuga's desk, laying his head upon them. So, are you ready for the sports festival? Seems exciting, yeah? He questioned, watching the girl scribble idly in a notebook. Hyuga shrugged before putting her pencil down and locking her gaze with the greenette in front of her. More noticeably the hat on his head. I guess so. It's our chance at pro-heroism. Say, what's your reasoning for wanting to be a hero? You seem to really have the drive to save people, but it makes me curious. The girl questioned, laying her head on her desk as a means to be at proper eye level with the boy. A deep question right off the bat, really? Izuku questioned, chuckling softly as she reached over and removed the greenette's beanie, pouting as she did so. I guess it's mainly just the want to prove the world wrong. Change the standard by being the best DMN hero in the world. I want to make people hopeful for a brighter future, something I never really had. Hyuga put Izuku's beanie on and stared at the boy. That's a really good reason, Midoriya, she said, tilting her head slightly. The greenette shrugged and quickly snatched his beanie back. Don't touch my hat without permission. So what about you? The greenette questioned, placing his hat atop his head as the girl in front of him pouted once more. She had it only for a while, but wearing his hat was fun. What reason does the multi-talented Hyuga have for wanting to be a hero? Hyuga glared at the boy and lightly smacked him upside his head. Don't patronize me. I guess my reasoning would be that I wanted to dedicate myself to saving others. I wanted to be someone that could bring a smile to people's faces, and while music is a passion of mine, I just really wanted to be a hero instead. Izuku stared at the girl, his face showing surprise. She had a noble reason for wanting to be a hero. It honestly gave him all the more reason to admire the girl and have that much more respect for her. They both wanted to give people hope and make them smile. That's what all heroics should be about in Izuku's mind. That's what every hero should strive for, being the light in the dark for people. Our reasons aren't that much different then, Izuku said, raising his head from Kyuka's desk. The girl soon followed suit and quirked a brow at him, only to see his smirking, cocky face. That just adds to your appeal. You're cute and noble. Real girlfriend material. Kyuka blushed. Don't just say that, you prick. Quit messing around. She shouted, jacking the boy straight in the neck, causing him to fall out of his seat. The commotion drew in the attention of a certain pink-skinned girl, who watched the two teens with pure joy at their flirtatious display. I dunno, I think he was serious, Jirou-san. Mina Ishido spoke, drawing the attention of the two teens. Izuku suddenly popped up from the floor with a grasp on his chin and nodded in agreement, causing the purplet's face to change to a red hue. Tets. Wait, who even asked you? Kyuka shouted suddenly, pointing a finger at the new addition to the conversation. The pink girl grinned and chuckled at the girl's embarrassment. Well, it's not my fault you two were so loudly flirting over here, she replied, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head. Kyuka's jacks came to coil in embarrassment before she felt an arm drape over her shoulders. Cut her some slack, she's not used to the attention. Oh, but we did go on that date the other day, Izuku said, recalling the day prior where the two of them spent the day out on the town having fun, and eventually ended with Izuku essentially spilling his guts out to her. It was a nice time, and they'd continued to get along as usual, with the new addition to Izuku offering to take her out on his spray painting outings. Kyuka, however, was reaching her limit of embarrassment. Add on to the fact that Mina was smiling like an idiot at the information that they went on a date and the world felt like it was crashing down on her. She had had enough. It was not a date. I'll catch you later. Apparently All Might wanted to meet with me, Izuku stated, placing his beanie atop her head. Kyuka nodded in understanding and walked off with Mina to hang out for lunch. She adjusted the beanie atop her head as they waved the greenette off to do whatever he needed to do. See ya, Midori, Mina replied, doing a two-finger salute to the boy as he left. She noted that he had curly hair like her, which would be great fuel for later. Mina then turned to the purplet beside her, and decided that now would be as good a time as any to get some answers out of her. So Jirou, how did you two meet? Kyuka fiddled with the hat atop her head and looked down as they waited in the cafeteria line. She reminisced about being saved by the greenette, and even encountering him in the middle of the night atop the roof of her favorite music store. I guess the first official time would have been late at night in front of a music store. But as for when we first spoke to each other, it was probably before the entrance exam. Would you believe me if I said I almost fell and he caught me? Mina giggled at that and nodded. Makes sense. So I assume after that you two hung out more? She questioned, causing the girl to nod. This was just perfect. It was like a love novel was happening right before her very eyes. Why yeah, he just kinda stuck by me. And I know sometimes he can be annoying, but he's really nice and earnest. You know, he's kind of surprising. He may seem like he doesn't take anything seriously, but in reality. She started, tugging on the beanie that laid atop her head with a smile. She looked back on the boy's smile the day prior after he had essentially spilled his guts to her. He's very thoughtful. There's a lot more to Izuku than I expected. Mina suddenly squealed and got up in the girl's face with a sly grin on her face. Kyuka was confused at first and quickly realized the mistake that she had unfortunately made. Lunch was going to be a disaster and she could already feel it, and it would all be thanks to her hearing Kyuka call Izuku by name. You called him by his first name. So cute. The bell rang, indicating the start of classes as Izuku walked through the door at the last minute, quickly rushing to his seat. The boy sat down and exhaled a sigh of relief as his hat was carefully waiting for him on his desk, warranting a quiet, thanks from the boy. Izuku placed the hat atop his head as their math teacher, Ectoplasm, made his way into the classroom and prepared for his lesson. The man was slow due to his prosthetic legs, but he'd get the job done. though that did give the class enough time to chat among themselves. Kyuka leaned forward and quickly whispered to the boy as they waited for the lesson to begin, "So what did All Might want?" Izuku shrugged, "Just thanked me for saving his butt. He's really not as high and mighty as one might think," he replied, leaning back in his chair as Kyuka turned back to face the teacher and the lesson began. Izuku looked back on his meeting with All Might. He hated lying to Kyuka, but as he promised All Might, he couldn't tell a soul about One for All. The Greenette reminisced on the conversation, All Might's words ringing through his ears as he did so. "I want you to tell the world, I am here." How exactly was he to achieve this? He had just gotten a new quirk and was still getting used to the smoke one for Christ's sake. Izuku would have to train like hell and come up with new ways to beat people like Todoroki or Bakugo. Especially Bakugo. His animosity for the blonde would never vanish, and he would soon prove that he was still better than that dumbass Pomeranian. Perhaps he'd have to take time off from the other aspects of his life. He wanted to show that he would destroy the competition. But what would the pros watching say if they see him using 2 quirks? What would they say if they found out about him using villain quirks to be a hero? He'd be shunned by hero society forever, never to accomplish his dreams and become a hero. Ria. Midoriya. Midoriya. A voice called out to him as he snapped back into reality. It was his teacher, Ectoplasm, trying to get his attention as he seemed to have spaced out for quite some time. "I understand that these topics may be difficult, but please keep your muttering to a halt while I'm teaching. You're distracting your classmates." Izuku looked around the room to see that everyone was staring his way, aside from Bakugo. Of course he was muttering. "Yes, sorry. Sports festivals just got me in my thoughts lately." "Understood. Keep your thoughts on it to yourself until the end of class," Ectoplasm instructed. Izuku nodded and looked down as he exhaled. This whole thing was starting to stress him out. He had expectations to meet, and he wanted to make himself that much greater as a hero. "Right," he replied, allowing the man to instruct the class as usual. Not many of the other students could understand what Izuku was talking about, but Kyuka, having the godly gift of good hearing, heard exactly what was on the boy's mind. He was battling with himself again over his quirks, and worrying on how to get stronger. "Izuku," she thought, her expression shifting to one of worry. The boy turned his attention back to the class, and the day continued as normal with Izuku remaining painfully silent. Soon the day came to an end, and the class began to pack up their things, with Izuku and Kyuka being the first to leave. As the two opened the door to leave, they were shocked to see a large crowd of other UA students in front of the 1A classroom. "Alright, what the hell is this? Can you get out the way? People have places to be, you know," Izuku stated as he glared at the students around him. A few of them backed off due to the Greenette's intimidating aura and smoke that emanated from his body, but suddenly a lilac-haired man with horrendous bags under his eyes stepped forward. "So this is the infamous 1A. You lot don't seem like much," he stated, pretty much towering over Izuku and staring at the rest of the class that had gathered behind the Greenette. Izuku sighed. Now really wasn't the time to put up with these kinds of people. "If this is your means to declare war," the Greenette stated, suddenly vanishing in a quick smoke dash behind the lilac-haired boy, slamming him straight into the ground. The crowd around them gasped, and even the fellow 1A students were shocked. Aside from Bakugo, who smirked a bit fiendishly. The lilac-haired boy turned his head to glance up at the Greenette, whose body was literally smoking, and his glare pierced through him like a tiger getting ready to attack its prey. "You should just sit this one out," he concluded, releasing the man from his grip and walking off. Kyuka quickly rushed to the fellow purplet and helped him up. Something was seriously wrong with Izuku. He didn't just attack people like this. "I'm so sorry, he's not usually like that. The sports festival's probably weighing on him," she stated as the boy pulled himself to his feet, staring at the Greenette walking away in awe. Sure, he had just attacked a fellow student, but what really shocked him was the fact that he held back. Izuku held back. He had no intention of hurting the lilac-haired boy. Kyuka swiftly bowed her head and dashed for Izuku, who continued his slow walk out of UA. She finally caught up to him at the stairwell, and the girl socked him as hard as she could in the back of the head. "What the hell were you thinking? Attacking the other students, What is wrong with you, idiot? Kyuka exclaimed as the green net rubbed the back of his head, hissing in pain as he did so. Seriously, you're not acting like yourself. What's wrong? Izuku sighed and looked down. The downside of having someone so very close and personal to you was that they began to learn your habits, from when you were feeling your happiest to when you were feeling your lowest. Though perhaps it was his own fault for letting her get so close. Though it wasn't like he regretted it. Izuku started, before whipping his head down to the ground. He ripped off his beanie and scratched at his hair as he groaned in annoyance. It was hard to let out the words he so desperately wanted to say. I just got a lot weighing on me. I got expectations to meet during the sports festival, and I'm going to have to train extremely hard to get a hold on this neon thing. I'm sorry for losing it, but dash. Kyuka cut the boy off by wrapping her arms around the boy in a comforting hug. You don't need to say any more, I get it. Just try to take it easy, okay? Don't overthink things, you'll go out there and do your best. That's all that matters. Izuku sighed, smiling as the girl didn't press him for answers. Her words brought comfort to his mind, and she was right. He was overthinking things, he would do great after all. He had an advantage over most other people in their class. Oh? What's this? So you two are dating? A chipper feminine voice from behind them spoke, causing both teens to quickly separate and glare at the voice of their pink-skinned classmate, Mina Ishido. You even let her wear your hat sometimes, and you thought you could hide it from me. The love expert. More like an idiot expert. Izuku and Kyuka simultaneously thought as the girl hopped down the stairs to join the duo. Izuku got a good look at the girl's legs, not to perv on her or anything, but more so taking note that she probably danced. Maybe she could help me. Hey, Ishido. You dance, don't you? Izuku questioned, shocking the pink-skinned girl. Why yeah actually? How'd you know that? She questioned, suddenly creeped out by the greenette's sudden knowledge of herself. Izuku rolled his eyes and pointed to her legs. I've been around breakdancers before. All of their legs are buff as hell, so I was wondering if you could show me a few moves. He stated, before a devilish smirk appeared on his face, scaring both girls. I've got a great idea. So you just want to learn so you can be fancy with your light show? The pinkette questioned as the trio walked to the train station. Izuku nodded, humming in response as he scratched his hatless head. Kyuka had once again stolen his hat, wearing it proudly like a DMN trophy. Essentially, I just want to learn some fancy footwork to help me develop a different style for using my neon abilities. He informed, staring up at the sky as the trio continued their walk to the station. I had the bright idea to surprise the competition. So just send me some tutorials, you two aren't allowed to see it either. Mina pouted, but nodded understandingly. Kyuka on the other hand was surprised that he was going to try and hide his training, though she knew that he needed an edge on his opponents and if they were to go up against each other, he'd need to keep the surprise. Well, here's hoping you can get good with it in time. Kyuka said as the trio reached the station. Izuku and Kyuka said their goodbyes to Mina as they had different routes, and now the duo went off to get on their own train. Jirou then tugged on the fabric atop her head, coming to the realization that she was still wearing Izuku's hat. "All right. Here's your hat." "Thanks, Kyuka," he said, causing the girl to flinch. She forgot that she had given him permission to use her given name whenever they were alone. She still wasn't used to it, it really seemed like. It's like we're dating or something. She thought as her face erupted in red, causing Izuku to look over and notice her appearance. He quirked a brow, but smirked nonetheless. She must have been embarrassed over the name usage still. "That reminds me, Kyuka," he said, causing the girl to jolt once more at the usage of her given name. His tone then turned serious as he wanted his words to actually get across to her. "Thanks for being someone I can trust. If I reach the top 3 in the sports festival in a few days, I want to request something important from you." Kyuka froze and saw him staring straight at her, that same diamond smile from when they were on the roof of the theater. Why did he have to be like that? What would be the request? Izuku smirked, and a million thoughts ran through her mind. Her face paled at the realization that if she agreed to this he could really do a whole lot of things. What if he asked for something embarrassing? What if it was completely unreasonable? What if it would leave her in a really bad situation? Judging by your reaction, perhaps I should wait a bit longer then. Izuku stated, entering the train which had miraculously arrived. Hyuka quickly jogged to catch up and find a spot next to the greenette. Okay, but still. What was the request? She questioned further, causing the greenette to snicker lightly as he shook his head and held a finger up to his mouth. That's a secret, Kyo. The light that shined over his eyes was bright. It felt as though he had laid there for hours on the sand. His environment felt like some dry desert, but the sounds of rushing waves would always remind him of his position. Sometimes, however, he would envision himself in the desert, and the waves were from some distant oasis waiting for him. His last chance of survival, or maybe a sliver of hope that it could be there. God, I'm getting philosophical again. Izuku stated as he sat up from the sands of Municipal Beach Park. He sighed. This place was starting to get to him and he was getting tired of this environment. It didn't suit him to just be sitting on a sunny beach, training the day away as if his life depended on it. He had been at this for hours, trying to perfect his neon techniques, but the sand of the beach was proving to be a bit of a challenge. Izuku sighed. I keep slipping due to this diamond sand. I need somewhere else to go. The boy complained under his breath. Sometimes muttering to himself like this just helped his thought process, but others would tend to be weirded out by it. This was seriously some kind of big pain in the butt. He just wanted to get these moves down already. The greenette stood and looked up to the cloudless blue sky. A nice day for those who enjoyed the sun and the beach. Izuku, however, was not one of those people. He was a nyctophile, someone who enjoyed and found comfort in the dark. Sitting out in the sun like this was just bound to make him uncomfortable. First and foremost, let's get out of the sun. Maybe one of those abandoned warehouses. Izuku mumbled as he grabbed his bag and leapt up from the beach, onto the pavement above, and eventually finding his way atop the roofs of the city. He was lucky his neon abilities allowed him to scale the buildings quite easily, what with his light dash basically making it easy for him to move at light speed. The boy leapt from rooftop to rooftop, parkouring his way around the city, and switching from neon to smoke when necessary. Seems city travel was quite easy when you were able to move like Izuku could, and he found himself at the old docks in no time. Izuku looked around at his surroundings, seeing the sun reflect off the waves of the ocean as he sighed. He hadn't been this stressed in a long time. The sports festival was right around the corner, and he told himself that he'd hold off on contacting Hyuka so that she could focus on her own individual training, and he could focus on his. He both didn't want to distract her, but he was also beginning to realize that he was developing a crush on the purplet. And Izuku Midoriya did not crush on people. So he opted to go for another route. If he placed in the top 3, he'd tell her. If not, he'd have to bottle up his feelings and wait for another day. Probably not a good idea, but it was just a small crush, right? They were only friends, and something like this was bound to happen eventually. It would pass. Izuku, however, was more occupied with getting into this warehouse so that he could train. This wasn't the time to think about a girl he fancied. He had work to do. Izuku smacked his hands to his face to snap him out of his thoughts, and quickly absorbed some smoke coming from a nearby vent, before smoke dashing through said vent, which led straight into the warehouse. Izuku landed on the floor of the abandoned warehouse with a rather large tuft of smoke dispersing throughout the warehouse, helping block out the sunlight. His surroundings grew dark and smoky. Izuku inspected his surroundings, finding old neon signs and a few industrial crates and chains. Seemed this old shipping warehouse was used to store old equipment for the city's many stores and night attractions. It's perfect. Hell, I could turn this into a studio for my art. Izuku exclaimed to himself, smiling as ideas started flooding his mind. Signs could go there and be lit up. He could bring in some old furniture that remained at the recycle center back when Izuku trained on the beach. This place could definitely be transformed into something greater for himself. He could even tag the walls of the building. The boy then walked over to a large crate, an industrial steel chain laying atop it. As Izuku went to lift it off of the box, he could feel some sort of strange sensation when his hand laid upon the chain. It was almost as if the chain was taking the smoke from his body, like it was channeling his energy through it like a circuit. Or perhaps a conductor. What the hell? The boy questioned as he gripped the chain once more, letting his quirk surge through the chain, heating it up right at the very end of said chain. Izuku watched as the chain did so, smiling as he started gaining more ideas. It seemed that with certain materials he could conduct his quirk through them, say like this steel chain. So his quirks really were conductive, he theorized, as much seeing as he always needed a power source to use his ability, but this just added onto the grand scheme of what he could do. He'd have to see about getting a chain like this added onto his hero costume, but as of now. Izuku striked the chain down onto the crate, grunting as he busted the other old neon signs out of the box. The strike had left cinder marks all along the wood that he had just destroyed, and the chain in his hands had emitted sparks similar to welding slags as contact was made with the crate. This wonderful display of his own power gave Izuku more inspiration for what he could do. However, putting it into play was the difficult part, and Izuku still needed to train his neon abilities more. But this would be the start of something exemplary. Anyways, let's turn one of these things on. Izuku mumbled as he took one of the neon signs he had just broken out of the crate, and plugging it into a nearby outlet. The sign was a purple rose with a green stem. Izuku blushed as the colors began to remind him of the girl he swore off of thinking about until the sports festival was over. He quickly absorbed the neon energy from it, rendering its luminescence completely unavailable. At least until it got refilled with its necessary gases. Izuku would worry about that later, he decided as he stood before his darkened studio to be and smirked. It was time to light this place up. It had been a week and a half since then. The sports festival would be arriving soon, and Izuku spent the days perfecting his movements and getting the hang of his new quirk. With each passing day, Izuku would improve more and more, gaining better control of his quirk. On his designated break days, Izuku would take the time to furnish and decorate the warehouse to suit his needs and desires. He'd have a set area to train on the main floor, and on the upper floor it would function as his studio hangout area. Perhaps he'd even invite Kyuka over to see what he had been up to while they were apart. How he missed her. Sometimes during his muttering fits he'd say a witty remark, hoping that she was there to listen. It was actually quite infuriating for him to realize that he was starting to get all soft towards a girl. He hardly ever interacted with girls, let alone people in general, and here he was wanting her to be beside him. He needed to get control over himself. It was just a small crush and nothing more. Why was he obsessing over her? Maybe I just need to let off some steam. Izuku mumbled, picking up his backpack from the corner of his studio, slinging it over his back. It's been a while since I've done some spray painting. Let's pick a design and get some stencils ready. Even as he prepared his equipment to be the greenette would find himself thinking about the purple-haired girl in his class. There were many a time he was oh so close to contacting her, even if just to hear her voice. This infatuation felt odd to him. He had never been so invested in a single person before. He would think about her smile or the way she blushed when he complimented her, and while it made him blush or feel a bright sense of happiness, it also caused him to grow frustrated. Just what was his deal, and why was he so enveloped with thoughts of someone he'd only known for barely a month? He needed to slow his roll and really think things through. Izuku sighed as he finished packing his bag and slung it over his shoulder once more. He walked out of his studio warehouse and parkoured his way up to the roof, catching a stride and dashing from rooftop to rooftop with his neon light dash. By activating his ability while running, he could reach near light speeds, a useful tool that helped him get around quickly, but unfortunately it left a trail of where he was. A dead giveaway to his location, but luckily it would vanish after some time. As Izuku reached his destination, he pulled off his bag and dropped it onto the ground, opening it so that he could get to his materials and start tagging this billboard. The design was a man, more importantly a hero, being hung over a magic top hat by his cape. Symbolic of just how quickly a hero's life can be lost in the midst of a battle, risking their own mortality for the sake of others. As Izuku began to reach the end of his progress on the artwork to be, the boy's phone suddenly rang. Curious, Izuku pulled the phone out of his pocket, obviously expecting it to be his mother questioning his whereabouts. only to find that it was in fact the girl he had been trying to avoid. The girl he had been thinking of for the past week and a half, Izujirou. He resigned himself to ignoring her phone call. He couldn't talk to her in the state that he was in, for it would be both embarrassing, and he didn't know if he'd be able to hold himself back from doing something he regretted. Soon the phone stopped ringing, and Izuku finished off his work, smiling as he took a few steps back to ogle at his fine work. "It's rude to not answer your phone, you know?" A voice from behind him spoke, causing the greenette to quickly whip his head around behind him and unravel the chain that lay upon his wrist. The light from his activated neon illuminating the person before him, only to reveal that it was, in fact, Izujirou herself. "Whoa, watch it, Izuku. It's just me." The greenette flushed under his respirator. "What were you doing here? I told you not to contact me until the sports festival," Izuku remarked, wrapping his chain back over his wrist before pulling his respirator off of his face. Kyuka blushed as she took in his intense expression. It was almost as if he was hiding some sort of extreme emotion, and his eyes were telling a story that she couldn't unfold. I followed your light trail. Saw it on my way home from a jog, and ended up catching sight of you leaping from the rooftops," she replied, looking down and averting his intense gaze. She heard Izuku's footsteps growing closer, until she saw his red high tops stop right in front of her. He was close. I can leave if you want, I just wanted to see you. Kinda missed you, to be honest." Izuku could feel his heart spike, and Kyuka could pick up on her own matching the intense rhythm of Izuku's. The thudding of both of their hearts would ring in her ears as she felt Izuku lift up her face with a finger to her chin so that they locked eyes. He smiled. "It's nice to see you," he exclaimed, before feeling a few raindrops fall onto his face. "It's gonna rain. Why don't you come with me? I've got a place we can hang out until the rain stops," he'd inform, unconsciously wrapping an arm around her and pulling her in to shield her from the rain. Kyuka blushed and nodded in response as Izuku quickly gathered his things and led her off of the rooftops and to his warehouse studio. It was the closest place that they had access to that would offer shelter from the rain, as Izuku had renovated the place to be waterproof. The only thing they'd be missing was heat, but Izuku could provide that with his smoke when they got there. The duo eventually found themselves at the warehouse, only after being absolutely pelted by the rain and coming in soaking wet. Kyuka was soon met with the dim atmosphere that was this place that Izuku had brought her to. A warehouse, fully furnished and filled to the brim with prototype designs and neon signs, along with workout equipment and what appeared to be an upstairs portion with its door wide open. It seemed as if a couch was up there. All in all, this looked like a home away from home. A comfy place that Izuku must have fancied. She wondered if this was recent, or if he always had this studio here. Kyuka would turn to Izuku to question if that was to be the case, only to see him pulling off his wet jacket, shirt, and hat, revealing his rather scarred torso. To add on to his badass demeanor, Izuku was jacked, and Kyuka could feel the blood rush to her face as she felt a wet substance begin to pour out of her nose. "You should take off your wet clothes. You'll get a cold if you don't, and I can dry them pretty quick. You can strip upstairs if you want some privacy," Izuku would state as he popped a cigarette into his mouth, feeling the activation of his smoke quirk as he did so. Kyuka would swiftly turn and head for the stairs, removing her jacket as she climbed the stairs. As soon as she reached his studio office, she closed the door, and Izuku was left on his own, drying his clothes with the increased heat of his quirk, careful not to scorch them. Izuku, however, was very conscious of the fact that there was a girl stripping in a room only a few feet away from him, and while in normal circumstances he wouldn't exactly care all that much, this was Kyuka. The girl who had been plaguing his mind for the 2 weeks they were separated. Needless to say, his teenage mind was running scenario after scenario just to torture him. "Izuku?" He heard the quiet voice of Kyuka call, drawing his attention to the slightly ajar door that she had peeked her head out of. "You can dry them. Just don't try anything funny, I'll kick your butt." "I wouldn't dream of it, Izuku stated as he approached the girl, freezing as he reached the door and got a glimpse of her petite form. She wasn't in the NDE, only removing her outerwear, but in that moment he could get a rather detailed glimpse of her body. His face flushed, and all plans he had of holding off on making any sort of move on her until after the sports festival had been thrown out of the window and straight into a trash compactor. Kyuka! WW! Kyuka exclaimed as Izuku yanked the door open, causing her to quickly cover herself while embarrassed. She had expected his eyes to be lingering on her body, with what little clothing she still had on. And as she went to try and kick him out, she found that his eyes were on her own, and his face was just as flushed as her own. She knew that intense look on his face. Something had been troubling him. Izuku, what dash? Why? Izuku questioned, stepping closer to the girl, his hand reaching out to her face. Why is it that I can't hold myself back? Why am I so captivated, so entranced? What are you talking about? Kyuka questioned as Izuku's hand had reached her face, caressing her cheek with his thumb. He seemed to simply admire her. Kyuka was frightened, and yet at the same time it had left her with such an exhilarating feeling. Izuku was declaring that he was captivated, entranced even by her. It caused her to feel a tinge of joy. Perhaps he had actually found her attractive. Maybe his playful statements weren't just him trying to tease her. Izuku, just calm down and tell me what's going on. It was too late. Izuku's hand had snaked around Kyuka's waist and pulled her into him, crashing his lips onto hers as he could no longer hold himself back. Kyuka had felt surprised, and while initially she felt like she should have pushed him off of her, the fact that it felt so good, so right, had convinced her otherwise. This was something that she had wanted, and although this situation was less than ideal for her first kiss, she was happy that she could have shared it with Izuku. Though what had brought this on had baffled her, she was almost certain that Izuku was just a flirt. Feeling the boy's body press against her own as he embraced her and kissed her with such passion and ferocity, frankly it left her feeling weak. Even going as far as to have her legs cave in, Izuku quickly scooped her up without missing a beat and brought them over to the couch that sat in his studio, having Kyuka straddle him as he sat, without missing a beat. But Kyuka was happy. Happier than she thought was possible. The two teens had grown so fond of one another in such a short amount of time though, and that had left her wondering if they were moving too fast. We deserve this, she thought, wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck as she pulled him closer and began to kiss back. His body felt so warm, and his alluring scent that reminded her of a fireplace just made everything feel that much warmer. Izuku had eventually deepened the kiss, causing the purplet to slightly as he did so. This would go on for some time until eventually the two of them needed to break apart for air. Izuku's eyes looked so dazed, yet they never left the onyx eyes of the girl before him. The two of them slowly began to catch their breaths as they stared into the eyes of one another, eventually leading to Izuku looking down in shame. He had really messed up, hadn't he? I probably shouldn't have done that, he said through an exhale. Kyuka's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance as she used both hands to cup his cheeks, obviously squishing his face a little, and forced him to lock eyes with her. Do you regret it? She questioned, her glare piercing through Izuku's chest. Though his eyebrows furrowed as well, annoyed that she would even suggest that he would regret it at all. Do you? I don't think there was anything I wanted more in my life other than being a hero, Izuku stated, sitting up slightly as his hands caressed the small of her back. I've been thinking of you way more than normal. I had wanted to wait to tell you this, but I guess now's as good a time as any. He continued, sighing as his free hand ran along her thigh. I want you. Romantically. I don't think I can call it love, but I know that you pollute my thoughts, so I want to try if you'll let me. Kyuka smiled. I already kissed you, idiot. How could I say no? She stated, giggling softly as she saw the smirk on Izuku's face. It was nice seeing him smiling like that again, even though they were actually in quite an exposing position. As embarrassing as it was, she was happy. Overjoyed even. And now can you get out and dry my clothes? I don't want tea to be sitting here in my underwear anymore. You sure? This is actually quite a nice view, he stated, causing Kyuka to blush as she held up a jack threateningly. Okay. Sheesh, could have let me have a few seconds longer. He continued as Kyuka removed herself from his lap, allowing him to gather up her clothes and exit the studio. As the door closed behind Izuku, Kyuka quickly grabbed one of the pillows on the couch and clutched it to her body as she blushed so hard she swore she could feel steam emanating from her face. Hell, she really just kissed Izuku in nothing but her underwear. And while she actually found it quite enticing, that was seriously some way to have her first kiss. And even more embarrassing than that, the realization of what just happened between the two of them just set in. How could she have been so bold? Oh my god, we're dating. Izuku sat at the table with his head propped up by his hand, idly watching as his classmates conversed amongst themselves. It was pretty boring sitting here and waiting to be called out to the field, but it seemed that no one else was bothered by it. Maybe his boredom was because Kyuko wasn't around yet. He didn't have anyone to mess with, though one person decided it would be a great idea to mess with him. "Hey, Midoriya," the pink-skinned Mina Ashido called, rushing over to pester the greenette. Izuku would sigh and turn and stare at her with a blank look on his face, causing Mina to giggle at his expression. "Don't give me that look." "What do you want, Mina?" he asked, clearly wanting her gone so that he could brood in peace. The pinkette would simply hold her phone up to show that Kyuka texted her to say that she was changed and on her way. "She's almost here, pants," she revealed, smirking as his face seemed to brighten up. "But how'd those videos I sent you help? Do you think you learned what you wanted to?" "Oh, well, I'd say just wait for the surprise, little Miss Alien," he'd say, his tone teasing as she pouted with a lilac blush adorning her face. Her appearance was a bit of a touchy subject, though she knew that he only meant to tease her lightly. "Jeez, what's with you and always wanting to be secretive?" she complained, crossing her arms and continuing to pout before the door opened to reveal Kyuka had arrived. The purplet quickly searched the room before finding her friend, and her now. Well, she wasn't sure if she should call him her boyfriend yet. That does bring up the question. He never clarified what he wants from us. Maybe he doesn't want to be my boyfriend at all, she thought as she approached the greenette, watching as Mina smirked at her and skipped off as if she was some kind of wingwoman. "I'm sure I just need to ask him, right? Yeah, it's not like there'll be an issue with that." "Mina, where are you going?" Izuku questioned, scowling as she just walked off right when Kyuka arrived. The pinkette would simply grin mischievously and blend into the crowd of their classmates, silently watching the two of them as she got out of their sight. "Right. Anyways, hey Kyuka. It's good to see you after last night." His tone was hardly above a whisper, though his smirk and gentle gaze spoke louder. He was genuinely happy to see her, and Kyuka smiled as her worries seemed to disappear, though that wouldn't stop her from asking him to clarify. "Yeah, I'm happy to see you too," she replied, smiling as she seated herself beside him. She'd then steal the beanie off of his head and smirk as he furrowed his brow at her, his soft hair now looking messier than ever. "Say, think I could ask you something?" Izuku ruffled his hair. "Sure, what's up?" he'd question, not noticing that a certain dual-haired boy had begun to approach the two of them, his eyes set on a specific green-haired boy with a smoking habit. She started before being startled by Todoroki suddenly appearing before them. Izuku would peer up through his hair as Kyuka had suddenly stopped speaking, and realized that her attention was now on something, or rather, someone else. Izuku gazed up at Todoroki as he was standing and scowled. How dare he interrupt their time together? Izuku would rise from his seat and put his hands in his pockets menacingly as Todoroki matched his glare. "What?" Izuku demanded him to speak. Kyuka could tell that he wasn't very happy with being interrupted, but this guy was definitely here for a pretty serious reason as he hardly ever spoke to anyone. Izuku's scowl would deepen as the boy didn't speak, and he'd slam a hand on the table, drawing the attention of their other classmates. "Out with it. You aren't going to win this," Todoroki proclaimed, gazing straight into the greenette's soul. Izuku activated his quirk purely out of reflex from feeling a threat as his hands began to light up a bright green hue. "That a threat or a promise? 'Cause either way I think you're getting way too far over your head, Todoroki," Izuku countered, eyeing the other students that attempted to walk over and intervene. Bakugo would simply watch as the two glared at each other, scowling as they're not even considering the fact that Bakugo could win. "Objectively speaking, you're strong," he stated, calmly placing his hand into his pocket. But I'm definitely stronger than you. Definitely way more capable as a hero. Oh, so you must be delirious then, right? I'll be sure to beat it out of you if I get the chance. Izuku stated, sliding the table aside, shocking everyone in the room and forcing a few to get ready to hold him back, though he didn't need them to. He slowly approached the dual-haired boy and put a hand to his shoulder as he smirked. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. I will beat you. Todoroki scowled. All Might's got his eye on you, and truthfully I don't get what he sees in you. Now I'm not about to pry into why that is, but... He started, causing the Greenette's eyes to widen at the mention of All Might. Could he have seen them meet on the multiple occasions that they have? I will be the one beating you. After the conflict, the class was called out to the field, and with the tension between everyone being higher than ever, the students of UA entered the main field of the stadium. The shouting and applauding audience welcomed them, and heroes watching began to pay close attention to the students' appearances. Mainly because they might be their future employees. First up, you know who I'm talking about. The man began, signifying the entrance of the class. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. The first years of the hero course, class? Izuku gazed at the crowd around him before scowling. Jesus, what a fucking crowd. I'm not used to putting on a show. He mumbled, causing Kyuka to giggle softly at his awkwardness. It was true that he wasn't used to an audience. He usually only tagged alone, and occasionally allowed Kyuka to watch. This, however, was a whole stadium of people, and Izuku must have been feeling stage fright. Yeah, and we're supposed to put on the best performance imaginable, so that we can get recognized by the world. It's pretty nerve-wracking to think about. Kyuka responded, looking around at the other students around the field. Though I guess this is just what it takes to be a hero. Yeah, but isn't it a bit exhilarating? Mina chimed in, smiling as she saw that a few pro-heroes were already beginning to point. A few of the students out. This is bound to be loads of fun. Izuku gave the girl an annoyed look before Midnight appeared and made her way up to the podium, cracking her whip to get the students' attention. Now for the athlete's oath. The students would all turn to their scantily clad teacher, standing at attention as she began her announcement. Your student representative for this year is... From Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Everyone in Class 1A turned to the Greenette in shock as he took his beanie right off of Kyuka's head and placed it atop his own, sighing as he began to walk up to the stage. Kyuka and Mina stood wide-eyed in confusion as their friend had trekked his way to stardom. How the hell? Kyuka mumbled. Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam. A boy spoke. It was Hantashiro, a boy with large elbows that produced a super strong tape that helped him in capture and mobility. Truth be told, Izuku was very interested in the boy. Alright, let's get this over with. Izuku mumbled into the mic, causing many pros and students alike to sweat drop at how he wasn't taking any of this seriously. Good luck to everyone. Screw it, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna show everyone just how strong I really am. Make no mistake, I want a challenge and I hope you all give it to me. The students would begin to boo with disapproval at the Greenette's declaration, though he only smirked as his quirk activated with excitement. Both the pros and the other students watched as he began to glow with a bright neon green hue. Now that's what I like to see in a crowd. Let's do our best, and make this entertaining, everyone. He shouted, grinning like a madman as everyone then began to erupt in joy and excitement at the boy's speech. Izuku would then leap off the stage, landing right in front of Class 1A with a beaming smile on his face. Kyuka would run over to him and sock him right on the back of his head, scowling as he just made their situation even worse. You idiot! Now they're going to come at us tenfold. She shouted, tempted to hit him again as he rubbed the sore spot from where she had just struck him. What were you thinking? Izuku smirked. I was thinking that we needed to rile up the crowd. He replied, adjusting his hat. But more importantly... He stopped abruptly, locking eyes with a certain ash blonde with animosity. We need to use this to get stronger. He informed, his eyes narrowing in on the blonde who simply scowled in return. The two would glare at one another for a minute straight, only being interrupted by Midnight speaking up. "Alright, the first event that will start things off with is," she said as a projection rolled through different events before finally settling on one. "The obstacle course race." After explaining the rules, the students were directed to the field where they'd be filmed running through the 3-part obstacle course. Izuku and Kyuka stood side by side as the greenette nonchalantly started stretching as if he wasn't nervous at all. "How are you not nervous right now?" Kyuka questioned, giving a questioning glance to the boy beside her. He smirked and placed his hat into his pocket, hopping a few times to get himself feeling nimble. "'Cause I'm gonna win," he said bluntly, turning his attention back to starting line, watching as the light changed from red to yellow to signify that the participants needed to get ready. Kyuka would silently admire the boy from his side as his expression turned serious. He was exuding such a confident energy, almost certain that no matter what he could win this. He would win this. It was the kind of confidence that Kyuka wished she had within herself for this event. She feared that perhaps she could never make it into the next event just on her own. "Good luck, Kyuka," she heard Izuku whisper, bringing her out of her thoughts. Kyuka could feel her heart thump at the greenette's wish of good luck upon her, but what made it more intimate was that in that moment it felt like they were the only two preparing for the race. It didn't matter who was watching or what was on the line because no matter what, he'd be there. Suddenly the light turned green and a buzzer rang off, alarming the students to begin the race, and before Kyuka could even process what was happening, Izuku had shot off ahead of everyone else, his neon stream leaving a trail behind him as he dashed past the other competitors. The greenette slipped right past Todoroki, who was making an attempt to freeze everyone else off, but instead watched in shock as the greenette breezed past him in a flash. Izuku would smirk as he made his way to the first obstacle before everyone else, the Robo Inferno. The 0-pointers from the entrance exam towered over Izuku as he halted his sprint to think of a proper way to get around them and secure the win. "I'm not putting up with this today," he grumbled as he made his way through the massive robots, charging up a surge of neon before unleashing a massive shockwave that was felt by the participants that actually began to catch up to him, most of which were from 1A. Many spectators and competitors watched as the massive robots were lifted into the air by massive ball of neon stasis. Izuku would shout out as he picked up where he left off and dashed past the incapacitated 0-pointers. "Have fun with that, losers," he shouted back, ignoring the retorts from his fellow classmates and competitors. Kyuka and Mina would watch in shock as suddenly the encased robots suddenly began to fall to the ground, nearly causing damage to many of the other students. "Seriously, Izuku? Just how much did you improve?" Kyuka groaned, slipping her way through the many collapsed robots, as did many of the other competitors. Mina could have sworn she saw Kaminari and a student from 1B rise from the innards of the machinery in sync as if they were the same person. "Seriously, that messy hair BSRD would have cost us our lives," Mina complained, melting through the robots, while simultaneously skating around on her acid as if she were rollerblading. "I swear I'm gonna hurt him for that." Izuku, on the other hand, had just made his way to the second obstacle of the race, the fall. There was a massive chasm before Izuku, with small pillars of stone rising from its depths, along with thin rope that would help those with no capabilities of leaping across a fighting chance. "Seriously? This sheet is ridiculous," the greenette complained, catching on to a few footsteps behind him as many of the other students were beginning to catch up once more. He didn't have time to think of a plan, he'd come up with it as he goes. F it. Izuku ran a couple paces back before activating his quirk and running up for a massive leap across the chasm, only to fall short and appear to fall to his demise to the other students, including a certain Izujirou. "Izuku!" she cried out in fear, watching as the greenette disappeared in front of her, only for him to pop back up out of the chasm and shoot a few feet into the sky where he then appeared to glide across the chasm. "What the hell was that?" Mina shouted, running past a stunned Kyuka, and snapping her out of her thoughts as she grew sad at the fact that he had literally just scared her like that. Kyuka swore that once this race was over he was going to get an earful. "I am so going to kill him," she shouted, dashing for the ropes so that she could safely make it across the race. Suddenly a certain blonde would shoot past her, causing a loud enough explosion to make Kyuka's ears ring violently. It appeared that Bakugo and Todoroki were off to try and catch up to Izuku. F Deku! Bakugo shouted, propelling himself forward as fast as he could, nearing a sprinting Izuku who only smirked at how hard he was trying to catch up, only to fall short each time. Todoroki would appear to be using his ice to skate his way closer and closer to the two of them. Izuku would only smile smugly to himself as he made his way through the next obstacle, only being halted when a sudden explosion went off underneath his foot and caused him to slip up, though it simultaneously halted his pursuers as well as they got caught in the blast radius. Sheet! The trio shouted simultaneously, glaring at one another when they realized that they had all said the same thing. All three of them would rise to their feet and scowl at each other before getting in each other's faces. Stop copying me! Izuku would simply roll his eyes and dash off once more, this time running faster than the mines could go off. Occasionally the green net would almost slip up or nearly trip over, but he would keep going no matter what. The only issue with that was that so would Bakugo and Todoroki. The other two were hot on Izuku's tail, and he had to do something to slow them down so that they wouldn't gain any distance on him. That's it! He exclaimed, smirking as he gazed back at the two people behind him, only to see that a certain purplet was blasting towards them. What the hell was she doing? Kyuka? Kyuka had taken one off the many pieces of metal from the robots and dug up a few mines to blast herself ahead of everyone else, successfully reaching the top three competitors. The two boys behind Izuku turned their heads behind them, watching as Kyuka landed right on a mine beside them, blasting the two of them back as she propelled herself forward towards Izuku. You aren't winning that easy, Bstd. You never fail to amaze me. He mumbled to himself, smiling lovingly as he watched her near the ground, nearly face-planting into the dirt, only to suddenly be caught and put onto her feet. This'll be the only time I help you. You really should be more careful, sweetheart. Kyuka quickly whipped her head up to see Izuku, and scowled. Don't give up your spot just because I'm about to get hurt, idiot. She shouted, attempting to hit him, only to watch as he dashed off once more, making her realize that he just got the edge on her once more. God damn it, Izuku. Kyuka would sprint ahead, attempting to at least make second place as she knew she wouldn't make it to Izuku in time as the end tunnel was right in front of them. Kyuka could hear the crackling of ice and the massive explosions behind her, but all she could focus on was the bright green trail of neon in front of her, almost urging her to follow after him and catch up to her love's side. This moment was the only time she truly saw a purpose to the school's motto, and used it to push herself to her limit. She had to make it and catch up to him, she just had to. And as the spectators kept their eyes on the other end of the tunnel, they watched as Izuku Midoriya shot through the tunnel, skidding on the grass to slow himself down and smiling to the public. He slowly turned around, hoping to see Kyuka right behind him, only to see that it was Bakugo instead, just barely before Kyuka. He scowled and glared at the explosive boy, watching as he snarled with anger at only managing second place. Todoroki finally made his way through, turning his head up to the stands as he watched a certain man scowl at him. Izuku would make his way over to Kyuka, who was hunched over, gasping for air after she sprinted with everything she had. She gazed up to see the greenette's concerned expression, though it softened as he saw that she did her absolute best. He'd smile warmly as he held a hand out to her. Kyuka would chuckle as she caught her breath, taking his hand as she straightened herself out. You did great out there. I'm really proud of you, beautiful. She heard him say. She gazed into his eyes as she smiled in response, a silent thank you that no one other than him could understand. Izuku could feel a light blush on his face, though perhaps this time he'd let it show. That or not, he'd decide as he quickly grabbed his hat from his pocket and placed it atop her head. The hat would roughly cover her eyes, and as she lifted it from blocking her vision, she felt him behind her. He then kissed her cheek and gently whispered into her ear. This is all I can do as a reward for now. So, wait, let me get this straight. Izuku stated, staring up at the R-rated hero standing on the stage as she revealed Izuku's 10 million points. You're giving me that many points just so that I'm targeted? Even though I only won some dumb race. Well, if you put it like that then it seems silly. Midnight exclaimed, her brow furrowing in annoyance at the greenette ruining the crowd's youthful passion for the event. But that's what it is. Some silly competition. Matter of fact, I'll keep the points and take everyone else's by the end of the next event. The greenette started, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, shocking the crowd even further. Don't be surprised when this whole thing ends sooner than it started. I'm breaking records today. Midnight glared at the greenette who only took a huff out of his cigarette. Well, speaking of the next event, we'll be having a cavalry battle. Teams will compete in a group of 4 to try and steal points from the other teams, which will be indicated by a headband on the rider of each team. Midnight would continue to explain the rules until the students were allowed to go about and find their teammates, leaving Izuku standing in the field on his own with a cigarette in his mouth. He sighed while exhaling the smoke from his lungs. Everyone's a critic. He mumbled to himself, watching as a handful of students avoided him. The greenette scowled and stomped out his cigarette. If he was going to need a team, he might as well kidnap a few useful people. Sup, beanie boy. He heard Kyuka's voice call as she casually walked over to him. The greenette would grunt in acknowledgement before turning to face her. Don't call me that. I'm looking for teammates. Oh, found one. The greenette exclaimed, waltzing over to a certain tape-quirked boy and grabbing him by the collar of his uniform. You're coming with me. Put me down, I don't want to be targeted. Hantashiro proclaimed, struggling to free himself from the greenette's surprisingly strong grip. Let go, Midoriya. Would you rather me completely incinerate you and the rest of your teammates if you were opposing me? Izuku threatened, glaring at the boy with his eyes glinting with malice. Shiro gulped and shook his head. At least he was paired up with one of the top 3. Did you really have to go and kidnap him? Kyuka questioned, slapping Izuku's hand off of the boy's collar before giving the black-haired boy an apologetic expression. Sorry about him. It was either that, or letting the team be made for me. And there's no way in hell I'm letting that happen. It'd be stupid not to go in with a game plan. The greenette explained, locking eyes with a certain pink-haired girl. And seems like we've found our last member? The pink-haired, gadget-wearing girl dashed her way over to the top pointer, smiling brightly as she approached him with vigor. Hello. I need you to team with me. Alright, what's your name, Quirk, and what can you provide to the team? Izuku questioned, inspecting the pinkette for some form of indication for what exactly her quirk could be. Aside from her eyes, she wasn't all that impressive looking, though his inspection was unconsciously making a certain girl a little jealous. MHAxInfamous, from Class 1C, the support course. I have a lot of babies that I just have to show off, and since you're in the top spot, you're going to get the most attention. She exclaimed, practically shoving the goggles on her head into the greenette's face, forcing him to lean back a bit. You're really just going to let her join? Just like that? Kyuka questioned, pouting slightly as the girl continued to get up in Izuku's face. Izuku smirked and snatched his beanie off of her head, placing it atop his own. Who are we to deny a selfish goal like that? The greenette countered, patting the purplet on the head before turning back to May with a devilish smirk on his face. You got anything that produces neon light? May matched the greenette's evil smirk. I've got a few babies on standby, why do you ask? Smoke began to emanate from the greenette, his quirk unconsciously activating as he looked on at his teammates. The cards were on the table. Oh, I've got the perfect plan. So you're sure that this is going to work? Shiro questioned, gazing up at the greenette that he was holding up. Won't we get caught in the crossfire? Not if I focus it outward. But if push comes to shove I can free the 3 of you. Izuku answered, absorbing neon energy out of a random gadget from MHAxInfamous. Thanks for this by the way, MHAxInfamous. I might want you to design gear for my costume later on if you're okay with it. I'd be more than willing to. Future clients are always welcome. She answered, her eyes turning intense due to her sheer excitement. Kyuka rolled her eyes, and it seemed the attention Izuku was getting from May was making her a tad upset. Suddenly she felt a hand atop her head. I'm counting on you, Jai. You're on defense, Shiro is retrieval, and May is support. With this plan, we've got this in the bag, right? Kyuka smiled, turning to the rest of her teammates. All of them shared a confident smile and prepared themselves for the start of the event. Izuku glanced into the stands, landing specifically on the person who gave him the opportunity to be here today, All Might. The two shared a look of confidence, throwing a thumbs up as they got ready for the show. All Might was confident that Izuku would win this. Young Midoriya, show them what you're all about. The blonde man mumbled to himself, watching the event in his skinny form. His eyes locked on Izuku's team. He definitely had an interesting group. What could he pull off? Start! All teams suddenly shot towards Izuku's team. Little did they know that that was all a part of the Greenette's plan. As the teams reached closer and closer to Izuku's team, the Greenette smirked. Midoriya, if you're going to do it, now's the time. Zero exclaimed, watching as a few hot-headed students were gunning for them like a bullet train. Suddenly the Greenette began to glow with a bright neon green, levitating as his energy began to build up. Students began to halt, watching as the Greenette glowed brighter and brighter, his arms being brought to his chest as he continued to charge up. Few would watch on in horror, attempting to snap their entranced teammates out of whatever trance they were in, but to no avail. They continued to watch the light like moths. The audience around them grew silent at the Greenette's display of unknown power, his light beginning to become blinding. The light shined so bright, until the Greenette released his reserve of energy, throwing all of the students around him into stasis bubbles emanating the same green light that he himself was exuding. His arms flung outward as a massive power surge had incapacitated the other competitors. Zero now! The Greenette called, beginning to slowly descend to his teammates. Zero nodded, quickly shooting out strands of tape at the encased competitors, snatching all of their headbands as best as he could. The other teams could only lay and watch as their headbands were stolen. Some teams would begin to be freed, falling back onto the ground rather harshly as they had been floating rather high. By the end of it all, Izuku's team had stolen nearly everyone's headbands, and the Greenette had calmly descended back into his teammates' arms with a smirk on his face. Let the games begin, students. Wanted a war? Well, here it is. He shouted, specifically glaring at the three members who had dared challenge him. Bakugo, Todoroki, and that lilac-haired kid from Gen Edition. They all locked gazes and silently swore to themselves that they were going to destroy one another. The spectators had begun to mumble to themselves. What the Greenette had just done had definitely made history. Being able to steal that many teams' headbands right at the start of the match was making UA history, but what shocked them most was the Greenette's declaration of war. He was definitely an odd case of a hero in training. The Greenette would light a cigarette, switching to smoke as his team began to run through the startled competitors. Thank the gods that everyone decided to fight for the last remaining headbands. After Izuku's display of power, many of the lower-ranking teams had decided to back off. All but 3 teams had decided to avoid the Greenette entirely in fear that they'd lose more than just their headbands. Seems we really scared them off. How's that for getting the spotlight, handsome? The Greenette questioned as he was carried forth by his teammates. The pink-haired girl smiled brightly as her steampunk-themed goggles shone in the sunlight. It seemed like Izuku's plan was a surefire way to get the crowd's eyes on them. Suddenly a team with a blonde-haired rider had attempted to surprise attack them from the front, the rider's hand barely grazing Izuku's arm. Kyuka would swiftly make quick work of dispatching their attackers, whipping her jacks around to get them to back off. Seemed he was one of the few that managed to hang onto their headbands, but his attempt on Izuku's headband failed entirely. No worries, I'll just have to use your quirk against you. The blonde exclaimed, raising a hand out to attempt and fire out a blast of neon energy, but nothing happened. Wasn't this guy just using that bright ability? What was happening with his quirk? What is this, what's happening? Izuku hummed, smirking. This blonde-haired kid was certainly someone of interest in the long run. He must have had a copy quirk like Izuku. Seems you're like me. Sorry, but the neon isn't my quirk, pal. Better luck next time. He finalized, raising a hand to his attacker before firing off a massive cinder missile, blasting the blonde and his back, singing them carelessly. Jesus, Midoriya. Did you have to go and burn them? You're knocking us around with the splash. Kyuka questioned, scowling up at the greenette who simply shrugged with a relatively wicked smile on his face. Dude, you've lost it. Can you blame me? I'm actually having fun with this. Izuku revealed, readying himself to fire off more shots of smoke as he inspected their surroundings. Plus, people like me and him, we don't have quirks of our own. He's relying too much on copying and surprising opponents, and needs to learn to be confrontational. What do you mean people like you? Zero questioned, continuing to run and evade the multiple teams as he and the others carried Izuku. Copy quirks. We're not really seen as people with normal quirks. We're copycats, or thieves even. It's fine though, we'll just have to show the world otherwise, watch out. Izuku started, before being interrupted by Bakugo attempting to slam his explosive ready hand into the greenette, only for the greenette to block it with his smoke quirk activated. I'm taking that headband by force, Deku. He shouted, slamming his other hand into Izuku's stomach, firing off an explosion as he successfully obtained one of the smaller point headbands by snatching it from the greenette's neck. Izuku! Kyuka shouted, nearly tumbling over from the explosion. She watched in horror as the greenette started exuding smoke from his torso. Oh my god, are you okay? Izuku coughed. Yeah, I'm fine. Mei, hand me the chain. He then instructed, absorbing the smoke from both around him and from his burns. The added energy had in turn provided the greenette with a sort of painkiller effect, allowing him to both numb the pain and continue on with the competition. The pink-lock-haired girl nodded, reaching into her sack of babies and pulling out an industrial chain-looking contraption, only. It glowed with a green light, only turning orange when the greenette grabbed it with the activation of his smoke quirk. I'm gonna get that bootleg Pomeranian one way or another. The greenette grumbled, his team already in agreement that they needed to chase the boy down. Zero, when I give the signal, pull me back in. Right. The tape boy confirmed, nodding as he prepared himself for the greenette's grand leap. We're ready, Midoriya. Go for it. Just don't get our headbands stolen, Green. Kyuka chimed in, advising the greenette to be cautious as he went for the jump. I'll kick your butt if you do. Izuku nodded, taking his hat off as he handed it to Kyuka so it wouldn't be damaged in the midst of battle. Hang on to it, I'm making the leap. The greenette's body would begin to produce large amounts of smoke. His teammates held their breath as he readied himself to attack the blonde. The audience watched in awe as the greenette launched himself into the sky, a trail of smoke following behind him before he began to come shooting down to the ground, his target, Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde would turn his attention to the hurtling ball of smoke approaching him, his scowl deepened, but he couldn't help but smirk at the challenge. That crazy BSTRD was coming straight for him with a head-on assault. What Bakugo didn't expect was the chain whip that Izuku was carrying, and as the greenette slammed down he wrapped the chain around the blonde's arm, forcing the explosion downward towards his frontman, Kirishima. With Bakugo distracted, Izuku latched a tight grip around the headband stolen from him and turned his attention back to his group as he neared the ground. Zero now! He shouted, causing the lanky boy to quickly whip his elbow towards Izuku, swiftly shooting out his tape and successfully catching the greenette, reeling him back into position. Let's gun it out of here before he can catch us. The team nodded in agreement, swiftly making a beeline for the opposite corner of the arena. Opposing teams would attempt to snatch headbands from Izuku as he passed by, but were quickly swatted away by Kyuka's jacks and Izuku's cinder missiles. As Bakugo turned to chase Izuku's team, he was interrupted by another blonde-haired boy, the same boy who had attempted to go after Izuku prior. His name, Nito Monoma from Class 1B. His quirk, like Izuku, could allow him to copy others' quirks, just like he had attempted on Izuku, though to no avail. Who the hell dash? Bakugo exclaimed, whipping his head towards the opposing team who had just rushed them from the side, only to be hit with an explosion to the face. One of his own, used against him just like that. You 1A students truly need to be taken down a peg. You especially, bomb for brains. Monoma stated, shaking his head incredulously. You simply have no class, nor regard for the other students who are obviously way better than you. You truly make me sick. Monoma would go for another explosion to Bakugo's face, only for one of his teammates to kneel down to the ground as Kirishima had striked one of the legs to their formation. "You're not getting away with that. Bakugo, show him how it's done." Suddenly the blonde's burn-covered face would reel towards Monoma before the Pomeranian's hand was slammed straight into Monoma's face, releasing an explosion right out of the palm of his hand, and before Monoma could fall over to the impact, Bakugo snatched his headband. "Teeth, that'll show you. We are and always will be better than you, beach class weirdo," Bakugo exclaimed, signaling for his team to continue after Deku. With all of that happening, Izuku's team had unfortunately begun to be intercepted by Todoroki's. His team consisted of Todoroki, Momo, Ida, and Kaminari. Definitely an odd combination of teammates, but one that works well with Todoroki's plan. "Todoroki, I should have expected you'd show up closer to the end. Too bad we already have your headband, Peppermint Boy. Out of the way or else," Izuku challenged, glaring at the dual-haired boy before him. Todoroki would match the greenette's glare, a puff of his breath being seen as they stared each other down. "You don't scare me, Midoriya. You should be the one in fear here. You're no match for me," Todoroki uttered, cracking ice on his forearm as he readied himself for battle. "That's unfortunate, Todoroki. You should have a better understanding of your opponent before you fight them," the green-haired boy stated, taking a long drag of his cigarette before flicking it away to be discarded. "You're stupid for not being afraid. Either that or brave as hell." Izuku would suddenly shoot out a massive cinder missile right at the feet of Todoroki's teammates in an attempt to get them to drop the dual-haired rider, but Todoroki would swiftly block it with a wall of disheveled ice absorbing most of the impact. As the ice shattered around Todoroki's team, steam from the combination of heat and frost blinding him before a shout from above signaled to Izuku's whereabouts. "Up here, half and half," the greenette exclaimed, striking Todoroki with his chain right over top his head before being yanked back into position by Ciro's tape. Todoroki would whip his head back up after being striked by the greenette's chain, rubbing his head as his vision turned hazy, but as he touched his head he then realized that his headband had gone missing. Izuku had now obtained the final headband. "What? How did you?" Todoroki exclaimed, appalled at the fact that the greenette was able to just snatch away his headband so stealthily. "Like I said, Todoroki, you need to know your opponent before you face them. Years of being on the streets taught me a few tricks, and I gotta say, you disappoint me," Izuku stated, his piercing gaze striking Todoroki with a feeling of fear right to his very core. Suddenly a buzzer went off, indicating the end of the cavalry battle. And Present Mic came over the intercoms. "Due to Izuku Midoriya obtaining all of the points, we see no real need to continue. Izuku Midoriya's team wins once again. Good try, everyone." Suddenly the crowd would share Present Mic's sentiment, a whole load of "good try"s going around the stadium. Though everyone in the crowd truly was at a loss of words. How could one student be that powerful and that strategic? It seemed impossible for a punk student like him. Young Midoriya. All Might mumbled to himself, trailing off in amazement as his pupil had done the unthinkable. He had officially become the first student to have ever dominated the cavalry battle in UA history. "You may be even greater than I." How did you do it?" "How are you so dash?" Todoroki started. Their teammates had begun to let them onto the ground and the two boys stepped up to one another, glaring each other down as if they were about to fight. Their teammates watched on in concern as they stood at attention, ready for a swing or any sort of attack. "So much better than you?" Izuku questioned, cutting the dual-haired boy off. Todoroki scowled. There was no way he'd admit that. He was stronger than Midoriya, better than he could have ever dreamt of being. He was going to be a greater hero than his father, damn it, and this green-haired a-hole was not going to stand in his way. "Well, I guess I was just born unlucky." "You call that unlucky?" Todoroki questioned, balling his fist in anger as his eyes widened in pure rage. His pupils dilated and he could tell. Midoriya was toying with him. "You didn't let me finish, Peppermint Patty." Izuku started, shoving the boy back into the arms of his teammates. His eyes glowed with the activation of his quirk and he popped a cigarette into his mouth before looking down at his smoking hand. "I was unluckily born lucky." Todoroki eyed the greenette curiously. He could tell that there was something deeper to his words, but he dare not pry. He didn't care enough to question it, matter of fact. Your riddles aren't worth my time, smoker. Oh, that's a new one. Where'd you get that from, your shitty old man? You know, I always speculated that he was a smoker, what with the fire quirk and everything. Izuku countered, smirking as Shudo's anger began to show on his face. He was getting a rise out of him. Outside in 5 minutes. I'll teach you about the mistakes you're making, Midoriya. Todoroki challenged, turning away from the greenette as he began to make his way off of the main field for their lunch break. How bold! Izuku mumbled, rolling his eyes as he went to follow the dual-haired boy, only being stopped by Kyuka quickly gripping onto his shoulder out of concern. Ha! Are you seriously about to go with him? What if he tries to fight you? She questioned, giving the greenette a concerned expression as he stared back at her with a blank look. I kinda wanted to eat lunch and talk to you about something. Hey, it'll only take a few minutes. Can you tell me now, or should I come find you when I'm done? Izuku inquired, raising a brow as he blew out a puff of smoke to the side so he didn't hit her right in the face with a cloud of smoke. Kyuka looked down in silent embarrassment as Izuku turned to face her. Was now a good time to ask him what they were? No, never mind. It'll be better for you to focus during these upcoming matches. I'll just ask you after everything is said and done. She explained, sighing in slight frustration at her lack of confidence. It shouldn't be this hard to ask. Just do me a favor and don't fight him. I don't need you getting disqualified before this thing's even over. I can't promise anything. That stuck-up prick's getting on my nerves. Izuku muttered in response, averting her eyes guiltily as he was really having the urge to knock some sense into him. Izuku, she said with a threatening tone. The greenette scratched his hair underneath his hat and sighed out a puff of smoke before turning back to face her and nodding. Fine. But I don't promise not to beat the ever-living shit out of him if I'm pinned against him. He stated, ripping his hat off his head and tossing it to Kyuka before walking off to follow after Todoroki, waving to her as he left. I'll be back for it, babe. Looking down at the hat in her hands, she smiled before the realization of what he had just called her set in. Her face erupted into a deep red hue. Did he just call me babe? Izuku felt the vein on his head twitch in annoyance as he ruffled his hair impatiently. He was leaning back against a corridor wall, parallel to Todoroki, who hadn't said a word since he had gotten there, and frankly Izuku was becoming more and more agitated with him. Are you gonna speak, or am I wasting my time, you stuck-up peppermint patty? Izuku shouted angrily, wanting nothing more but for him to make up his mind on if he wanted to fight or not. He was tired of waiting. Kyuka was waiting for him. Oh, I'm the stuck-up one? You're threatening all that I have left to spite my old man. You literally went on about wanting a challenge during your speech. Todoroki countered, glaring at the greenette as he furrowed his brow in anger and frustration. Are you effing kidding me? Izuku shouted, rising from his position against the wall and stepping up and slapping Todoroki across the face as hard as he could before spitting out his cigarette. If that's all the reason you have to win, then you don't even deserve to be a DMN hero. What the hell is wrong with you? Shudo turned to stare at the greenette in shock before being pushed against the wall behind him by Izuku gripping onto his tracksuit jacket. What the hell are you Smith? Do you think this sheet is a FING game? Your own personal vendetta against your dad is some FING bullshit. Why do you even hate him so much? I get he's not the nicest hero around, but still. Izuku shouted once more, slamming the dual-haired boy into the wall a second time. He was infuriated and rightfully so. Todoroki to him had no better reason to being a hero other than spiting his father? What, was he not even gonna try and half-butt it and say that he wants to be a better hero than his father could ever be? You don't know anything. Todoroki shouted, punching Izuku across the face, forcing the greenette to release his hold on the dual-haired boy. My father. You know nothing of what he's done. The constant abuse, the pressure to be just like him, the separation of our family. He ruined my mother's life, and he's trying to ruin mine. He continued, looking down at his now red knuckles, fixating on the stinging sensation of striking the greenette. I'm sorry, I just dash. Don't be. I finally got you to talk. Izuku exclaimed, cracking his jaw as he spat out a small amount of blood. So I'm assuming you hate using your left side because of him. Don't bother giving me the specifics, I get it. Endeavor's a prick, and now you want to prove that you can be a hero without needing his quirk. You've got a complex. A.W. What are you talking about? Todoroki questioned, raising his head to stare at the greenette who seemingly only had a small scuff on his cheek from his punch. Izuku really could take a hit. Oh, don't try and act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You think that left side of yours is a curse passed on to you by your dad. I know what that's like. More than you'd know. Izuku started, memories of the many stories his mother told him about his own father slipping into his mind as he sighed thoughtfully. But that's all the more reason to utilize it. It's not your dad's quirk, Todoroki. It's yours. Just like my copy quirk is mine, your fire is your own. What are you trying to say? Is that smoke and neon not your quirk? You've just been using a different quirk this entire time. Todoroki questioned, appalled that Izuku was operating the way he was and that he was sharing it. Yeah. I've got the villainous quirk to top all villainous quirks. Mom says I get it from my dad, but yeah. Don't let those ties to your father stop your progress. If you want to be a hero better than him, then you have to overcome that hurdle. Izuku explained, stepping towards Todoroki and holding out his hand for him to shake. Just don't think I'll let you beat me if you do, all right? Todoroki smiled. For the first time in a long time, and thanks to a crass green-haired smoker. How fitting. Yeah. I don't think you'll have much of a choice, Midoriya. I'm winning this. Izuku smiled as Todoroki shook his hand. That's what I like to hear. Oh, there he is, Jirou. Mina shouted, pointing behind her, revealing Izuku sauntering his way over to where they were seated with. Was that a scuff on his cheek? Did he fight Todoroki? You dash, she started, pausing as she saw the dual-haired boy approach from behind the greenette. No, I didn't fight him. Izuku interrupted, smiling as Todoroki walked past him with a red handprint on his right cheek, giving the two girls a nod before making his way to his own solo table. We worked out our issues in a different way. Hyuka stared at the greenette speculatively, but opted to not question it. She didn't need to hear about why it looked like he had just gotten his face slammed into a wall, but seemed perfectly fine. Oh, yes she did. What the hell happened to you? Your cheek is kinda swollen. Don't worry about it. I promised not to tell. He explained, shrugging off her concerns. With a warm smile as he yoinked his hat back from atop the girl's head. Sorry it took me so long though, but man am I starving. Did you guys save me something to eat? I ended up skipping breakfast. What? Why didn't you eat? Well, when I smoke I just don't really feel hungry, but after that whole thing with Todoroki I stopped and my appetites came crawling back. He explained, rubbing his stomach as it growled. Hyuka sighed and sat the greenette down, sliding him some of her food as she sat beside him. Wait, but isn't this dash? Just shut up and eat it. Hyuka instructed, sighing as she crossed her arms over the table that they were seated at. Mina smirked rather smugly at the sight, a new ploy to mess with the two of them sprouting in her head. Geez, Jirou, you're acting like his wife. Worrying about what he eats and everything. The Pinkette teased, causing a blush to form on Hyuka's face while Izuku paid it no mind at all. He was more nonchalant about it if anything, shooting Mina a blank stare before returning to his meal. Oh, would you cut that out? But what about you wanting to dash? Shut. But dash. I said shut. Hyuka finalized, pointing her jacks threateningly at Mina as she slammed her hands onto the table to silence the pink-skinned girl with a red face. Jesus, would you stop? I told you that in confidence. Told her what in confidence? Izuku questioned, casually sipping from a water bottle that seemingly appeared from nowhere. You keeping secrets from me now? You stay out of this. She mumbled, blushing as she turned away from the greenette and retracted her earjacks. I can have my secrets, you have yours. Izuku eyed the girl curiously before shifting his gaze to Mina, the person who did know. She caught his gaze and swiftly looked away as she began sweating nervously. Fair point, I guess. I won't question it. But we should be getting ready to get back onto the field anyways. How do you think you guys are gonna do? Kyuka questioned, attempting to change the subject as she rose from her seat with the other two following suit as many of the students present began to exit the lunchroom. I'm just hoping I don't get disqualified in the first round. That'd be pretty embarrassing. Mina chimed in, laughing nervously as she rubbed the back of her neck nervously. But I'm sure I can pull my own weight. Izuku pondered the question for a minute, his usual tired expression seeming to grow a bit deeper as he shoved his hands into his pocket. If anything, he was more afraid now. He had just given Todoroki a reason to use his full power against him, and he didn't have a proper plan to beat that. I'm not sure. Izuku spoke, surprising the two girls with him as his expression changed to one of frustration. His eyes were distant, and he seemed deep in thought. But one thing's for certain. I have to play it safe. All right, listeners. We've got the lineup for the first round of the arena matches. I hope you're ready. Present Mike announced, the crowd beginning to go wild as the students made their way out of their respected tunnels onto the field. Due to there being a slight issue with the prior event, we decided to go with who held onto their points the longest before losing. Again, good try everyone. The students poured out onto the field, many of the competing classes giving each other dirty looks, excluding the ever-prestigious 1A, who really couldn't care any less about what the others were up to. Suddenly a massive projection revealed itself, showing the first row of competitors for the first round, and first up to have their fight televised was none other than Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso? Who the hell's Hitoshi Shinso? Izuku questioned under his breath as he stared up at the tournament's bracket before suddenly being shocked by a new voice speaking up, as a hand was raised to interrupt the other students' inspections of the bracket. Excuse me. Masahiro Ojiro shouted, alerting all to his presence, something that seemed very out of character for the rather quiet side character. How sad that he doesn't get more screen time. I'd like to drop out. Everyone stared at the tailed boy in shock. This was his one chance to make it big. What the hell was he doing trying to back out of the tournament? What? Are you serious? Mina questioned, appearing from the crowd as many of his other classmates began to give him concerned expressions and words of worry. Are you sure? Midnight questioned from above the stage. Many of the audience members grew silent as all eyes were on Ojiro. He looked down in shame and nodded, prepared to give his explanation. I'm sorry, it's just, I don't even remember winning that cavalry battle. I only came to when someone had bumped my shoulder. It felt as though I had no control over myself, and I don't want to move on that way. He expressed, looking down in frustration as he balled his fist. Izuku watched the tailed boy curiously, a new suspicion arising within him as he squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd for anyone that seemed odd. You Izuku Midoriya? A voice questioned from behind the greenette, causing Izuku to turn his head to face the unknown suspect, only to be met with a rather tall lilac-haired individual with deep bags under his eyes. The same prick from before. So it was you. Izuku figured, pulling out a cigarette from a carton in his pocket, offering one to the lilac-haired boy, who politely shook his head to decline. Figured you wouldn't, just thought I'd offer. You're the one who did that to my classmate, aren't you? It's fairly obvious. You'd be right. I get that you're some impressive hero candidate or something, but I'll be getting my revenge for what you pulled at UA. Shinso declared, watching as the greenette lit up his cigarette with his finger. He smelled like a fire. The scent was almost a tad suffocating, but what did you expect from someone with a smoke quirk? You might want to be careful what you wish for, pal. You might get burned. Izuku threatened nonchalantly, giving the lilac-haired boy an ominous glare with a wicked smile. But don't worry, I'm not as easily fooled as everyone else in my class. I know not to take you other core students lightly, especially that blonde copycat over there. He could be a real threat, so I'm lucky he's out of the fight. It's quite an honor to see that even you have people you look out for. But don't be fooled, I'm more than equipped to beat you and your snobby classmates. He informed, smirking confidently as he walked away. From the greenette, Izuku blew out a puff of smoke as he watched the boy leave, glaring at him as he was getting the feeling this was going to be more than an easy fight. Izujirou spoke, making his way over to the greenette as him and Kyuka both had just watched that entire encounter. Seriously, what's with him and picking a fight with everyone? Don't worry, I know. Only question I have now is how he was controlling you. Was it his quirk? Some kind of neurological thing? How does it work, do you know? Izuku questioned repeatedly, his words coming out at record times, almost seeming like his sentences were overlapping one another and the only one able to keep up at all was Kyuka. Whoa. Slow down, I'll tell you. The blonde informed, his tail moving slightly to point back towards tunnels to gesture that the greenette follow after him. But we shouldn't talk here, since you're first up in the tournament we can talk in your waiting room. Alright, that's probably for the best. Izuku stated, turning to the purplet beside him who was giving him a wary look. Wish me luck, Violet Queen. Kyuka blushed and scowled. Yeah, good luck, moron. All Might waited right by the tunnel that Izuku was assigned to exit onto the field. There was talk and rumors of the greenette walking around and trying to start fights, and that didn't sit well with the number one. He was supposed to be a figure, a role model for the generations that would grow up watching him. He didn't need to be so crass. All Might? What are you doing here? Izuku's voice questioned, appearing from the dark void of the tunnel. All Might turned to the greenette with a rather disgruntled expression before clearing his throat and adjusting his oversized blazer. I heard rumors of you getting into a fight. Maybe even if it was just a scuffle, I want you to know that's not the way to go about any conflicts you have with other students. It's not right, you need to have better control over those kinds of situations. All Might scolded softly, pausing as he watched the greenette's brow furrow in annoyance. He was clearly upset, perhaps more at the fact that someone had caught him and snitched, but All Might was only concerned from a place of platonic love. Like a father would his son. I'm only scolding you as your teacher, don't think this relates at all to One for All. I just want you to know that you shouldn't go around fighting your classmates, okay? There was a pause as Izuku looked down in what appeared to be shame. All Might made his way over to the greenette and placed a hand to his shoulder comfortingly, gazing in the boy's green eyes as he knelt down. Please, do it for you future. I'd hate to see you get expelled over something like this, kid. The man continued, pleading to Izuku with his eyes. The greenette finally nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself before he spoke. Yeah, sorry All Might. It's just, he needed me to be the one to let out his frustrations on. I couldn't sit there and let him suffer any longer. It was obvious that he was hurting and he started, going into a mumbling fit anxiously before All Might lightly chopped him on the head to silence him. Geez, slow down. He joked, smiling at the greenette warmly as he brought himself back up to his feet with a grunt. But I think I get the gist. Just try to be less physical about helping people next time, okay? Yeah, I'll try to do better. Still, I'm sorry. You must be disappointed in me for that one, and I don't blame you. Izuku uttered, looking down shamefully. All Might sighed and smiled. Quite the contrary. You did it to help someone. I knew very well that there should have been a reason for your actions, and I'm glad to see it wasn't just irrational violence. You did what you felt was right, and I admire your dedication. He expressed, turning to walk the opposite direction from Izuku before continuing, Now go out there and put on a show, my boy. Tell the world that you're here, kid. Izuku smirked and adjusted the beanie on his head as he zipped down the jacket of his tracksuit, revealing his white t-shirt before making his way out of the tunnel. Right. I won't let you or anyone else down, old man. Making his way out of the tunnel, the greenette was blinded by the bright light of the sun and outdoors. He could hear the shouts and appraisal of the crowd around him, and as his eyes adjusted, the greenette was met with a massive arena in the middle of what used to be a massive field filled with what he assumed was artificial grass. Looking around at his surroundings, Izuku watched the crowd staring down at him, some smiling and some shouting with anger at the fact that a kid this powerful had made it into UA. It didn't seem natural to some, but to others this was the second coming of one of the greatest heroes of their era, All Might. A new beginning to a new era. The boy then made his way up to the arena, parallel to the lilac-haired boy that was walking up to the arena at the same pace as him, the two staring each other down. Sizing each other up, if you will, Yet Izuku had an edge thanks to the curious amount of information that he had received from Ojiro prior. He was more than ready to take on this fight. So, I'm guessing Monkey Boy told you about my quirk, right? Shinso questioned, pausing to wait for the greenette to respond, and yet his answer never came. Hello? Anyone in there, or are you just too dumb to process what I just said? Izuku smirked and shrugged, slowly pulling out a cigarette in front of all eyes to see, many parents shielding their children, and some heroes and other spectators watching in concern at the greenette's action. Of course they had seen him smoking before, but a boy so young, even if it helped with his quirk, shouldn't have been smoking cigarettes. Right? You know, even if you understand the fundamentals of my quirk, all I have to do is get you to say one word to me and you're finished. Shinso pressed on, scowling at the greenette as he lit up a cigarette and shrugged once more. He wasn't letting Shinso get any leeway in this fight. He was more than used to dealing with people who did nothing but talk shit. The two boys seemed to drown out the starting of the match from Presentation Michael, but as soon as they heard that loud start from the man, a massive cloud of smoke erupted from the greenette's body, blinding everyone from the events happening on the stage, including the spectators and himself. You're worthless. Shinso's eyes widened as he began rotating. In a full 360 degrees very slowly, his heart beginning to beat out of his chest as he now understood the situation that he was in. As long as Izuku wasn't directly answering to Shinso, he could talk and use his inferiority complex against him. He was going to torment the brainwasher's mind. How ironic. Useless. You'll never be a hero. You and the rest of your classmates, they'll never understand what it takes. Give up now. Grr, shut up. Shinso shouted, swinging his fist in a random direction that he heard one of the voices. The purplet was beginning to see red, and all of the greenette's words were beginning to cut deep. Not only for Shinso, but for Izuku as well, as these were all things that he had heard directed at himself. Come out and face me, coward. The crowd could hear the purplets shouting, they could feel his anger, and yet no one could do anything about it. They had no idea what was going on, and it confused them. The only one who began to grow skeptical was the mummified man himself, Shoyuda Aizawa. What a villainous quirk you have. I bet you've been an outcast. You'll never make it as a hero. Jump off the stage, make this easy for me. No. I won't. Shinso shouted, throwing another aimless punch. I will be a hero, you won't stop me. That's what I like to hear. Suddenly the massive cloud of smoke was absorbed by the greenette who stood behind Shinso. The purplet swiftly turned around in an attempt to strike the beanie-wearing boy but was launched back by a strong smoke shot blasting him in the chest. Your resolve is impressive. It seems like I was right on the money with you. You're like me. Izuku mumbled, stepping towards the lilac-haired boy who writhed on the floor of the arena in pain from the burns. Don't worry, the burns won't leave any scars, but I did tell you I wouldn't lose. Shinso went to shout at the greenette in an attempt to brainwash him one last time but was quickly kicked in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. The greenette knelt down to Shinso and blew a puff of smoke in his face, the crowd beginning to watch in horror as if the greenette was going to brutalize him. You can be a great hero, Shinso-kun. I think you and I are a lot more alike than you think, and I'd be more than happy to be your friend and vouch for you to join the hero course. Izuku said, giving the boy a warm smile before punching him in the jaw, knocking him unconscious. And that's for insulting Ojiro after brainwashing him into being your SLV. Quit acting like a prick. Many members of the crowd gasped before the greenette brought himself to his feet, hoisting Shinso's limp body up along with him. The crowd went wild at the greenette's honorable display. Many of the people who detested the greenette were now out of their seats cheering him on as he brought the boy to the stretcher bots that would whisk the purplet away and take him to the infirmary. It looks like we have a winner, people. Once again, Class 1's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike cheered, warranting the crowd to continue their applause and praise. The greenette merely looked outward into the crowd for two faces, All Might and Kyuka. Spotting All Might in the stands with the other teachers, he gave the man a thumbs up, receiving one in return. He then went to scan the student stands as he made his way towards the tunnel to make it up to the spectator stands so that he could spectate the next match, But as he peered into the dark abyss of the tunnel, the greenette was appalled to see a few glowing figures staring back at him. Tilting his head, the greenette scowled, and as he went to approach them, they vanished into thin air. It was odd. Was this some sort of effect from battle fatigue? Was it one for all? Was it something else entirely? One thing was for sure though. One of those figures seemed awfully familiar. Those odd figures were beginning to plague Izuku's mind more and more. Why did one of them look so familiar? It almost resembled his mentor. The hair in particular was a near striking image of him. It was uncanny, and honestly a little frightening. What could it be foreshadowing? That has to be one for all. But why could I see those figures? Were they vestiges of the past or something? Could it have been past users of the quirk? I mean, it was passed down to different people. It would make sense. The boy pondered, walking down a certain corridor with the intent to find his way to the spectators' stands. Izuku then spotted his dual-haired classmate stomping towards the bottom floor where the tunnels to the arena were. "Oh, Todoroki, good luck in your match." The boy didn't respond, his scowl being enough of an answer that he was in no mood to chat. Izuku raised a brow questioningly as he watched the boy disappear down the staircase, but shrugged it off. It was none of his business as of right now, but he'd be sure to ask him about it later when he wasn't in a rush. For now, Izuku needed to hurry to the stands so that he wouldn't miss the match. He silently pondered if that were the right choice. Leaving Todoroki to fester with his own apparent rage, it didn't sit well with his conscience, but the decision was already made. He'd learn soon enough just how wrong he was for leaving the boy like that to fester with his anger. Eventually the greenette found his way to the stands, quickly spotting Kyuka and Mina seated near an empty seat. He smiled, realizing that they went out of their way to save him a seat, and promptly headed over. "How nice of you to save me a seat," the greenette teased, patting Kyuka on the head before he sat down beside her, with Mina matching his sheet-eating grin at his display of affection. Kyuka swatted his hand away as she scowled at him, as if, "You're lucky you got here before someone took your seat. You would have lost it if you lost that match, grasshead." "Oh, so you're doubting my abilities now? I gotta say, I'm truly hurt here. I thought you'd have more faith in me," Izuku joked, draping his arm over the back of her chair and resting his hand beside her shoulder. He smirked as she blushed. It was as if he were inviting her to lean against him. "So, what did you think of the match? What you could see of it at least?" "Same as all your other fights. You just looked like you were bullying your opponent. Knocking him unconscious was overkill, wasn't it? Couldn't you have just knocked him out of the ring, or safely immobilized him?" She questioned, relenting herself to follow into his rhythm, and leaned into him slightly as Mina smirked smugly at their actions. "Nah, I think he did the right thing. Isn't that kid's quirk, like, all about the brain and stuff? Knocking him unconscious ensured that he wouldn't fall victim to it." Mina chimed in, cupping her chin in thought as she gave her own opinion of the prior battle. Both Izuku and Kyuka stared at the pink-skinned girl in surprise. Her analysis of the fight was nearly spot on. "Actually, that's exactly what I was going for." "How'd you figure that out, Ashido?" Izuku inquired, raising a brow inquisitively as the pinkette shrugged and smiled. "I dunno, watching the match just gave the impression that you'd want to overwhelm his senses. You blinded him with the smoke cloud, and when he came out of it he seemed distressed. It put him at a disadvantage," she added, answering the greenette's question, while furthering the confusion within her two friends. "You're a lot smarter than I thought, Ashido. I thought you were mostly about goofing off, but you really got into it there." Kyuka complimented, giving a slight applaud to the pinkette, who simply blushed and smiled cheekily at her praise. "Hey, you think so? I'm not book smart, but I'm pretty good at observation," she replied, smiling as Izuku hummed with interest before pulling out a cigarette. Kyuka watched as the greenette popped the wrong side of the cancer stick in his mouth, lighting it by activating his smoke quirk with his lips before flipping it around to the proper side with his tongue. It was certainly an interesting skill, and one that left Kyuka with plenty of questions. "HM? Something on my face?" Izuku questioned, turning to the purplet who was intently staring at the greenette in question. He wouldn't admit it outright, but her staring at him was a tad embarrassing. She shook her head. "No, it's nothing like that. I'm just surprised you can smoke that stuff so casually in front of people. How'd you even get into smoking? Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing actually. Mina added, tilting her head slightly as she and Kyuka stared at the greenette curiously. The question was admittedly a bit uncomfortable to answer, but it wasn't like he hadn't explained this countless times before. The greenette took a slow drag from the cigarette in between his lips, exhaling the smoke as his narrow emerald eyes pierced Kyuka's own onyx orbs. Rough childhood. Mainly just hanging around the wrong crowd, but after my whole smoke quirk thing it kinda stopped having an effect on my body. Now I can smoke it with no physical drawbacks, excluding the nicotine I guess. So what? You just smoke it out of habit now? She pressed further, watching as the cigarette reconnected with his lips. It was a tad interesting to watch and dare she say enticing. You mentioned before that it helps with your quirk. How does that work? It's a mixture of both habit and necessity. My quirk works best with a source of power that I can conduct through my body. It's not just naturally generated. That's why I can't swap freely between neon and smoke. Izuku explained, pointing to the smoking portion of his cigarette before gesturing to his lungs. It's just better for me to have a direct ingestion. Though, absorbing it works too. He continued before turning to the purplet and leaning close and blowing a cloud of smoke out the side of his mouth, making sure the wind blew it away from her face. But, are you concerned for my health? The purplet blushed and nodded coyly. And maybe a little. But, I'm not against it at all. I'm more afraid of what people might think. Like what if it ruins your career in the future? What if you end up meeting my parents? If people have a problem they can take it up with me personally. I have a complaint department titled, I don't give a f dash. He stated bluntly, pulling away from the purplet as he finished off his cigarette and turned back towards the arena as it appeared that the preparations for the next match were just about finished. But, if you want me to quit, I can try. I'll throw out all of my cigarettes, just say the word. It's not very heroic of me to smoke, is it? Kyuka smiled. His willingness to commit to change was enough for her, and it wouldn't go unappreciated. She'd make sure of that as she leaned into the greenette a tad more comfortably as she shook her head once more. She wouldn't ask that of him just yet, as long as there was nothing to create a big problem with it, she'd be just fine as they were. No. I think you being willing to is enough for me. She replied, taking a quick breath and feeling as the scent of Izuku passed through her nose. She really did enjoy the smoky smell that enveloped him, almost as if it were just naturally comforting. I think the next match is about to start. Who do you think will win? I would say Zero, but I ran into Todoroki before getting here. He seemed sad beyond belief, but we'll see how this plays out. Izuku replied, surprising the two girls beside him with the information of the dual-haired boy's rage. He silently started to get that same gut feeling from before, the feeling telling him that he should have stopped the boy and talked him through his anger. I wonder if it has anything to do with his father. You mean Endeavor? What could he have done? Mina mumbled questioningly, staring down at the arena as the voice of Presentation Michael was broadcast to the entire audience. All right, listeners. Peer into the arena and gaze upon our next contestants, Shuto Todoroki and Hanta Zero. The loud-mouthed man introduced, gaining a large round of applause and cheering as two teens made their way out onto the field, headed straight for the arena. On one side was Shuto Todoroki, the class heartthrob and son of the second-ranking hero of Japan, Endeavor. His features were stoic, but deep within that bland expression was a deep rage and hatred that only a select few could decipher, one of which being Izuku. On the other end was Hanta Zero, not remarkable in looks or skill, but his quirk was one that he was proud of and he definitely knew how to make good use of it. The raven-haired boy had a nervous expression on his face. He knew well of how strong his dual-haired opponent really was, so he'd have to at least try something like Izuku. He needed a way to catch Todoroki off guard. I seriously have to fight you? Man, now I don't feel much like winning. The boy spoke nonchalantly, making his way across from Todoroki as he stretched his arms and cracked his neck idly. He was trying to appear defenseless, but Todoroki wasn't letting up at all. He wasn't even really paying attention to the boy. Tiesuke, no luck, huh? The raven-haired boy reacted swiftly with an attempt to catch his opponent off guard, using the tape he could dispense from his elbows to bind the boy and begin to whip his arm back in order to swing him out of bounds. "Too bad I don't feel like losing either," he shouted, gaining some excitement from the crowd at the start of the two's conflict. He'd begin to swing the boy around, but as if a demon had possessed him, Todoroki lifted his head to gaze into the eyes of his opponent with an ominous glare that would have scared anyone down to their very core. "Sorry about this," he whispered vindicatively, letting out a breath that became visible due to the activation of his quirk. Those who weren't near him wouldn't have known, but Kyuka could see Izuku sit up from his seat slightly as he watched attentively at the dual-haired boy's next actions. It was almost instantaneous. If you blinked you wouldn't have been able to see what happened next. But in a grand display of power, Todoroki created a massive spiky and irregular mound of ice. Those that sat beneath the ice, Izuku, Kyuka, and Mina included, could only gaze up at the newfound shade that was protecting them from the sun. A chill breeze would pass by as they all felt the massive structure leering over them, and right at the center of it all was poor Zero, covered in ice, frostbite, and quickly realizing why he'd hate winter for the rest of his days. "Think that's overkill, don't you think?" the boy questioned pointlessly, his teeth chattering due to the frigid environment as he found himself practically frozen in place, imprisoned within the massive mountain of ice. Todoroki let his gaze fall to the floor as he made his way over to Zero and used his left side in order to defrost and warm him up. Midnight, who also found herself covered by the frost produced by Todoroki, then spoke. "Zero, see, can you move?" The boy turned towards her, appalled that she'd even ask such a stupid question. "Why are kidding, alright? It hurts, ow ow ow." There was a hesitance in both the coordinators and the crowd. Those who just watched the fight genuinely had no idea what to say, as it was almost offensive how crushing a defeat this was for the young Zero. And one person certainly did take offense to it. It took almost all his strength and willpower not to jump down to the field and try to smack some sense into both of them. Todoroki was losing his mental battles. Izuku could read it like a book, and it was infuriating. What was worse was that he had taken it out on Zero. This put Izuku in a position to do two things, and he wasn't going to bother confronting Todoroki again. He was going to set him straight with his bare hands. Throughout the entire first round bracket, Izuku was absolutely seething. He'd watch attentively at how everyone performed in their matches while silently waiting for his moment to come. Kyuka had tried to spark up a conversation, but the greenette was too invested in his desire to analyze and overcome. He found it intriguing. It was almost too difficult to formulate a plan to fight against the dual-haired boy that had done in his other classmate, Zero. He was aware of how instantaneous the formulation of his ice could be, and trying to have the reaction time to combat that was near impossible. So what was the next best thing? His only shot would be destroying it as it was created. He'd have to anticipate the boy's attacks by his movements and demeanor alone. Would he have the analytical prowess to notice even the slightest twitch in his opponent? He'd sure hope so. All that was left was which power to utilize against Todoroki. Smoke was strong, but his ice could easily pierce through the cloud if he were to create one. Not only that, but the heat from the smoke wouldn't be powerful enough to melt through the ice. It would take time due to the ice's density. He'd have to try for neon and utilize his speed advantage if he'd even hope of winning. "How long has he been muttering like that?" Zero questioned, his arms bandaged up due to the frostbite, but other than that he'd make it out of this 100% okay. The greenette hadn't even realized he had been muttering like crazy, creating a plan of attack with each winner of the matches he spectated just in case he'd ever be forced to face them, but what he was most enveloped with was his upcoming match with Todoroki. "Since your match with Todoroki, he's taking this really seriously now. I've never seen him like this," Kyuka replied, watching the greenette speak at an unreasonable pace as he cupped his chin in thought. Not only was his expression intense, Kyuka would be lying if she said she didn't like seeing him so deep in thought. "It's pretty interesting though, it's like he's in his own little world." He didn't even stop when Mina was up against Aoyama. Zero nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's kinda eerie." Just staring. "It's a bit weird. Usually he seems so in tune with everything, it's like he's just instinctive, but now you couldn't burst his bubble if you tried." Bet you 1,000 yen you won't yell in his ear. Mina chimed in, smirking devilishly at the ravenet who simply shook his head in declination. No way in hell. I choose life. The boy replied, waving his hands dismissively as if what she just suggested was the worst possible thing to do, and honestly it was. You're no fun, she stated, her tone whiny and playful, but Zero stood his ground and made his way past the greenette and sat beside her. Alright, how about you, Kyuka? I wouldn't want to risk it, but I think I could snap him out of it without destroying his eardrums. She offered, earning a raised eyebrow from the pinkette. She was curious to see what Kyuka had in mind. Oh, what are you gonna do? Mina inquired, both her and Zero tilting their heads curiously as they watched a smirk grow onto the purplet's lips. She turned and whispered something so faint into the greenette's ear that the two watching her weren't even sure Izuku could have heard her. The greenette's eyes widened, shifting to the purplet in surprise as a faint blush dusted his cheeks. It was as if he were truly surprised by what she said. Really? You don't mind? It might take a while. Izuku replied, raising a brow inquisitively as he seemingly snapped out of his own mind and returned to reality. Kyuka nodded. Alright, I'll hold you to it, audiophile. Both Mina and Zero were shocked, with the ravenet speaking up about his concerns. What the hell did you say to him? You didn't say something RDC, did you? Kyuka blushed, socking the boy over the head angrily before shaking her head with a huff. No. I told him I'd model for his art dash. Midoriya's artistic? Mina interrupted, consoling Zero as he rubbed the sore spot on his head. Kyuka was too late to stop herself, earning the couple a bit of an odd reveal to Izuku's other side. What do you do? Izuku glared at Kyuka before turning his attention back to the pinkette questioning him. It's nothing of your concern. Don't look into it, or you'll get smoked. Kyuka slapped the back of her hand into the greenette's chest, snapping him out of his threatening mode before rising to her feet. She was about to be up to the plate to face her opponent, Katsuki Bakugo. Quit threatening people. I'm not gonna be around to keep an eye on you, so please behave yourself. Don't try to start anything with anyone. She instructed, attempting to walk away, but was quickly halted by Izuku gently taking her hand within his own. Good luck out there, and be careful. Oh, and do me a favor, will ya? He requested, rubbing his thumb across her knuckles as he pulled out his carton of cigarettes with an evil smile on his face. Hit him in the family jewels for me, Kay? Kyuka gave the boy's hand a tight squeeze, and with a nervous smile adorning her face she nodded her head before making her way to her waiting room. I'll do my best.